Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Skytear Spring 2021 Invitational. My name is Eragul. I'm your host today for the next 6 hours. And today we're going to see the top 8 players in the Skytear universe who are going to draft their decks and are going to play a 3-round tournament. Today with me joining here is no one else than one of the game designers at PvP Geeks. Hello, Giacomo. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone. Super excited.
Nice to have you here on board.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to see what's gonna happen with the new cards from the latest expansion. I think we'll see some brand new plays.
Yeah, before we go or switch right into the action, um, I just want to put on screen a lot of people that were organizing in the background behind the scenes that this tournament and this stream is possible today here, and a lot of people from the community with a lot of heart giving into this. So we are watching here on screen all the people that are joining us here today that are going to be here with us. So first, in the first round, we are going to have Brandy and Python as commentators. Later on, King of Jokes will join the commentating crew. You as well, Giacomo. Thanks for
Yep.
joining us on this side. Rafa Nunes, unfortunately, is having some internet connection problems and won't be here today, but we need
Yeah.
to mention him as he wanted to join us and wanted to help us. Thagor and Jan are going to be some sort of roving reporters here. So we are going to know what is happening in the other games during the rounds. And yeah, we are
And
going to have,
I say it is super cool that we have a
yeah,
rowing reporters. Actually, two of them. Like
yeah,
it's next level, right?
absolutely. And we are still improving. So the sky's the limit.
Yeah, let's tear it apart. No, also we should mention we have the fantasy for people watching. It's too late to join, but if you don't know, we have a fantasy program going on thanks to Tapeworm and Clinton and probably others that I'm forgetting, where like each person could bet on 3 cards, three heroes and an outsider, I think,
Yes, and
and
a
in real
player.
time, yeah, and
It's a,
the player most importantly, and in real time you get the score of how well your prediction or bet is going, and we're gonna have updates on that, right, later on and during the day.
Absolutely. So Clinton is going to join us and let us know what the fantasy stuff is going to be. And Tapeworm is, of course, here in the background being our judge today, so that if there are any problems, let's say rule-wise, he can help out.
Oh yes.
So yeah, yeah. Then let's just switch over to what we are going to see first. The Skytier Spring Invitational Top 8 today. We are going to have Timpan versus Apples in the game that we are going to join in round 1. The other games will be Smears against Kirito, Gameslayer versus Eric, and Bearcat versus C-Dubs. And yeah, I'm pretty excited how this is going to evolve during all this tournament.
I mean, it's the 8 people with the most Skyter shards, right? So they won more or less with a better ranking for 2021. And I mean, we wanted to do this thing as something in the middle of the season, right? To because something to repeat the experience we had with the World Finals in December,
Oh yes, that
and
was
so
incredible. That was really awesome. Yeah.
yeah, it's like a celebration of the game, basically, right? Where we play for 6 hours and game back to back, and get to watch some high level skater, hopefully. And so yeah, let's
Yeah,
uh, let's
we
get
can.
started.
Yeah, we can expect that, I think. Okay, so I would then like to switch over to TTS. Um, and we are going to see here the perfect manufactured TTS mod for this Skytear draft format. And yeah, just do the segue over to Brandy and Pythoner. Welcome.
Hey,
Good morning.
I'm just so excited for this. I had a lot of fun in the draft league that we had a little while back. I'm super excited to see how this draft goes with all these high level players and the new cards and all the new rules for the dual faction heroes and everything. This should be really interesting.
Yeah, this
I
is
think we're definitely going to see some interesting combinations of cards today. Not what players are used to playing, I think.
Yeah.
yeah, expect the unexpected because neither the players themselves know what cards they are going to have in hand in the end of the day. So this could be really fun. What are we going to see here, or where are we going to focus?
So we are sitting at the table here, basically over Tim's shoulder. So we're going to be able to see what he is picking up and what he's passing along. So sitting to his right here, we've got Eric, and sitting to his left here, we've got Ryan or Carito. So we'll be able to get a little bit of insight into what's going on in Tim's head.
Okay, I'm just going to zoom in a bit in the middle and flip the most important card here, which is the showdown. And there we go. Let the draft begin. Have fun.
Okay, so starting off here, Tim, he's got 2 core drafts. It looks like he's taking Cytheru as his first option. Scytheru is definitely a great hero. See if he tries to focus in on yellow. What he does here. I would not be surprised in this pack here if he takes Shadris. But he's also got Kanui, Frail, Vorhild, Zakol, and Nalaklan, all of which are pretty good choices, but he's going to take Frail. They'll probably give him some more options later on, depending on whether he goes into more yellow and red, more blue and green, kind of give him a little bit more flexibility than if he took Shadris, where he's kind of forcing himself a little bit more into that red-yellow side of things.
Absolutely. I think definitely we're going to see a lot of unique plays going on here. It doesn't surprise me that he pulled Cytheru first. So now we're on to 5 cards here. So as each time the cards come around, we're going to see one less card for him to choose from.
Oh, interesting. He's going to go with Nalaklan here. So I guess Nalaklan is an interesting choice, but gives him, again, a lot of flexibility because Nalaklan can potentially cast cards of any color. So it makes it easier to, again, I think just be in whatever colors he needs to be based on the last heroes he ends up getting past here.
I happened to get a little bit of insight from Eric last night, who's sitting directly to Tim's right here, on what kind of cards he's going to be pulling. So what we're not going to be seeing coming to Tim here. And, you know, if I know Eric, which I think I do a little bit, he's looking for Ekrit, he's looking for a Cootie, he's looking for Brovlar to build that yellow-blue deck.
It looks like, taking a peek over at Eric, he does have Akudi and Brilvar as his first 2 picks, and taking Shafathi as his third.
Oh, Shafathi, that's a little bit of a surprise there. All right, so out of the 4 cards here that we see that Tim is pulling, looks like he might be thinking about, is that Hokusai there?
Yeah, Hokusai on the left. I could honestly see him picking any of these. I don't know if I'd lean more towards. Okay, yeah. So it looks like he's going to take Hokusai. This is yeah, definitely we're going to see some interesting combinations of heroes here as players kind of make the best of what they get past here.
So it looks like he's got one character from each of the 4 factions going on here.
Yeah.
Yellow, blue, green, and red, which is definitely interesting seeing a rainbow type deck. No
Yeah.
2 characters from the same faction so far. Little
Yeah, and that's
surprised,
kind of what I
not
was.
gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I was saying. Like, I do think that's probably one of the reasons he's taking Nalaklan there, just because that even if he is kind of ending up kind of spread all over the place, Nalaklan helps him be a little bit more flexible in the cards he can take
Yeah, and I
when we get
think
to the next few packs.
just thinking into like the strategy right now, he might have taken the strongest character out of each of the 4 factions that he saw first. That way, the remaining 3 cards that he drafts, he can pick a complementing character. So he's guaranteed to have at least one strong character from every faction. And then his secondary character can be someone that he can build off of the 4 characters that he currently has.
Yep. And I think we see some good options here in Akudi, Kumaya, and Habarat. I imagine he'd lean more towards Akudi or Kumaya in this case. I think he's got plenty of kind of damage capability. Yeah, and so we see him taking Akudi. He didn't have a whole lot of minion control heroes here, so I think Akudi is a perfect choice there.
I agree completely.
So he's got choice of 2 here. Like, shouldn't there have been 2 cards here? Or am I?
I think, yes, there should have been 2 cards
Okay.
there.
Sometimes I've seen TTS do this where you've got a card that's like invisible and you have to move. Okay, yeah. He's got the choice of Akimo or Sakoshi. That's an interesting choice.
I'm wondering if we only saw 1 card at the beginning there because Eric was trying to decide between the last 2 cards which one he was going to slide over. Slid over the first one that he knew he didn't want first, and then.
I don't think so. I'm guessing it was just a TTS.
Oh.
But in any case, we see him picking up his last 2 heroes as Akimo and Kotlik. So this is a very kind of varied list of heroes he's got going.
A lot of diversity here.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, let's why don't we go take a look over at what Eric drafted. Like I mentioned earlier, he had started off with Akudi, Brilvar, and Shafathi. It looks like after that he went up and picked Nantaka, Gulbjarn, Hogosai, and Plakali. So again, a fairly varied list over there as well.
I'm a little surprised maybe he didn't have an opportunity to pick up Ekrit, but I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't pick up Ekrit there. But Akudi, Brumlar, Plakali are definitely his tier 1 players that he's looking for.
Based on what we've seen from these 2 players, I would not be surprised if most of the players at this table here ended up with pretty varied lists. Let's why don't we go take a look over to Tim's left, where Ryan, and just quickly see what he took. We've got Brilvar, Shillavi, Vorhild, Frail. That's a great start. And then he's finished off probably with fewer options on Zakol, Kumaya, and Sakoshi. Okay.
So we are moving on to the player card, the power card portion of the draft. So right now, each of the players is going to be dealt 16 power cards. And they're actually going to be picking one and passing to the right this time. So Tim will be receiving cards from Ryan and passing them on to Eric. So I think this first pick here will be the tell of what kind of deck Tim is going to be building. What is he looking for to complement the characters that he picked? So we can see he's doing a lot of thinking right now about what he's going to pull, and how it's going to work with his characters. What do you think we're going to see here?
I mean, if this were me, I feel like my first pick would almost have to be Soul Scream. Soul Scream is just a great card no matter what kind of thing you're trying to do. If you're trying to kill heroes, it does a ton of damage. It can kill a bunch of minions. It's also a 3-mana card. It's just a very good card in general. And I think especially 3-mana cards can be pretty valuable because you might not get very many options to draft 3-mana cards, especially if other players are doing the same. And so indeed, we do see Tim taking the Soul Scream there, which is a choice I definitely agree with. It's always tough because there's other cards in there that you might be like, ooh, that could be really good too. But I think Soul Scream just being a very solid card and being 3-mana, I think just makes it a pretty easy choice there for me at least.
Yeah, the interesting thing I think about draft is you could be building a completely different deck than the person to the left and to the right of you, so you could be getting exactly the cards that you need because they're not the cards that they need. Or you could have the complete opposite problem that, as we see, like Tim is our main focus here, but Eric to the right of them already has a cootie. So when Tim pulled a cootie, he not necessarily had to, but Eric couldn't take it. So now he could be taking cards that would be great for a cootie, and Eric is losing out on those. But Tim has no idea that Eric is building out of there. Just we do.
Yeah, and so we saw as his second pick, he took another 3-mana card in Sudden Distraction, which is very great. I would have been very tempted in that pack. There was also a Redirect, which I think is definitely one of my favorite yellow cards. But again, prioritizing those 3-mana cards, I can definitely understand. And so we see him taking a Nourish here. I'm guessing, with these picks so far, I'm assuming he's taking the Nourish, probably just very solid with Frail, obviously. And so as his fourth pick, so Through the Eyes. Interesting.
So I also find it interesting here that he's forming 2 different piles. I wonder what his thought process is here, how he's got the row going directly below the character's ultimates and then the row at the bottom.
My guess here is that he's separating them by mana cost so he can keep track of that as he's drafting. We've got the 3 mana up top and the 1 mana at the bottom. I assume if we see him take a 2 mana card, like if he decides he wants a Cooling Breeze here, I assume that would go kind of in a row in the middle. But we'll see if that's how he's organizing things. And looks like he's taking a second here to think. Based on his picks so far, I'm guessing he's probably not going to be taking very many red cards. But because he is so varied, he probably will be perfectly fine running some of them.
So for players who are not familiar with Skytear here, we've got any new players tuning in. The cards across the top are the character that Tim will have the choice to choose from. So he'll be choosing from these characters to build into his deck, but he's not taking all of them. So which of these characters do you think he'll, out of his drafted, which ones do you think he'll choose to take?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So he drafted 7 heroes. He'll be taking 6 of them to be his deck, and then during the game, obviously, he will end up choosing just 4 of those to actually play with. I'm not really sure which one he would choose to forego here.
So I'm thinking he might be sticking with blue because he has chosen 3 blue cards here.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure
characters can play those, but I mean, if we're looking at Shalavi there, I mean, the blue character, I know that the blue cards will synthesize more with her.
Yeah, with Frail, yes.
Yeah,
and I think, my suspicion. So I'm pretty sure he's definitely going to be keeping, Frail, Nalaklan, and Akuti based on, like you said, his kind of lean into blue at the moment. And then outside of that, I'm imagining he's going to definitely keep Satheru. Always good to have the mage, or I guess maybe not if you're going with Nalaklan. You could perhaps afford to cut Skytear, but I imagine he's going to want some more yellow if he wants to be casting yellow and red for the Soul Scream and Unstoppables. So I could definitely see Skytear. I feel like he might cut a chemo, but it could perhaps also be Kotlik, since he's not going to have a ton of pillars for Kotlik, and maybe a chemo doesn't rely as much on the enemies being marked compared to Kotlik does want to have a lot of pillars. So maybe Kotlik would be the cut here.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. Like you said, he's only pulled one red card in so far. So.
And no green. So I imagine he would perhaps end up cutting one of the red-green heroes, and I'd probably lean towards cutting Kotlik, I think. But let me see here. Again, it seems like he is prioritizing fairly heavily these 3-mana cards when he sees them, taking a Mud Flood, which is definitely a card I don't see, you don't see played hardly at all in constructed formats. It'll be interesting to see how he can make use of that in these games here, because it can be a pretty substantial effect at the right times, but it can be tricky to get exactly what you want out of it, because it can affect not only your opponent's heroes but also your heroes as well.
Absolutely.
Taking a Combustion here as his first 2-mana card. I definitely like that pick, having only a Kuti kind of as his minion clear, taking some cards that are going to help him with that, with the Soul Scream and now the Combustion, I think is definitely a great idea. Let's see. And actually, one thing I wanted to think about, so with the 3-mana cards, obviously he's going to end up with 4 ultimates from the heroes he ends up actually playing, and the deck will be, I forget, is it a total of 32 cards at the end?
It's 28, I think.
Plus the 4 ultimates, I believe.
Yep.
So 32 cards
total. Yep.
Yeah, so with the 4 ultimates plus, right now he's got 4 3-mana cards, would be 8 out of 32, which is probably not an unreasonable number of 3-mana cards. So in the later packs, we might see him take less of them, or he might continue to take them just to have as many as possible. We'll see. And taking a Lifesteal here, I definitely like that choice. Lifesteal is definitely always a fun card, especially if you cast it with like Nalaklan, say, who can take a lot of damage pretty easily, and then all of a sudden you heal up for quite a bit of life, can be pretty impactful.
Valuable.
And he definitely seems to really be leaning into this Frail here. I think taking another healing card in Shelter, which I do like. Got a pack here which has more cards that I'm not really sold on any of them, to be honest. I think Quicksand is maybe, I would say, probably the best card here, and it looks like he's going to take it. The rest of the cards can be pretty situational there. And again, yeah, we're getting to these last packs where I think most of the players have taken a lot of the kind of most exciting cards, and you're kind of left with the ones that you're like, eh. And again, here, Seize the Initiative is really one that I'm not really sold on, but it's a +2, and maybe you can get some benefit out of sometimes. But I do find a lot of the time that Seize, like you might want to cast it once in a game if you didn't get to go first or second the way you wanted, and then after that you probably don't need it very much anymore. So I would I definitely agree. Him taking the second Combustion here seems pretty strong.
So it looks like the last couple of cards that he has drafted have been red. So
yeah.
Which characters of the ones that he has here do you think that those cards are aimed toward keeping?
Well, yeah, so definitely, like I said, I think this is one of the strengths of Nalaklan, is just giving you options to cast whatever you need to cast. And between Akimo, Kotlik, and Hogosai, he's going to have at least 2 heroes that can cast red and green. And I think that is one of the advantages of the way he drafted kind of heroes across the board here is he can really take whatever colors he needs, and then at the end he can look at his deck and figure out, okay, I've got more of this color, more of that color, and figure out exactly who he wants to keep. Like, do you want the 3 red-green heroes, or maybe you don't have enough of those color of cards and you can cut one of them. And again, Lachlan just gives you a lot more flexibility there than otherwise. So
Absolutely. So the next thing that I think we're going to be seeing here is each player is going to be dealt 16 more cards. So this right here should be the last hand that he's going to be handed. So the last card that he's going to get is going to be put into his prospective card pool here. And then we're going to see another set of 16 cards being passed, this time the opposite way around the table. So right now, Tim is passing the cards to the right to Eric. And now we're going to be seeing cards passing from Eric to the left to Tim. So Tim is going to be taking what he wants and discarding the rest to Ryan on his left.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like if you head over to the chat on this, we've got about 15 people joining us today from all over the world. And let's try to see what we think about the cards that Tim is going to be taking. So if we look to the chat, does anybody have any idea which of these characters Tim's going to be keeping and which one he's going to be discarding when it comes time to actually creating his deck and drafting? It looks like we've got some people thinking that we've got some hate drafting going on here, which is basically taking the cards that you think the person to the left of you or to the right of you is seeking out. I think it's interesting here that we see Eric and Tim both with a cootie. So Eric knows that he passed an Akuti on to Tim, but he does not know whether or not Tim kept that card. But based on the cards that came back to Eric, he might have a suspicion that Tim is pulling cards to use Akuti as well.
Yep. That can definitely be hard, I think, especially in the Skytear draft here, where you can end up being limited in terms of what cards you can cast by your heroes. But especially, I think both Eric and Tim ended up with pretty diverse lists and have a little bit more flexibility there to take cards of whatever color, if they think that they want to be, cutting off those cards from their opponent, because they have that kind of flexibility to cast, with their heroes. So,
I
okay,
agree.
and it looks like we're about to start on the pack 2 here of the power cards. Ooh. Or I do not know what Tim is doing here.
Putting them back in the bag. There might have been like maybe a misdeal or something that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what was going on there.
And as a reminder, too, for our viewers at home, there will be a giveaway today during the finals, which is taking place this afternoon during the last rounds at 6 p.m. UTC at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you're here in the United States. They will be giving away one of the OP kits with the really awesome translucent minis if you like to play tabletop in person Skytear. So make sure that you stick around to enter that later on today.
Yeah, I still need to get around to actually playing any Skytear in person. I haven't had a chance to do that, obviously, given the pandemic. And we see Tim starting here with Impervious as his first pick. So not taking his 3-mana options there were Guide or Dragon Punch, which I think I agree aren't necessarily the most exciting in terms of their effect. And I think he has a fair number of 3 manas as well. So Unstoppable is definitely a card that can be really nice. And it mostly depends, I think, on how many mages does your opponent have. If your opponent has 2 or 3 mages, then obviously Impervious is not going to do you a whole lot of good. But otherwise, it can be very effective at keeping their heroes alive, especially, say, Nalaklan, who's normally pretty flimsy.
Yeah. All right, and we're on to the second hand here. See Tim looking along the cards, trying to decide what he's looking at here. Got a pretty diverse group of 1, 2, and 3 mana cost cards here, the majority of them being 2 cost.
That's interesting, taking a Stone Barricade here. I suppose, even though he doesn't have very many Power heroes here, I can definitely see that just from the perspective of being able to give Nalaklan the ability to cast other color cards as a reaction definitely is probably reasonable. And then also just it being a blocking element, creating the pillar that can block off a space can actually be a pretty useful effect, even if you don't actually need the pillar for anything else.
Absolutely.
And out of this pack, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if we see him take the Skytear Drain, but nope, it looks like he's going for a Shield Slam, which I can get on board with. Shield Slam, he doesn't have a ton of heroes with much armor that can cast that. Obviously, Hogosai, perhaps Kotlik if he ends up keeping Kotlik, but it's always useful just to pick off a minion.
The chat is predicting that Kotlik is the one that's going to be cut here.
Yeah, and that would normally be what I would think as well. Although some of these cards that he's taking now kind of work a little bit better if he's keeping Kotlik in terms of the Stone Barricade and the Shield Slam. So we'll see if he decides to keep those or not, but keep Kotlik or not, that is. It does feel like a lot of the 3 mana cards we've been seeing lately have been red, which definitely makes some amount of sense. We know, I think Ryan was mostly blue.
Which does not surprise me.
Yeah, it does not surprise me at all, knowing what he likes to play. So
it seems like the cards that we've got going on here, I think Akimo stands a pretty good chance of being cut too here. If we look at the number of green cards, is he keeping Kotlik to be able to utilize those pillars?
yeah, so he's taking
as the draft goes on, we are increasing the number of green cards that we see here to utilize those.
Yeah, so it's...
And Tim tends to lean a little toward green anyway. Like traditionally, we see him play green a lot. So this might be something that he is most familiar with. So he's going with what he knows. I mean, Tim is a very experienced player in all realms, but everybody has their favorite faction, right?
Yeah.
So is he leaning toward Taula?
And one of the things to keep in mind as well is once they finish drafting all the cards, they do get to take out a few of those, but it's not very many. What is...
so they will be
Zergul, what were you doing with the cootie there? Okay, Akuti is back where she belongs. Okay.
So they'll be discarding 1 of the heroes and 4 of the power cards from the deck. So
exactly.
As you said, not a lot. So the actual deck building of this could be really easy, or it could be really hard. If you got some great picks and pulls when you were drafting, it could be pretty difficult to decide which 4 cards to get rid of. But
yeah.
The question is, will he discard a hero based on the cards that he got, or will he discard cards based on the heroes that he has?
Yep, and we see Michael here commenting that he thinks that Tim will drop Cytheru, and that's actually, I think, a very reasonable thing to do. He's already got Nilaklan as a mage. Frail is a mage some of the time as long as she's shapeshifted. So you've got a reasonable amount of piercing there. You've got Hogosai to get rid of armor as well. So you're probably set on that front. And at this point, he doesn't actually have that many yellow cards. So cutting Cytheru, I think, is actually a very reasonable thing to do, given the cards that he's drafted at this point. And he's taken here a Crippling Precision and another Seize the Initiative. I did miss what was in the pack with that Seize the Initiative, but that surprises me a little bit, unless there really wasn't anything else he wanted. Taking a Release the Spirits here. Release is just an amazing card. Especially against blue, against red, where you really want to be able to get rid of those conditions. And then especially with all these new condition cards that we're getting, and Release just saying, nope, you can't have any conditions this entire activation, is incredibly powerful. And on top of that, it's a +2.
So I think we have an interesting strategy going on here on Tim's part. If we look at the cards, he is drafting every +2 that he can get his hands on right now.
Yeah. And so I guess maybe that's just the impetus behind taking the Seize the Initiatives, is that they were +2s, and then he just wants good modifiers, and that's
going for consistency in his modifiers.
Yeah, that's definitely a strategy that can work. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out here in the draft, but it gives him more flexibility. And again, here taking another +2 in Quick Shot. Yeah.
The majority of the cards that he has drafted here are red and blue and all +2, or sorry, red and green and all +2s.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay, that's a good observation there. Yeah, no, I think
all one cost cards here.
Knowing how Tim has liked to play in the past, I guess that shouldn't be terribly surprising, though.
Think we're going to see him take the Clear Mind here?
I would believe that, yeah, based on, again, how he's been going. It looks like he's thinking about it, and he's going to do it. And so this means he's going to end up with a lot of 1-mana cards, and perhaps some cards that are a little bit more situational, like Seize the Initiative. And honestly, like, I'm not always a huge fan of things like Clear Mind, just because a lot of the time it doesn't do a whole lot. The +1 attack is often not that major, but again, with all the new condition cards, getting to remove a condition can actually be pretty relevant. So I think it's definitely better than it was before some of these new cards.
Absolutely. All right, so we're down to 6 cards left being passed around here. So which of here do you think we're going to?
So if he really wants the +2s, his only option here would be Decree. I don't know how much he cares about that, although, with Hogosai, that's not the most unreasonable, but Provoke the Beast, I think, overall might be a better choice that he takes here. Provoke definitely can be awkward if you get into a spot where you're just kind of tying the dome every round, but it can also be absolutely devastating when you get an extra, 3+ attack just for 1 mana and a card.
Yeah. I think Tim is just taking, at this point, the best of the 1-mana cards that he sees.
Mm-hmm.
He's just pulling all of the 1-mana cards, so he may have just be looking at that.
Yeah, I like the choice of Amulet there. Movement effects are always incredibly powerful, and if you get the opportunity to say, no, I would like you to not move my heroes, can be very powerful and save you in a bunch of spots. And then obviously replacing itself afterwards means that even if it's stuck in your hand and you think, I don't have any use for this, in the next few rounds, you can just cast it at the end of the round with some free mana and replace it with something that might be better. Taking the psychic vampirism here. Again, just another +2. Have we seen... I don't think he's had that much direct damage outside of, I suppose, the heals for Frael. And then he's got the Soul Scream. I guess Combustion, too, can do a little bit of damage as well. Taking a second Psychic Vampirism. It's more +2s, but I'll definitely be interested to see. I think some of his cards can end up being a little bit more situational here. It'll be interesting to see which ones he ends up cutting. But definitely looking like he's going very aggressive here. Taking the Smelt Armor makes a lot of sense. He doesn't have a whole lot of use for that Touch of Leothin. Which
So do you
has a
think
worse
we're gonna be
modifier
seeing
anyway.
more toward a push deck or more toward a kill deck here?
This is this is very much looking like an aggressive deck here, with all the +2s. He has taken some amount of cards to help deal with the lanes in things like Soul Scream, the Quick Shot, and the Combustions. But those and a Cootie are definitely good things to have, but definitely I don't think that's going to be his focus. I think he's going to be much more focused on just killing those enemy heroes.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, hello, Tim. We have been sitting here trying to figure out what's going on in your head. Would you like to give us a little bit of overview of what you had going on there?
I would. Just 1 second. I'm going to share my screen with you.
Perfect. So from our perspective, you were pulling out a lot of those +2s. Is this something that you were going for?
So, first of all, my hero draft was the most questionable thing.
I was definitely interested by what you chose there. Early on, I definitely liked the choice of Cytheru and Frail, which gives you a lot of options of going whichever way you want. And then Nalaklan, again, I think makes a lot of sense, giving you a lot of options. And then the
Yep.
rest of it you ended up kind of spread out pretty far, which does make your card draft a little bit easier in terms of you don't have to worry as much about what colors you're taking. But it does mean that in your final deck, you might end up in situations where you have like 1 or 2 heroes that can cast this card and 1 or 2 heroes that can cast that card, which can make things a little bit awkward.
And that's definitely something I'm concerned about. I picked Cytheru first because I think that the red and yellow cards are very good. And then Cytheru obviously is a mage and can answer some of those beefier heroes, if you will. And then Freya was passed to me, and she's just very flexible. She can either go aggro or she can go control. Blue-green, it opens up all of the cards to me. It's still early in the draft, so I have a lot of flexibility with how I'm going to go. And then the same thing with Nalaklan.
Diversity at the beginning there.
Yeah, the first 3 picks I think were great. Yeah, overall, I think it's a fine hero draft. I would not mind having 1 more blue rune. But I think that I'm going to cut a chemo from my lineup as the hero that I'm not going to use. And then I'm going to have a control-ish lineup that is Kotlik, Akudi, Nalaklan, Freyhel. And then that was my thought process after I drafted my last hero. And then my aggro lineup would be Cytheru, Frail, Nalaklan, Hogosai. Because they can just apply a lot of damage. And then I was going to let my draft sort of tell me how to go from there. And then I got past a lot of these 3 mana cards in the beginning, and I know how scarce they can be, so I was trying to get as many of those that could be playable as I could. That could be flexible, and they're not negatives or anything, so that's good for my modifiers. But then as the draft kept going and I kept getting past a lot of red cards, and I felt like a lot of people weren't going red. And so I just started switching into that mindset a little bit, and then drafting a lot of these +2s and higher modifiers, just so I can get somewhat of an aggressive deck while also having enough 3-mana cards to semi-survive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely was surprised at first when you started taking like the Seize the Initiative. That's a card that I'm not very sold on. Until it was pointed out that it looked like you might be going for a lot of those +2s, and then I can be like, I can definitely see the case for it there. I'm still not sold on the effect though.
Oh yeah, I mean, so like if it's in my hand and it makes sense to play it, I will. But it's definitely I drafted it for the modifier at that point.
Yeah, that makes sense. Another card that you took later on was those psychic vampirisms near the end, which again, it's a great modifier. You don't have a whole lot of direct damage outside of the healing you have for Frail.
Yeah, and again, that was a situation where
Yeah.
I felt like the modifier was important. And then sometimes, maybe I might be able to get heal a little bit. I also got the I got a lifesteal.
Yeah, I do really like lifesteal.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna, and I got the nourish and the granite skin or impervious. I mean, so I think I'm gonna be able to really survive as well, while also
I
being able to
definitely
threaten. Go ahead.
I definitely think that you've got a very strong aggressive side of the list here. I think you have fewer options in terms of kind of a more control oriented game if you get a lot of control victory conditions. But you definitely have some options there. I really like combustion as a card, especially in this draft format where you don't get to kind of pick your heroes based on the cards you want. You're going to bring all of your cards every game, basically outside of the ultimates. And so a card like combustion is great because not only is it good when you just need to kill more minions, but it can also be somewhat useful in a more aggressive game where you might find a situation where you can take advantage of that extra damage on a hero that you're going to be getting.
Yeah, and that was my thought process on it. It's flexible.
Yeah, exactly.
2 mana to kill a minion is not ideal.
Yeah,
obviously, but you'll take it.
Yeah,
when it matters, it matters.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get this in the deck builder here. So I'm just trying to get it all in there, and then we can talk about it and my thoughts once ever we get up there, and I can see what I'm going to cut. Quick see. That was all for them. Get a lifesteal. And I'm just throwing these on here because it doesn't really matter what heroes they go on.
Yeah. Because you're going to be taking all the cards and just kind of taking out whatever ultimates you don't need.
Right. So then smelt armor. Did I just add a card? Yeah, I told it. It's not mine.
So for any new players that we have joining us right now, what you are seeing is Tim is taking the cards that he drafted out of the 32 cards that he picked. He's entering them into a database deck builder. One of the great things about Skytear is the beautiful artwork that we've got going on here. So as you can see, Tim is showing us how he goes through and enters all of these cards into the database to decide what he's going to keep and what he's going to toss. So he will be tossing 4 of the power cards, which are played throughout the tournament, to do actions and increase the abilities of the characters. And across the top of his mat here, we see the 7 characters that he has drawn, and he'll be keeping 6 of those 7s.
That is correct. And then putting them in this database is going to let us do some stuff with the fantasy, the Skytear fantasy, which is going to be fun.
Yep.
And about an hour or so from now, we're going to have a couple of players, Clinton, joining us to talk about the fantasy draft that is going on right now. So players within the community who maybe aren't playing in the tournament today had the opportunity to pick 3 characters and 3 cards that they believe would be drafted and put into decks during this tournament today, and which of those cards are most successful. They'll get points, similar to like if you play fantasy football or fantasy baseball, very similar to that, except for the Skytear realm. So we'll see which characters were picked most here soon. And which card.
You guys have any predictions on what it's going to be?
Ooh, I have no idea. I put in
Yeah,
I put in my own last night, but I have zero faith in my ability to predict anything. So Joseph,
yeah,
you might be a little bit better at this than I am.
I was gonna say, like, I put in my thoughts like half an hour before before the draft here, and I picked kind of a variety of cards and heroes that I'm pretty sure are good. And I'm thinking I probably could have gone more all in on, like, one kind of strategy if I wanted, but I kind of spread things out a little bit. So
When it comes to the draft, though, diversity is usually what players are faced with. I mean, having that
yeah,
toon deck that has the exact characters, the exact cards that you want, not really something you're always going to get in a draft unless, like we said, the person to the left or to the right of you is playing the complete opposite of what you are, which, what do
yeah,
you do
there
in
have,
that case?
in the draft league a while back, I definitely felt at my table like there was no one else playing yellow, because I ended up with like 4 or 5 yellow heroes and a ton of really good yellow cards. But that's certainly not always going to happen. If you're lucky, you might be able to throw that together and get what you think is a really strong deck. And other times you might end up a little bit more varied, like we see here with Tim.
Well,
Um,
obviously, last month when you were playing the Draftear League, that worked out well for you because you came out on top.
it
So
did indeed.
I missed a card. Dang it. All right.
So
Mud
sitting here
flag.
at the table with us is Tim, and he did not play in the May tournament, the May draft tier tournament. So
I
this
did
is
not.
one of Tim's not necessarily first experiences, but probably one of your biggest experiences with the draft format. This is not traditional Skytear for people who are joining us for the first time on the screen. This is not usually what Skytear looks like in the beginning. We see players who are actively participating in Skytear building their decks off stream, and a lot of time tuning those decks, eliminating and adding in cards that synthesize best with the characters that they've chosen, not doing what we're doing today.
And I definitely think this kind of draft format gives you a nice contrast to that, where when you're building a constructed deck out of whatever cards you want, you can have a great time like trying to tune and get things exactly right. There's a ton of deck building depth in Skytear that I absolutely love, but there's definitely then some cards that fall a little bit by the wayside, that they're just not quite good enough for you to run. But in a draft format like this, sometimes you have to make what you get work, and sometimes you're going to get some of those cards that maybe you wouldn't normally run, but have pretty reasonable effects in the right situation, but usually just aren't quite there. And so it definitely can lead to some really interesting discoveries of, like, oh wow, this card actually works really well in that kind of situation that maybe you wouldn't normally come across in a constructed game.
I think, in any draft versus constructed, you're going to see more hand optimization than overall strategy, working toward a goal of, getting out your ultimate or doing something that has this huge combo move where you're using all three of your action points in your mana to do this big move. Where here, I think you're just going to see a lot of hand optimization, working with what you've got in your hand and making it do the best that you can do.
Yep.
All right, so I got all these cards in here now. So obviously I need to cut 4 power cards and 1 hero. I also have an Akimo that's not in here right now. He's what I think I'm going to cut to start with. But I will see what I do. The reason why I would pick Akimo is if I decided to cut potentially that what's it called, the Soul Scream, and not run yellow runes in my aggressive, and then cut Sethru and put a chemo in over there, so it's all red green, and then Frail with the blue, and Lachlan. But I think having double mage, especially whenever I didn't see any of the heroes that have a lot of armor, might be smart. I didn't see a single Brilvar. I didn't see Shadris. I didn't any of the tanks other than Hokusai. And double mage is just fun. And Frail's sort of like a third mage, so that's also fun. I think that the first thing that I want to look at is the cards that are not the +2 modifier. Because I'm going for an aggressive style deck. So for example, Burning Scar is probably going to not make the cut. That effect is very niche. And it's only a 1 modifier. Thorn Roots, similar thing, although Thorn Roots can really wreck some people's days.
Yep.
Coup, I don't think I have the power to take advantage of, so I think I'm going to directly cut that right now.
Yep.
So Tim, as you are picking the cards that you're going to keep in pitch here, are you thinking about the potential victory conditions that could be flipped, and which ones are you hoping for at this point?
So with the cards that I've drafted and the strategy I think I'm going to take, I really want a kill condition of some sort, preferably Onslaught. That's always the most straightforward kill condition in my opinion. I think that I have a good hunting for power game though with all of these reactions with Frail potentially.
Frail is so powerful in a hunting for power game.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to bring the Outsider as my Outsider because they can't run away with him. So I can just stack all of those reactions for hunting for power, and he also synergizes really well with my Provoke the Beast.
Yeah,
because he's both in and out of the dome. He can usually hit anyone on a side of the map pretty easily.
Yeah, Provoke the Beast gets, is pretty good with any of the ranged. Outsiders is pretty iffy with a melee outsider, but probably the most flexible for sure with outsiders, since as you said, it will end up being both in and out of the dome and covers a lot larger of an area with where he can attack.
Yeah, whenever you're looking at the outsider and you see those 3 hexes that he is taking up, the actual bubble of threat that he offers is insane. He just has the ability to reach a lot of places.
Yeah.
All right. So then
the biggest perhaps downside is that he cannot reach any of the outside cover hexes, no matter where you put him.
Yep. But if my opponents are on the outside cover hexes, I'm usually happy with that.
Yeah.
It means they're not contesting the dome, and I'm just gonna be stacking up in the middle potentially. I think that Strike Tear doesn't make the cut. It's a 0 modifier. It's 1 mana. It sometimes will be a pseudo +3 health on my heroes. It could maybe save a minion depending on what they're doing. If I expected to see a lot of Ekrit, I might keep it to give her that -3. But I just don't think with my strategy it makes it.
It can definitely be a great card in the right situation, but
I also feel similarly about Smelt Armor. Because I have Hokusai already reducing armor, I don't know that it's the card.
So we're going to be getting started here with your match in just a little bit. You're going to be facing the number 8 seed Atlas. What are you hoping to sit across the table from?
I mean, ideally I'll sit across from a lot of marksmen. Then I can just destroy their health. They can't really threaten Hokusai very well.
That's
yeah, I mean
that's
the hope, and not 3 control conditions. So like if it was left breach, right breach, and siege or something like that, that would not be ideal for me.
Especially if
invasion.
Atlas has picked up some more control cards
Yeah, definitely.
for a push deck.
How would you feel about a condition like, for example, Skytear Master?
So it's Skytear Master is weird. It is,
Yep.
in my mind, a hybrid victory condition. Because obviously you have to win control to win it. But by putting everyone in the dome, it really helps my deck just dogpile on heroes, or any aggressive deck for that matter. So kill decks like it too. And every time you kill a hero, it's sort of like a presence, which can be huge.
Yeah,
obviously.
definitely.
So I think I'm going to get rid of this Thorn Roots. The 0 modifier for a niche effect is not going to cut it here. I have to communicate it? Okay. Let me cut my...
We have just been informed that the victory conditions for this first round that we will be heading into in just a bit are going to be Obstinacy, Skytear Master, and Left Breach. So Obstinacy here is one of those kill conditions that you're looking for, but is probably one of the more difficult ones to achieve compared to something like Onslaught that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But
and again, like you say, Skytear Master is kind of that weird hybrid where, like you say, you obviously need the control, but if everyone's clustering in the dome, you maybe get more opportunities to kind of pile onto one hero and get those kills and kind of gain the advantage and control that way.
Yep. All right, I think I have my 4 cards cut. I ended up cutting that Thorn Roots and the what's the Burning Scar.
Hey guys, I'm Apples. Team, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm ready if you want to host the game.
Okay, just 1 second.
Yep.
I need to finish sending this to tape. I cut and then
My connection is kind of bad, so I might be kind of slow. Sorry about that.
we'll figure it out. Create this.
Even if the connection isn't the best, at least Discord is currently functioning, which is not something that has always been true at every event we've had.
Yeah, that's something. I am signing in the tournament right now.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and then let me put this back. Okay. Sounds good.
So let's see. So who is hosting this table?
I'm going to be hosting it.
You're gonna be hosting it? Okay, great.
Oh,
It sounds like
I just realized that I forgot to put the outsider in the deck, but it's the original one. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, for those of us who are watching on the screen, we are getting ready to start round 1 here. Pythoner and I will be following the first seeded match, which is Tim versus Atlas. So that's the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed. We have some roving reporters who will be watching some of the other matches and popping in here and there to keep us updated on what's going on. We are going to be seeing Smiaz, the number 2 seed, versus Corrido. The number 3 seed Game Slayer versus Eric, and the number 4 seed Bearcat versus the number 5 seed C-Dubs. So while we are keeping an eye on the first seeded match, there will be other matches going on that we will be updated on throughout the day. So
Yes.
Pythoner, did you happen to get a peek at what Atlas has drafted? Do we have that information available to us yet?
I did not get a peek. I don't know if people have collected the deck lists yet. I don't think I've seen anything. So I don't know anything yet about what Atlas has drafted. I did see Tim earlier made that comment about how he didn't see many tanks passing through him, and he was wondering if there's going to be some Brilvars around that he has to worry about. Hence his kind of picking on some of those mages. And we did in fact see both Ryan Kirito to his left and Eric to his right both ended up with Brilvar. So he was definitely somewhat correct about that assumption there.
Lucky for him, he won't. If it makes it past round 1, he won't be seeing either of them till a little ways down the road. So,
yeah.
What's your thought on the 3 victory conditions that got pulled here? We see 2 control conditions and 1 kill condition being pulled out of 3 here.
Yeah, I definitely think this is probably not the worst set of conditions for Tim. It's probably definitely not the best either. I think, like we talked about earlier, obstinacy is a kill condition, and it's definitely something you can do, but it's going to be harder than some of the other kill conditions, especially like bloodlust. That's a new condition, or onslaught. Probably some of the easier kill conditions, whereas obstinacy can just take a little bit longer because you need to wait for that hero to respawn. Especially if you end up killing a hero, around 2 or 3 after they've activated, and now they're not coming back until round 4 or 5. Obstinacy can take a little while to get. And as we were talking about, Skytear Master is a little bit more of that kind of a hybrid where it really can depend a lot. You can end up in a really aggressive kind of ball in the dome, and maybe that's maybe that ends up being perfectly fine for Tim if he can be a little bit more aggressive and take that advantage earlier on by killing off a hero or 2 first, and getting that advantage in the dome. But conversely, if Atlas got some presences in his deck, say if he got 1 or 2 presents, that can really swing Skytear Master in the other direction, perhaps. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And then obviously left breach, probably not what Tim wants to be seeing, but we definitely see kind of a little bit of I think a fairly even split between the control and aggressive halves of the victory conditions in this match.
Yes, so we're going to be making a little bit of a transition here from the table that we were at before with all 8 players doing their drafting, and we're going to be heading over to a table with Tim and Atlas here. So as I load into the screen here, we will be able to see what Atlas has drafted. Very exciting. And continuing on, we're going to be over Tim's shoulder here, so we're going to get to see what Tim has in his hand and kind of follow Tim along the board. We've got Tim in blue here and Atlas in red.
Yep, and it looks like Atlas has loaded in his deck here, so we can take a peek at what heroes he has. He's got. Yep. We wait for this stream here to switch over so you guys can see that. Okay, so we've got Ekrit, Galbjarn, Kanui, Ishitask, Korjoff, and Zakol over on Aplis's side of the board here for his heroes. And it looks like he's already starting off the draft here with Ekrit. So it's possible he's going to be going for a little bit more of the control side of these conditions. Tim starting with Hogosai hovering over Cythero here. Looks like that's who he's going to bring as his second pick. Ekrit, of course, is great both for going after left breach, but can also be really annoying to deal with for Skytear Master because it makes it really hard to position your heroes. If you have to be worried about with Ekrit being around, if you position yourself at the edge of the dome, you're setting yourself up to get pushed right out, which can be a big problem. And that's always a dilemma playing Ekrit is, do you go after the minions to kill them, or do you try to save her for later on and maybe end up getting yourself blocked out of going after those minions by hero placement from your opponent, but threatening that I could still come in with Ekrit later and make their positioning more awkward. There's always some interesting decisions there to be made.
So what kind of a deck do you think we're going to see Aplis building here?
It definitely looks like it might be a little bit more blue-centric. Obviously, he has only Zakol for red, so I'm imagining he probably didn't take very many red cards. Otherwise, he'd basically have to be bringing Zakol in every game, which maybe isn't the worst thing to do, but would definitely make it fairly awkward. It's possible he just got stuck with some red cards as well, which might make it a little bit harder for him to figure out, well, if he has to cut all the red cards and maybe there were other cards he wanted to cut as well. But I would definitely expect that he's going to be a little bit more blue focused. And then the rest of his heroes are kind of fairly evenly split between the yellow and the green.
So Aplis had Smiaz to his left and Game Slayer to his right during the draft. So based on your knowledge of those two characters, do you think that there was any drafting going on that may have affected his choices?
Yeah, it's really hard to say just because you never know what was kind of in the packs that they get opened. Like I would Ishitask as a hero, I would definitely see Game Slayer taking. I know he's definitely a fan of the kind of Ishitask and Yami, but it could have come from the other direction, or he might have Aplis may have just opened that, not given Game Slayer a chance to see it. Or Game Slayer might have seen a hero he just thought was better in the packs that he saw. So it's definitely a little bit hard to say, especially without having watched it and knowing where the cards started and who saw what.
Absolutely. All right. So if we have any new players joining us on the stream today, can you just give a quick overview of what we're going to be seeing in general today in the world of Skytear? So we are on the map that we're on right here is Ashen Pass.
Well, this is the 2-lane map.
Or sorry, yes, I need more coffee today. I'm sitting here staring at the map like, oh yeah, this is totally a 1-lane map. No, this is a 2-lane map.
This is a 1-dome map.
So the numbers that we see along the top and the bottom here are helping us keep track of the health of the characters. Along the sides of our mod here, you can see which characters based on the icons and how much health they have. We are going to be watching this game over Tim's shoulder. Tim is the #1 seed coming into this. He is the 2020 Skytear World Champion, facing the #8 seed in red Aplis here. So what kind of day are we going to have?
Well, this game certainly is looking perhaps a little bit on the more aggressive side. Obviously, Ekrit, with her ability to kill multiple minions and push heroes around, can work pretty well in more controlling games, and Aplis may try to kind of take advantage of that, send Ekrit into the dome, but clear some minions out in the lane to make Tim have to make some awkward choices there, perhaps. But otherwise, his lineup is actually fairly aggressive, with bringing Galbjarn and Korjoff, along with Kanui. And Kanui is another great hero that provides some really interesting options in terms of she can be very hard to attack because of her illusion, and her illusion also will let, in this case, her and Ekrik potentially move around, and you can end up with some really interesting cases where it just makes it very awkward dealing damage to them, because now they can get the opportunity to reposition on you.
Absolutely. So Tim was the higher seed coming in, so he gets the coin flip. So can you let us know what do you think is going on in his head right now with the coin flip? Did he choose to go first or second here?
Yeah, so Tim appears to have the flux here, which I assume means he chose to go first. So wait, I thought Aplis drafted Ekrit first, so I'm slightly confused by that. I think they both brought Outsider as their outsider from the core box, so that wasn't a choice that needed to be made over the coin flip then. But yeah, I'm slightly confused over who's actually going first. But Tim obviously brought his kind of aggressive side of his list. He's got two mages in Cytheru and Nalaklan, and then kind of a pseudo mage and Frail plus Hogosai, which really means he doesn't have to worry very much about armor. And I assume we'll be seeing a lot of heroes dying this game.
Me personally, I like to watch a good kill match. I know there's definitely some nuances and some great ability in people who can do a push deck, but I tend to like, in the games that I play outside of Skytear, the other games that I play in, I tend to like to play very like aggro kill decks. It's just what I like to play. So
I definitely agree. It's there's definitely a lot of nuance, as you said, to playing a good control deck. But watching a good match with aggressive decks can be a little bit more exciting at times, where you can have some huge plays in terms of with some of these new cards, especially. You can see with Galbjarn in the right situation, you can really see huge swings of life with Galbjarn doing, if Galbjarn casts a Rampant Hatred with all the right heroes, he can do like 8+ on a skirmish from a Rampant Hatred, and then another 8+ on the skirmish he takes after that. And you can get these huge plays, which, you can get, kind of big, exciting plays in control games as well, with things like Unburial Rights. But I do tend to find it a little bit more exciting to watch the more aggressive match. So I'm definitely excited to see how this one goes.
All right, we got Thagor checking in here at the other tables. So it looks like Carito has chosen Shalavi, Frail, Brovlar, and Vorhild, which does not surprise me in the least, knowing how Ryan plays. Miaz looks like he's thrown out Ekrit, Kumaya, Kichi, and Yuki. With
that's a neat list.
Yes, very diverse here. And I mean, Smiaz coming in as the second seed is one of the most strategic players within the Skytear community. Everybody knows who Smiaz is. I have a 10-year-old son who has said that Smiaz is the best player in Skytear. So we'll see how that ends up. And they are bringing the OG outsiders, similar to what we are seeing here with at the first seeded table.
Yeah. I think that's probably going to be a fairly popular choice.
Yep, so it looks like Bearcat is bringing Kichi, Habarat, Shafathi, and Yami. And we've got Chris Theta bringing Astrida, Takali, Nintaka, and Kotlet. think we've got Atlas having some connectivity issues going on here.
Yeah, there's been some what appears to be reloading of the table going on a few times here. Hopefully we can, hopefully they'll be able to get that sorted out and get started soon.
So the winner of this match that we are following here today is going to be playing the winner of the Bearcat C-Dubs match, which we've got Kichi, Habra, Shafathi, Yami, Astrida, Takali, Nantaka, and Kotlik going on here with the Terror of the Endless Night as their outsider.
Mm-hmm.
So as Apples and Tim are resetting, what do you think we're going to see at the other table across? The other game
Yeah,
across?
that's definitely an interesting kind of pair of lists there. Those two, you know, definitely feel like you've got kind of a red-yellow, more aggressive side that's probably going to be going for more of the obstinacy or maybe Skytear Master, and then you've got a more control-focused side that might be going more for the left breach type of play. But with kind of some ability on both sides, I think, to deal with the other kinds of conditions. So that'll be very interesting to see how that one ends up playing out. I think because I think probably the matches that can end up being the longest and perhaps least interesting to watch, I think, are the ones where you've got like two very control lists that aren't doing any damage to heroes, and you end up like tying the lanes in the dome every round, and it can kind of get really bogged down. But it sounds like, you know, across a lot of these tables, we probably don't have a lot of that. We've got a lot of, you know, a little bit of both sides, and nothing maybe that's too focused in on that kind of pure control, which I think makes sense. I think it's a little bit harder to do that in this draft format where you don't really get to pick all of your cards. So it's hard to kind of put together that list of cards that's going to be like, you know, all the bewitches, and you know maybe you're in blue and you're running Breath of Life, you're running Wind Blast. You're not going to get all of the cards you really want to do that. And so I think a lot of times you're going to end up with a little bit more of a balanced list.
Absolutely. So going forward, it seems like we're going to have a really interesting match here. I think they're still getting set up. I think. Are we
It
seeing?
does look
some
like they're
cards
finally
early?
getting to taking mulligans
All right.
here, though.
Perfect.
We've got a Charm getting mulliganed from Applis, and a Quicksand getting mulliganed from Tim. I think those are both probably pretty reasonable things to be mulliganing at this point. On Applis' side, the Charm obviously probably isn't going to do a whole lot. Obviously, it could remove a mark from Hokusai or get Frail to be not shapeshifted, but it's very possible he has other cards he would just rather be seeing early on in the game. And looks like we've got Kanui starting things off. So it looks like Applis is going first. I don't know. They just forgot to move the Skytear Flux over onto that side of the board. But we've got Kanui moving up into lane 1, taking a Worship, which will get her illusion out. It'll be interesting to see where she puts that. It's always fun. You can see where he's putting it back in that cover hex. Always another interesting option you have in a scenario like this is just putting it inside the dome, which can make it kind of hard to actually ever attack Kanui, but maybe he's less worried about that early on, especially with his illusion hidden back in the cover hex. And so we can see he cast a Biding Time, which will let him take a look at those top 2 cards of his deck, put one back on top, and seems to be thinking about the other. It looks like, yeah, okay, I think he left the other one on top as well and then led from deck with it. So that gives him a nice start with Kanui there.
All right, and we're going to see Tim activating Hokusai here
Yep.
at the start of his activation with moving into the dome.
Yep. I definitely am not surprised to see him starting off in the Gnome, especially with Applis choosing to go after the lane first. This gives Tim potentially the option to pile all of his heroes in the Dome and try to take Skytear Master round 1, which would come at the cost of likely losing lane 1, which makes him have to worry at least the next round about that left breach from Applis.
Exactly. All right, let's see. I'll lead from hand here.
And then his worship in between the move and the lead there went after Ekrit, it looks like, bringing Ekrit down to 13 health, which is, I think, probably the hero there that you would like to be going after. It looks like Applis did not opt here to take advantage of Kanui's illusion there with Ekrit and get to move Ekrit a hex. And Applis continuing on his activation with Korjoff. Looks like he's perhaps going after the other lane here. Moving into lane 2 and attacking a minion with Korjoff here. And then leading. So it looks like Applis is probably saying, you can have the Dome, that's fine. But he wants the lanes.
It looks like we've got a little bit of a report coming on from the Smiaz versus Corrido match across the table, and we've already got a dead hero. Freyhill's already dead. Round 1 killed by Kichi. So we've definitely got some aggression going on across the table.
Nice. That's definitely a hero you want to get off the board, especially with Ryan's list having all of those blue heroes. That healing really adds up quickly to make it hard to do any damage. So getting Frail off the board round 1 definitely is a thing you want to be seeing. And so Tim here with Frail, his Frail, deciding, I think now that there have been 2 heroes from Applis committed to the lanes, he's going to send one of his over to his left lane in Frail here. He chose to, I think, not attack a minion and instead just move into the lane, lead from hand, and worship. That's back over to Applis. He seemed to be hovering over Galbjorn maybe, but we'll see whether he chooses to go with Galbjorn here or Ekrit. And it looks like he is thinking Galbjorn. I do wonder what Galbjorn is going to do here, though. Obviously, starting with a move into the Dome, it looks like. Worshipping, is that going to go on? No, okay. Yeah, he's going to lead and then probably worship after, I would assume. And indeed, there's the worship. And then he's going to worship either, shapeshift either Korjoff or Galbjorn here. It looks like that will be Galbjorn. Galbjorn Korjoff is actually an interesting combination because with Galbjorn shapeshifted, he gives himself the +1 skirmish damage from his ability, but he also gains +1 skirmish from Korjoff's ability. So next round, that could be something that, even though he's not going to have that many shapeshifted heroes, the combination does give him a little bit more ability to take advantage of Galbjorn's shapeshift there.
So we see Satheru moving into the Dome here on Tim's side.
Yep.
I'm
going.
thinking Tim really seems to be contending a lot for the dome there, where we've got Apples doing a little bit more in the lanes,
Yep.
I think.
Yep. And Tim flipping his +2 there on the attack on Galbjorn. So that's 5 damage right there, and putting Galbjorn down with Ekrit all the way down at 13. And so I think especially Tim leaving his 2 mages for last. I'm assuming he did that to give him the most ability to send his mages in and actually get some damage done. And so that's what we see him doing right here. And he's doing a skirmish, getting another 1 damage in there on that Galbjorn. And especially he's still got his other mage in Nilaklan to go, who could easily come in. And he's going to seize the initiative. With Satheru there, and take that first player for himself the next round, I'm assuming.
We
I
are
think
having some issues with the overlay here that's showing that all of the heroes are at 0 health. That is incorrect, inaccurate. So we're just going to be keeping an eye on the chips that are going along the top and bottom of the board there.
Yep. So we've got Aplis' last hero here in Ekrit. I think probably not terribly surprising. She is going to move into the dome, worship, it looks like, and then attack those 2 minions to give him kind of the biggest advantage over there in his lane 1. Now, let's see. So that, on the one hand, it can feel a little bit annoying that you're going to leave Ekrit there in the dome where it probably won't matter too much that she's there. Although in this case, it probably will make Tim want to put Nilaklan in the dome so he can win it, which would leave that lane 1 kind of far in Aplis' favor. And that's, I think, what we see happening here. Nilaklan moving into the dome and going right after Galbjorn, which I'm definitely not surprised to see here at all. And I think especially if Tim took the initiative here to take first player next round, this is going to give him the ability to perhaps win the outsider, get some more damage in, and then go first with one of his mages and perhaps finish off Galbjorn and have Galbjorn respawn on round 3 and potentially go after that obstinacy.
Yes, we see Tim. I mean, he's obviously working toward the dome here, toward the Skytear Master victory condition. And then, he's got obstinacy killing to kill 3 characters. So he's got a lot of options going on here. And Aplis is faced with the decision of whether to try to also contend for the dome or to contend with the lanes with the left breach victory condition.
And here we have finally, they swapped the Skytear Master over to Aplis' side because he was in fact the first player and had the flux. And so he's actually going to be using that flux here to cast a Crawling Darkness. And this will give Nilaklan slow and disarm. So I assume this is an attack we're flipping here for, which would be 4 damage normally, reduced down to just 2 after the disarm. And then I think nothing out of that skirmish. That only flipped a +1, -2 from disarm again. But I believe that looks like that will probably be the end of the round. In lane 1, it looks like Kinui had a 2. Probably doesn't matter that much given that there's absolutely no competition over there in that lane. So Aplis is going to push that all the way up to the tower and end up with a 2 minion advantage going into round 2. And so that's something that Tim will probably have to worry about at least a little bit.
He's going to need to deal with that in some capacity, yeah.
Yeah, which is definitely probably the biggest disadvantage of what he did here round round 1, going after the dome. But it does mean he will get that. He will, in all likelihood, get that point on Skytear Master, which could be pretty relevant. So we see a 3 in lane 2 from Frail, and just a 2 from Korjov. So I think they tied in lane 2 there. Tim with an extra point from the lead, but Aplis having killed a minion.
So going into round 2 here, what do you think we're going to be seeing?
Well, so I'm assuming, like I said, that Tim probably cast that Seas Initiative to take that first player for himself. So I think we're going to see, probably right at the beginning, a little bit of mage action going after to try to finish off the Galbjorn here. So we could definitely see, I think probably the 2 options I see here with the Outsider is he can either try to use the Outsider to at least attack one of these minions to start evening it up a little bit, or he could potentially just kind of focus in on Galbjorn here and try to finish him off as quickly as possible. You could potentially try to split it a little bit and do the attack on the minion, and then perhaps skirmish or shockwave on Galbjorn. Although the shockwave would be a little bit awkward because probably doesn't really want to push Galbjorn out of the dome necessarily. It looks like he's considering where to place it. He's seems to be thinking about placing the Outsider way up on Aplis's side of the board, right next to Galbjorn. Looks like he's going to start with a Divine Conduit, which is going to let Hogosai take a worship action. So Hogosai is going to deal 3 here, piercing to Galbjorn. Then I assume that was probably an attack that he did. And now that Galbjorn is marked and within line of sight of Hogosai, that means that Galbjorn's 1 armor no longer applies. So even though he flipped a +0, he still did the full 3 damage onto Galbjorn there. So that leaves him with 1 more action with the Outsider here. We'll see what he chooses to do. This is probably, I'm guessing, a Shockwave. So that's going to be another 3 to Galbjorn, putting him down to 2 health and pushing him right into the center of all of Tim's heroes here.
It is not looking good for Galbjorn.
It is not, but again, on the other hand, Tim does have to at least worry to some degree about that lane 1.
Yeah,
That he needs to not lose that tower this round, I think, will be the key. And I think killing Galbjorn here is going to give him somewhat of an ability to do that, because by killing off Galbjorn, you give yourself more leeway to put a hero or 2 out in the lane to defend it, but also have more heroes perhaps than your opponent to commit to the dome. Because you've got that kind of hero advantage there. And so we see here, as I expected, Tim is starting with Nalaklan and starting right in with an attack on Galbjorn just to get him off the board. Seems that Aplis is thinking about if he has a response to this.
So if you were Aplis right now, what would you be doing?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Aplis does here. It looks like Aplis does have a Through the Eyes here that he's going to cast, unfortunately, in terms of actually keeping Galbjorn alive, the only target for that Through the Eyes is, in fact, Cytheru and not the Nalaklan, who's about to kill Galbjorn here. Galbjorn, in fact, is going to die.
We'll see him.
Yeah, so as Aplis... Sorry, say that again?
We'll be seeing him coming back round 3.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And so as Apples here, I think the trick is going to be trying to put as much pressure on that left lane as possible to try to pull Tim's focus away from the dome, and then hope that you can end up in a situation where you can perhaps not lose the dome here, and or at least again make that kind of strong threat against the tower to try to split Tim's focus here.
All right, so going into round 2, how are we looking for our victory conditions over here? We've got Tim with 1 point towards Skytear Master for winning the dome, and 1 point toward obstinacy for killing Gold Jar. Do you
Yep.
think? And we have 1 point for. I'm having lag issues going on here. 1 second.
As we can see here, Nalaklan, I believe, finished off his turn doing a skirmish against Ekrit, taking 2 life off of her and skirmishing out into the lane and then leading there, which I think makes a lot of sense. Ekrit then took advantage of Kanui's illusion to step out into the lane herself. And Apples is going to go ahead and start with Ekrit here. Looks like he's going to use her mana here to play a Gathering Storm and refuel his hand. So he's back up to 6 cards already. It's interesting. We see Ekrit here move into the cover hex. One thing you could consider doing there is using Ekrit to try to kill both minions, but I think I like what Apples is doing here. He probably has, the ability to have Kanui come in here and kill the other minion later anyway, and putting Ekrit in the cover hex is going to make it quite a bit harder for Tim here to come in and try to actually finish Ekrit off, which I think would be pretty problematic for Apples if Tim were to manage to do that.
We see a lead from deck on Apples here.
Yep.
With his activation of Ekrit. All right, across the table in the Bearcat from C-Dubs match, we have some intel coming in. It looks like C-Dubs is definitely using a very aggressive deck and taking that Habarat down to 1 HP. Looks like we've got another very aggressive kill deck across the table. I'm very interested to see if we're going to see Chris or Bearcat facing against Tim or Apples here after this match.
I think is it Tim here considering his next move. Looks like he's activating Hogosai, moving out into the lane as well here. I wonder if we'll see Hogosai perhaps worship on Ekrit to get a little bit more damage, although Hogosai himself obviously has to worry about kind of killing himself here. Although with only Kanui here and then Kordjaf all the way on the other side of the map, that's going to make it a little bit harder for Apples to actually kill Hogosai, even if he were to do that. But instead, it looks like he's choosing to skirmish against Kanui after playing a Crippling Precision and flipping a 2 on that skirmish. So Kanui is, with the 1 armor, is only going to take 1 damage here because she is, in fact, not marked at this time. But she will gain slow from the Crippling Precision and the damage that she took. And then, yeah, Hogosai is going to move after Ekrit here. And so this is going to give him line of sight, which could give him the possibility of having Setheru run out into the lane as well and try to do some more damage on Ekrit. Although it may be a little bit close if he wants to try to actually finish off Ekrit here. So I think he has one more action. Be interesting to see what Hogosai chooses to do here. He does already have the lead from hand with Nalaklan, but obviously, oh, I must have missed an action somewhere in there because it looked. Oh no, that was Kanui deciding to use her illusion to move the hex after being damaged by that skirmish, I think.
Right.
Okay, yep. And then Tim is deciding to attack that minion to make some progress and not be too far behind in the lane here, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. You definitely don't want to get overwhelmed in the lane there because that can
Yep.
those minions can get away from you real fast.
Indeed. Yep. So as Aplis is considering what to do here, he has Kanui and Korjov left, and he's thinking about that. Why don't we cut over to the other game and take a look at what's going on over there.
So we have the Gore joining us from France, correct? You are
Exactly. With
perfect.
my French accent.
Bonjour. So what game have you been keeping an eye on so far today? What do we got going on over there?
I'm following C-Dubs versus Bearcat. And Bearcat has a huge aggro deck full of Kurumo and Nupten champions, but also cards. Great synergistic deck, but I think he wasn't expecting C-Dubs to be able to deal as much damage as he did with the Nantaka. Because Nantaka was able to put Aburat at 2 HP while protecting Tlakali. And then Aburat tried to defend himself and put Nantaka at 1 HP. And Yami just killed Nantaka with Dance of Death, which is one of the new The Bridge cards.
Yeah,
The
Dance of
winner
Death
this
with Yami is a lot of fun.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, and Bearcat cannot know about that, is that C-Dubs has Unburial Rights in end. And where you can see all the minions from C-Dubs, it is his own left lane. So he's really close to winning by left bridge at the end of the round.
Mm.
So the winner of
Because, yeah,
this match will be facing the winner of our Tim and Aplis match. So what is your prediction going on here?
I think both of the deck I'm watching are really focused on one thing and are doing it well. Like C-Dubs drafted everything he needed to put pressure on towers with minions. Like on the first turn, he was able to play. I don't remember the name of the card. The card where you can switch place for a minion. Like Kishi tried to kill a minion on the left lane, and Kotlich reacted with the card and teleported the minion on the right lane. Yes, underground tunnels. And so let's go back to Tim's game.
Yeah, so in Tim's game, I think it's still Kanui's activation was Aplis's choice there. She kind of threw around some conditions with a swiftness and unfamiliar terrain. Swiftness giving her fast, and then unfamiliar and drawing a card, and then the unfamiliar terrain slowing Cytheru. And that's going to mean that Cytheru is actually going to have to spend 2 actions if he actually wants to get over into that lane and have a chance of doing any damage to Ekrit or even just attacking a minion, which might put Tim in a little bit of an awkward spot over there.
Yeah, that slow and disarm is definitely going to pose a problem.
Yeah, and so with the disarm, I would not be surprised if he does want to send Cytheru in the lane. I imagine Cytheru would almost certainly be attacking a minion because he's not going to be able to get to do that much damage to Ekrit, even if he did decide to attack. And so I think then Kanui ended up moving up the lane and finishing off Tim's last minion. So currently Aplis has that 3 minion advantage, which again, that could be somewhat problematic for Tim. With the current state of things, that's probably not enough to take down the tower. So it's possible Tim will try to make sure he wins the dome here and get that very important second point on Skytear Master. But it'll be interesting to see if he does that, at what cost will that be in terms of health of his tower.
3 minions is a lot of minions to deal with. I mean, you're looking at a 3 lead from hand just to tie. And Tim did not draft that many 3 mana cards.
He did get, I think, a fair number. And interestingly, we do see Aplis on the other side doesn't have a lead from hand in the lane. He's led twice from deck. So it really depends on how well those leads from deck end up turning out. He could have ones there, and then he might not actually win by all that much. Or he could have 3s and end up being in a pretty good position. We see Freyhill here activating, going after Korjoff. Korjoff responding with an exhaustion, which I imagine we'll see turning Freyhill's shapeshift into a disarm. I have to imagine with Freyhill attacking Korjoff here. And Tim is going to take that opportunity while that exhaustion is on the stack. While he's still shapeshifted, he's going to cast a Nourish. I assume perhaps to do some damage to Korjoff here.
All right, so we still see Aplis with 3 characters on the board to Tim's 4 characters on the board until round 3 coming around here. Hokusai sitting at 11. Still waiting on an activation here.
Yep, so those cards are going to resolve. Korjoff taking the 3 from Nourish, and Freyhill losing Shapeshift afterwards and getting disarmed. The attack going through here looks like that will just be for an additional 2 after disarm. I think Tim's modifiers here, all these +2s, I think are paying off a fair amount. And there's a skirmish for another +2 on Korjoff. So I think these modifiers are definitely paying some dividends for Tim here. Even if he might draw a C's later and it's probably not going to do him a whole lot of good, but when he flips it like this, it looks pretty good.
All right, at the second seeded table, looks like we have a victory coming in for Smiaz over Corrido. Round 2 with a left breach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm assuming that Ryan probably got put in an awkward spot, losing Freyhill round 1 probably hurt him a lot and probably gave him some trouble defending.
Yeah,
defending that lane successfully.
When you're playing a blue deck, Freyhill's not someone that you want to lose round 1.
Definitely not. The most interesting way I've ever lost a Freyhill round 1 was two Frails basically suiciding into each other with Revenges and Skytear Discharge. They just like suicided on each other. But losing your Frail to Kichie, that is probably not the way you want to have your Frail going round one.
Not going to have a good day when your Frail's losing to Kichi. So it looks like C-Dubs just played that Unburial Rites that we were looking at earlier. And Thagor's predicting a win for Chris at the end of the round.
Yeah, Unburial Rites with enough pillars, it can be brutal if you don't have a way to respond to it right away, either with something like a Wind Blast to just kill all the minions that just got created, or to stop them from spawning in the first place. But if you don't have that, it can put you in a really tough position. Yeah, Thagor's saying that Yami didn't have the mana to play a Barring the Way, which if you have that in hand and just don't have the mana to cast it, that's gotta hurt when you see the Unburial Rites come down.
All right. So it looks like we've got a little bit of pause in the action here at our table.
But it does sound like C-Dubs has in fact gotten the turn 2 win via left breach in his game.
So it sounds like we've got Thagar, are you back there with an update for us?
Oh, yes. So yeah, I don't know if you can see my screen, but anyway, C-Dubs clearly played the Unburial Rites at the right time, because as we can see in Berkat End, there is Barring the Way, but unfortunately Yami didn't have any mana left, so she wasn't able to play it, and there is just too many minions for Berkat to handle.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, if you've got the one card that might save you in hand and you just don't have the mana to cast it with the right hero, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Especially in this format where you can't have a lot of, you have at most one or maybe two Barring the Way. You'd have to have it in hand and just like everything's there except just not having the mana. Got to be a little bit frustrating.
Exactly. And it was really unfortunate since Berkat killed two heroes in one turn after they activated. So he could have maybe come back on round 3, but now it's too late.
Yep.
All
okay,
right.
and with that,
moving back over to, we got Tim and Apples. Apples is thinking.
I think he must still be thinking about what he's going to do with his Korjov here. Not being shifted, Korjov will not have fast, so he's probably not going to be able to make it all the way over to lane 1. So I imagine he's deciding, does he want to go into the dome or perhaps try to do something over in the other lane here? The advantage probably of going after the lane. Well, no, I guess he does, I think, have the 1 minion advantage here in the lane. So if he goes into the dome, probably doesn't have the best chance of actually winning the dome if Cythera decides to stay, but it does mean that Cythera would have to stay to win the dome. So it'll be very interesting to see exactly what he decides here. But I would probably lean towards expecting him to head into the dome. Although it is a little bit risky, perhaps, since Korjov is already down to 9 health, and putting him in the dome right next to us, Cytheru and Frail, is perhaps at least a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, he is a bit squishy.
Indeed. Okay, and he's finally, I think, thought to some degree about what he's doing here. He's moving. It looks like it is going to be into the dome. I suppose he could move all the way across right next to Tim's Nexus, and that would put him in the other lane just in range of the control point. So it is possible we could see him after this attack on Cytheru. It's possible we could see him skirmish into the lane. Would definitely be an option for him. See him flipping a +1, so Cytheru taking 4 or
Delete from death.
okay. Yeah, so I'm guessing that Apples, I don't know how many 3s Apples drafted. I think I can go check that. But
Yeah,
I'm guessing he either doesn't have any in hand or really wants to have them for the start of the next round.
So we see Tim, I think, trying to push for another point toward controlling the dome for that second point on the abstinency kill or victory condition. So looks like heading into round 3. We're all right. So
it does look like, I believe Apples has drafted 3 3-mana cards, which puts him at 1 less than what Tim was able to get. So he may be a little bit strapped for those 3-mana cards trying to lead here.
So he may just be leading from deck, hoping that he gets something good or knowing that he's going to have some consistency. I mean, with Tim pulling all of those +2s, he has a pretty good chance if he leads from deck that he's going to be pulling something that's going to be useful to him.
And also that it's probably more likely than not going to be a 1-mana card, which is probably not what he wants. So we don't know yet whether Tim, it's possible Tim led here with a 2, although ideally assume he would want to have led with a 3 if he had one in hand.
Right, and we see a lead from deck there. On Cytheru.
And then that quick shot paying off, he manages to take out one of those minions from Hokusai there, evening things up a little bit more. And let's see, so that would be coming up on the end of the round here. It looks like Apples was fortunate here with Kanui getting a 3 off the deck, which puts him at a total of 7 control. Did Tim not show what his Nilaklan is led with?
Not seen the flip yet there.
I assume if they move the 2 tower points over, which would mean Tim would have probably had to have led with a 3, I'm assuming. I assume at some point he'll remember to flip that and we'll see for sure. But over in the other lane, Apples winning by 1, having the 1 minion advantage before. So that's going to get Apples 2 cards, which is definitely going to be an advantage. And he's got his Galbjorn coming right back in. But he's still, I think, in somewhat of a precarious situation in terms of Ekrid and Korjaf being somewhat vulnerable. But Tim is definitely under some pressure in the lanes here. And then we'll see Cytheru getting lucky with the 3 off the deck to just a 2 from Korjaf, which will give Tim the dome, which I think is really really good for him in terms of if he wants to say try to go after finishing Korjov here. And we'll obviously give him that important second point on Skytear Master.
Having 2 points toward that Skytear Master is something that is definitely an advantage for Tim.
It definitely
We
is.
will-
The most awkward part about that, obviously, though, is that he does need to make sure he just doesn't lose his tower while trying to go after the third point for the win.
We got 3 towers left there in his Nexus. That's tough.
Outsider going to spawn here. Looks like he's giving Hogosai worship to do some damage on Ekrit. And probably attack, I think, on Ekrit now that Hogosai has taken away her armor. I think that's been a great combination here for Tim this game of this Outsider plus Hogosai being able to kind of get rid of that armor and then get the full attack value off. And then again, these +2s again really really paying off as well.
Absolutely.
Putting Ekrit all the way down to 4 life here.
Yeah. There's a reason Tim's the 2020 World Champion.
Indeed.
Apples is also an awesome player, but the advantage and disadvantage with draft is that you get what you get.
And then we saw Tim did in fact lead with a 3 with Lachlan as he tossed that away. So
All right,
in...
so moving into round 3, do we have any predictions from our audience watching at home? What are we going to see from Tim? What are we going to see from Apollos? Joseph, what's your prediction?
Apollos does have a slight card advantage. I guess Tim is getting up here to 6 cards. Apollos will end up with 7 after he discards here at Guerrilla Tactics, which I think makes sense. The Guerrilla Tactics for him probably really only makes the most sense. Only really cast that with Galbjarn, who's all the way on the other side of the map, probably not doing a whole lot for him at this point in the game. So Apollos with a slight card advantage, but Tim, I think, is in a pretty good spot here. I think he has the potential to kill Ekrit and maybe even Korjov as well, depending on how things go. And from there, it's a matter of how much can you get away with doing that while not losing in the lane here.
So we've got Tim trying not to lose the lane and Apollos trying not to lose the dome. So now it is a race to see who can either survive the longest or do the most damage to take that last part of the victory condition.
Yep. Obviously, the other thing on the table for Tim would be trying to kill Galbjarn. I don't expect that that's probably how he'd realistically end up winning here. Galbjarn starting all the way back and at 18 health would be a bit of a challenge for Tim to actually kill this round, especially. So I'm guessing we probably won't see that unless we get to a round 4, they tie in the dome, say, and Apollos doesn't quite kill the tower. Maybe we could see that, but I don't expect we'd see it here on round 3.
Looks like we have a prediction in the chat. Clinton is predicting a Hogosai ultimate coming to the board here.
That would be a real lifesaver for Tim and kind of give him both damage on Ekrit, get rid of all of those minions. That would be exactly what Tim is looking for right here.
Going in with Ekrit only at 4 health. Tough spot for Apollos. See Hogosai moving down to
Interesting.
7.
Hogosai took a worship but he hurt Kanui with it. And now there's a Psychic Vampirism. And he has the ultimate.
Oh, we're gonna see
He
something.
has the ultimate. So this is going to kill all of those minions, do 2 to each of Kanui and Ekrit, and heal Hogosai for what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, all the way back up to full. Unless Apples has something to do about this, this is going to be
huge.
This is going to be a very huge swing here, and in my opinion, probably really put Tim in the driver's seat here of this game, and really give him the option: go after Ekrit and then pile in the dome. And with Korjov also only being at 7 life, he would just have to be careful not to leave the lane too open. But with getting rid of all those minions here, that's going to make that a lot easier for him to do.
Definitely puts Apples up against the wall.
And so we did have a prediction in the chat here of a Skytear Master victory for Tim, especially after this Hogosai ultimate. I think I'm on board with that as a very likely possibility seeing here. And again, as long as Tim is careful about not losing this lane, if he's able to kill Ekrit, maybe even Korjov, that puts him in a very good position to win that way.
I think we're on board with Michael.
Indeed.
So if I were sitting in Apples' seat, I'd be sweating right now.
I think he still is thinking about if he has anything he can do. He's going to cast a charm from Kanui. So I assume we'll see that remove one of those marks. He looks like he's hovering over the one on Ekrit, which would give Ekrit that armor back and make her a little bit harder to kill if he does that. But still, Ekrit at 4 health with a Nalaklan nearby is still something that Tim definitely has the capability to do. So the charm does go off and remove Mark from Ekrit. So that will save her from the 2 damage from Supernova and mean that Hogosai is only going to gain 10 health here, which will put him to 15.
Great
or
play.
No, 17. He was at
Great
7,
play by
I guess,
Apples there.
all the way up to full. So that healing didn't really change. That Psychic Vampirism doing work for Tim. Although I don't know that Hogosai was realistically in that much danger of dying, outside of maybe a Korjov going after him. But that really, I think, pretty much removes that as a realistic possibility. And just kind of giving Tim a safe, a bit safer play here. So I couldn't tell if that was Hogosai going after an attack on Ekrit, maybe, but we see Kanui also casting a Whisper of Nupton. So that is going to, I don't know what they're doing with the outsider here, other than maybe, is Ekrit's illusion under there?
Yeah,
So it looks like Ekrit is going to take a worship. I wonder if we're going to see Ekrit's ultimate here, perhaps. And there it is. That's going to negate this attack from Hogosai as it pushes him 2, I assume, and also make it just put him in a more awkward spot in terms of getting into the dome. I believe he has worshipped and now attacked. So if Apples here pushes Hogosai not adjacent to Ekrit and 3 away from the dome, that could lock Hogosai out in that lane, which is maybe not the worst thing for Tim here, but certainly not what he wants to see. And with that positioning of Ekrit's illusion, it would also push Nalochlin out into the dome, and this might actually give Ekrit at least a small chance of actually surviving this round with Nalochlin somewhat far away, Scythera all the way in the middle of the dome, Ekrit in the cover hex. If he goes with Ekrit near the end, it's definitely possible that she could end up surviving this round.
Seeing both of those ultimates this round sure did swing the game.
It did. Ekrit's ultimate there also, fortunately for Apples, did also pick off a minion as well. So now there's just the one minion that Tim has in the lane, and I expect if Ekrit does survive and get to take an activation, I definitely would not be surprised if we see Ekrit taking out that minion and say leading in the lane here.
The Hokusai,
So Hokusai doing a bunch of work there, but that ult from Ekrit throwing things off at least a little bit.
Yeah. After this round is over, we will be having Clinton jumping in here with the results from round 1 of our fantasy league. So I'm looking forward to that. So who did you pick for the fantasy league?
Well, my choice of player has already lost, which was Ryan. I honestly had no idea who I should be picking for a player. I think we've got a lot of strong players here. I was pretty happy to see Ryan getting probably his first choice of a lot of those heroes, and so I was feeling good about that. But apparently not quite good enough in the way that game shook out with Kiche just nuking Frail. So that did not go the way I was hoping. But and I haven't looked at how I forget exactly which heroes and cards I picked, to be honest. I think I picked Redirect as one of the cards because I think that card is just incredibly powerful. I forget off the top of my head which my other choices were, to be honest.
Yeah, I decided to go with Tim during my picks there, so that one's still on the table.
It is. I think Tim is probably in an advantageous position here. But yeah, with the response from Ekrit there, like you say, I think this game could end up going either way at this point. But I do think Apples is a little bit behind here, probably.
All right.
So,
We got Atlas thinking on his side of the table here. The moves that he makes from here on out for the rest of the tournament could swing the tide, turn the tides rather, and determine whether he comes out with the victory or Tim.
indeed.
I was glad to see that Tim took a little bit more care of the lane there, not letting that get quite so overwhelming.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see. Apples has a bit of an interesting decision here in terms of, I think he probably wants to save Ekrit. If he moves Ekrit anywhere else, then she's at a kind of a pretty major risk, I think, of dying. But she has at least some level of safety where she is, or at least Tim would have to commit a number of actions to get his heroes all the way over to her. Although I could see an argument for going with Ekrit now, killing the minion, leading from deck, and maybe I don't know if there's much else that she really wants to do other than maybe, yeah. But that would at least give you more options to see what Tim is going to do if you think you're going to want Ekrit out in that lane. On the other hand, if he wants to go with any of his other heroes who are more likely to survive to the end of the round, he has to commit them to either the dome or the lane, and it's possible he may not be completely sure exactly where he'll want that. Obviously, if he commits too much to the lane, then Tim may have a chance of just walking away with Skytear Master. And so Applis probably would rather like to know a little bit more about where Tim is committing his heroes, which is why I'm thinking that Ekrit is a possibility here. Because, throwing Ekrit in the dome now, would be probably just suiciding her essentially. And even if you do it later, you have to worry about will Frail have a healing that can just finish him off anyway.
All right, looks like we had some pretty intense action happening in the Eric Gameslayer match going on here. Vegor, what you got?
Yeah, Voril decided to try and put pressure on Left Breach without marking herself, shapeshifting herself. And Nantaka saw the opportunity to just attack her, and in one attack, Nantaka dealt 11 damage to Voril, and then played Strength of the Pack, finishing her.
That's brutal. Vorhild is one of those ones where when I've played Vorhild, I try sometimes to find opportunities where I think I can just get away with not shape-shifting her this turn. Because otherwise, it can always be awkward if you're having to shapeshift every single turn. That really does cut down on what you're able to do with your other actions. But it can definitely be rough when you decide, oh, I think I can get away with it, and then something like that happens, and you're like, oh, whoops, that one time I didn't shapeshift her meant that she just died.
And it means that Nantaka was still able to lead from the deck, putting pressure on the right lane for Nantaka. And it means that Gameslayer will have a hard choice with Astrida. Either he has to try and put pressure on Left Breach himself, or use Song of the Siren from Astrida to defend his own right lane. Because Eric still puts a lot of pressure on his own Left Breach, like we can see. I think we can see it on the stream. The tower has only 1 HP for Eric's Left Breach.
It does look like in Tim's game, we've got Applis did finally decide to go with Korjoff, who moved into the lane, killed off that last minion, and led from deck. Tim, on the other hand, went with Cytheru and had an unstoppable, which gives him the fast, and he walked all the way over with that move to Ekrit. And is now looking like he's using a skirmish to try to finish off Ekrit here, which I assume leaves him then either with an attack if he wants on Kanui. He flips the +3 against Ekrit, which is perhaps a little bit of overkill to finish off that Ekrit with 5 damage when she was at 1. And then he moves next to Kanui and now is going to attack with that frenzy on Korjoff. We'll see here how much damage he is able to do, but this is 6 damage to Korjoff, which is going to put Korjoff to 1. So this unstoppable is definitely doing some work for Tim here, letting him kill Ekrit and almost Korjoff here. I bet he does really wish, though, that he was able to find one of those +2s for that flip on Korjaf, which would have finished him off.
Absolutely.
So that definitely is going to make things very awkward here for Atlas, who is now down to 3 heroes and could easily end up losing Korjaf in Tim's next activation, which is definitely going to make things difficult for Atlas. So he's going with Galbjarn. The hard decision here is going to be, do you try to just stop Tim from winning in the dome, or do you try to put as much pressure on the lane? It does look like he's going after the lane here. I think the potential problem with this line of play is that with Korjaf probably dying, Atlas will only manage to get probably 2 heroes in this lane. All of the minions are dead at this point. So, if Tim just commits, 3 heroes to the lane to Atlas's 2, Tim still has 1 hero left that can take the dome on their own. So Galbjarn just moving up into the lane and leading from deck. On the other hand, Tim already has 2 heroes in the lane, and neither of them has led, which means he probably really does have to think about making sure he commits a 3rd hero so that he can have that lead. So
Have a response.
Tim is activating Nilakhlin, and we've got Atlas casting a Sinkhole here. So that's probably why he wanted to move Galbjarn up, to give Galbjarn the ability to use the Sinkhole. I think it looked like he was targeting Korjaf's Hex. We'll see if Tim has anything to respond. It looks like probably not, and we'll see how Atlas wants to position these heroes.
Sinkhole can be a little bit intimidating. I'm glad that Tape has made us this little guide here for knowing where you can place your characters.
Yeah, Sinkhole is the one I think where these templates become the most useful, because Sinkhole will last for the entire activation. I believe in this case, Nilakhlin is the one activating, so he's not going to be constrained by that anyway. But it is interesting that Atlas chose to do this before he went for the attack. He could have saved the Sinkhole for the attack and used it to scoot Nilakhlin across the line into the dome, perhaps, or move Nilakhlin away in this case where he wouldn't have potentially wouldn't have line of sight through cover. But here we do see Nilakhlin moving up then to get line of sight and finishing off Korjaf with an attack, which again I think is going to put Atlas in a tough spot.
Being down 2 full heroes is tough.
Although I believe I must have missed. He probably cast the Sinkhole in response to a skirmish, I'm guessing, because Korjaf was at 1, so Tim probably figured the skirmish had a chance of doing the killing. And if that negated the skirmish, that does mean that that Tim is left here with 3 heroes in the lane and no lead. On the other hand, even assuming that Atlas leaves Kanui in the lane, at most he could have control of 5. because that'll be his 2 heroes plus a lead of 3 if he manages to get one. Whereas even Tim's value of 3 here would save him just barely from losing that tower. He would lose by 2, and his tower would go to 1. So we do in fact see here Apples kind of being forced almost into the dome to try to counteract and stop Tim from walking away with a victory by Skytear Master here.
Looks like we had a discard of Astrida's alt over in the Game Slayer Eric match. That's tough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lots of huge cards being played. First, Game Slayer tried to save his right tower with a guide by putting the token in the middle of the lane. And then Eric decided to answer with a Skytear Drain to force Game Slayer to discard his entire hand, including the ultimate from Astrida.
We see another lead from hand over here on Kanui. So we've got Atlas with leads, 3 leads here. And
also not the one from Korjov anymore. So just one in the lane, one in the dome.
Okay, so we see Tim with nothing.
Yeah. If Tim, though, does have a 3 in hand, we could easily see a tie here in the dome, and then something close in the lane. Galbion could have a 3 and win by 1, or you could have 1 lose by 1, or a 2 and tie. So something pretty close in the lane, and then again, if Tim has a 3, he can tie the dome here at least, but that would probably send us on to a round 4. And I think, like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised at that point if then Tim tries to go for obstinacy on Galbjorn with his dual mages and Hogosai right next to Galbjorn here.
Yeah. Tough.
On the other hand, if Tim doesn't have a 3 in hand, I'm not sure exactly what he'd be doing. He could consider going out into his left lane, although I doubt that that's how he would really plan on winning the game. So I'm not sure that necessarily makes as much sense.
Might not be the best use of resources.
He could also, if he thinks he's definitely going to lose the lane, his other option would be to just send Frail out into lane 1 and just try to push it back. But no, he has his sudden distraction. And that is going to remove Kanui's lead, which Kanui, I think, has just 1 mana here. So the obvious card you'd love to have here to be able to play is a redirect. But if even if Apples had that, he doesn't have the mana for it. So I'm not sure if he has anything here to do about that sudden distraction. And if he doesn't, this is looking like a victory for Tim on Skytear Master.
I agree.
Looks like they were pinging that. We haven't seen anything out of Apples, so I'm assuming that's probably the way this game is going. Yep.
Very nice.
This was a bit of an insane 3rd round for Tim, having just all of the right cards here, I think.
So we are looking at a victory for Tim, the number 1 seed, against Apples, the number 8 seed. Very well played game here. Tim taking out the victory with Skytear Master for winning the dome for 3 rounds. It was definitely very intense at the end there.
Yeah. And again,
All
these
right.
starting off with that supernova really just, I think, again, put Tim in a good position for that entire last round.
Absolutely. All right. Do we have an update also, Thagor, on the Eric Game Slayer match? I think
Yeah,
that one
it's still
is still
going.
going here.
Yami tried to go for a kill on Tlakali. She used a warship to teleport next to her and dealt 2 damage to Tlakali, putting her at 2 HP. And then Brilvar played Ice Wall to make Tlakali untargetable. So Tlakali is still surviving at 2 HP inside the dome. And it seems that Eric is trying to protect her with Brilvar. And now Akuti still hasn't activated, and she will be able to put pressure on Eric's left lane. On the other side, only Astrida has to activate, can activate again, and I'm not sure what Gameslayer will do with her. If he leaves the dome, he lets Eric win the dome easily. But if he doesn't go into any lane, he doesn't put any pressure towards any condition victory.
It looks like this game is going to go a little bit longer, given both control tokens back in the center, with only 1 point on Skytear Master by the end of round 3 here. So no chance of either of those happening this round, and obviously Vorhild being the only hero it looks like to have died for obstinacy, not back on the table yet.
Yeah, and I think it. Oh, Nantaka might be able to try and kill Vorhild early on round 4, since she will respawn on round 4, and a lot of minions will push next to the tower.
Potentially, I guess Vorhild would have the option of spawning on the other side.
Yeah.
To avoid that, depending on how that right lane goes. Yes. So whose turn is it right now? Looks like Gameslayer is going to activate Astrida with an attack on Tlakali. Astrida being shapeshifted, this should disarm Tlakali.
Well, it will kill Tlakali.
Or kill Tlakali, if I were to look at Tlakali's health. Indeed.
All right. We've got Zeragol hopping in with us here from Germany to watch till the end of this match here. This is the last match going in round 1 of the Skytear Spring Invitational Top 8. We are watching the number 3 seed Game Slayer versus the number 6 seed Eric. And we are in round 3. The victory conditions on this match are the same. Unlike in regular Skytear, we decided that the victory conditions, obstinacy, left breach, and Skytear Master would be the same across all 4 matches. So what have we got going on here, gentlemen?
Yeah, like I was saying, this is a game that I think has gotten a little bit bogged down compared to the other games. I think Gameslayer getting that Tlakali off the table is probably going to help him if he wants to go after the lanes. With all these pillars down on the board protecting minions, we'll give him a few more options to try to kill some of those if he wants. I think Astrida looks like his last hero for this round. So I think she attacked to kill Tlakali. Skirmish.
Yep, that's all she did for now.
So she has one more action. Did she skirmish just to move, or did she try to hit Prilfar, which seems not very productive? And then finishing it off with a lead.
Maybe she wanted to disarm, but she didn't attack, so she didn't flip anything, so I think it was just to move.
Yep. And finishing it off with a lead from hand in the dome here makes a lot of sense to try and go after that second point on Skytear Master. So that should leave Eric here with his Akuti, who could potentially go back into the dome if you wanted to contest that. But that would leave then Gameslayer with the advantage in the lane.
Yeah, I think focusing on the lane might be a better idea, since the lane would resolve on round 4 before the dome.
Exactly.
And Gameslayer's tower has only 1 HP, so you only need to do 1 damage on that lane.
Exactly, and especially Akuti to get into the dome would have to move and skirmish, which would mean she couldn't also worship and attack to kill a minion out of the lane if she's going into the dome. I guess she could attack a minion and then move into the dome. But interesting, and we see here Akuti. Oh, her illusion is already next to a minion. I did not see that because that's underneath the Lord of the Ancestors there. So she did attack to kill off some minions. And like you see, I do think it probably makes more sense to go after the lane here, since it will resolve before the dome on the next round. Oh, but Eric deciding maybe that he wants to really contest that Skytear Master and cast a sudden distraction of his own. We just saw that win Tim the game in the previous match. And here it's going to get rid of Eric's
lead.
Of Gameslayer's lead in the dome, which should give Eric a point on Skytear Master. But it does mean that he's giving
losing the lane.
Up the lane 1 there.
Maybe he was hoping that Ixatos only led with a 2, but he led with 3, which was just enough to win the lane.
And then we'll see, obviously, on the other side, Nantaka got a 3, so that will mean that Eric wins there, I think, by 4, which will kill all of those minions and put Eric in a commanding spot in his left lane.
And Nantaka likes to have so much minion around her.
Yeah. And so here we see something that I think does happen occasionally in these breach games, where the players at some point were kind of defending their breach lane and have now pushed it so that both of them have pushed up their right lane instead of their left lane, which means that left breach on either side is probably not going to be how this game ends.
It also means that Voril should not spawn on the left lane. But she can spawn, like you said, on the right lane, and then later in the round come back on the left lane if she needs it.
Yeah. Yeah, spawning Vorhild in the left lane would be dangerous at best. But we do see here Eric taking advantage of that outsider, Lord of the Ancestors, to try to put things back in a little bit better of a spot for him over in lane 1. And did he attack a minion, spawn a minion, and then move one from the other lane, I think? And we'll move on to round 4, where Vorhild will be coming back, as we talked about, assumedly coming back in somewhere on the right side of the board here for Gameslayer, away from all those minions and Nantaka. But I do think I like that positioning in the middle, where if you do need to send her over to that lane, she has kind of the range to do that, easy access to the dome as well, and not that much farther away from lane 1 if he really wanted to send her up there. Yeah, it's hard to say how this game is going to end. The breaches aren't happening anytime soon. Skytear Master is still 2 away, and Obstinacy is a possibility on Vorhild here, but Vorhild is definitely can be tricky if she stays shapeshifted.
Exactly. And I think I was mistaken earlier when I thought he had to discard Song of the Siren. He still has it in hand. So he might be able to play it this round. He also has Call the Pack that might help on the right lane, but I don't think it matters that much for the game.
Yeah.
But interestingly, he has Topple in Gameslayer has Topple in hand, so he can remove one of Eric's totem if needed, or his own.
Yeah. Topple is definitely one of the interesting new cards that I'd be excited to see get played to some effect here.
Now we will have to see if they will both put pressure into the dome to try and win Skytear Master, or if they will both try to get Obstinacy, even though it will be a bit harder for Gunslayer.
Yeah, I think all of these victory conditions feel pretty difficult for either player at this point. And obviously the breach in Skytear Master can only happen as early as turn 5, and that's if things go well. Obstinacy, again, is going to be difficult, I think. Obviously, with Plakali not coming back until round 5, and Vorhil just being kind of difficult to hit, even though she doesn't have that much health. This is probably, I'm guessing this is going to go on to at least round 5, and I could even see this ending up going to tie breaks.
So it seems that Eric decided to try and push the left lane as much as he can. He played Bewitched.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, if he can win the lane enough, he can push the token back in range of the Game Slayer tower, and he just need 1 damage turn 5.
Yep.
Okay, so now it's Game Slayer turn. We will see if he will play Song of the Sirens this turn, or if he will wait later in the round, because it's always good to keep it late, just for a bit of a surprise. But he might want to use it early just to be sure to disable Akuti. And this means that Eric should have only 2 activations this round. And since he led from the deck, he might be in a bad position to push his left bridge. I think Game Slayer decided to play Song of the Siren right now to stop Akuti from moving. So yeah, only activation left for Eric is Nantaka, and she's quite far from the lane where Eric wants to put pressure. Interesting. So Game Slayer still wants to go for Nantaka. I would have thought he would want to just use Astrida's minion spawn on the other lane. But slowing... Oh, he's not shapeshifted, so he can't slow Nantaka either. But he can deal a lot of damage. He's now at 9 HP. And with the skirmish, will he go into the dome or not? No, he wants to stay in the lane. Astrida is full HP, so she doesn't really care about Nantaka's attack.
Yeah, Nantaka's attack at this point would be the base 2 plus 2, 4, 6, 7 minions. That is probably unlikely to be enough to actually chew through Astrida's full health, even though that would be a substantial chunk of it.
And I'm sure that Game Slayer will be okay if Nantaka use her attack on Astrida instead of a minion.
Yep.
Ooh.
But it looks like he did go for that, so that was
9 damage on one attack.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Nothing to scoff at there. But Astrida is still with 7.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Eric drew another strength of the pack. That could have been interesting.
It's an interesting position to skirmish over to with Nantaka all the way over at the edge of the lane. I wonder if he's just trying to get as far away from Yami and other heroes as possible to try to keep Nantaka from dying there as
Maybe,
easily.
but to be honest,
because we're all the way over at the corner there, he is 1 away from Yami being able to. If Yami moves as close as possible, she's not in range to worship on Nantaka, so that could save a little bit of damage there if Game Slayer were to choose to try to go that way.
to be honest, I think Yami will go into the overlane just to make sure the tokens stay on the right side of the lane for Game Slayer, and
Yep.
Voril can easily just win the dome, and Game Slayer can try to win by just dominating the dome on the final round.
Yeah, keeping that lane pushed up and not having that threat of his one health tower going down definitely makes a lot of sense there.
And Eric is only winning with 3 units on the other lane, so I don't think he can destroy the towers this turn, so the Nexus is safe.
Yep.
So yeah, instead of Eric, I know I would use Yami to just make sure I kill like 2 minions or something. But he has now to activate 3 of his heroes in a row. That's a lot of activation. While Eric will just watch what's happening.
Yeah, definitely. That Song of the Siren can be so powerful.
Oh, I forgot that Game Slayer has a Call of the Pack in hand, so Ixatos can protect the lane by itself. by yourself. I'm not sure what we should say.
Yeah, that would definitely Call of the Pack is definitely one of the cards that can feel lackluster in some situations where you're kind of ahead or about even, and you really want to use it to try to get ahead, but you only get the one minion. But in these kinds of scenarios, it can be really good, where you get the 2 minions out of it.
That will make 3 minions for Genslayer against 6 minions for Eric. And yeah, Ixatos can just move, kill 1 minion, play Call of the Pack, and lead with a 3. And he has a 3 in hand. And it will make sure the tokens doesn't come close to his own tower. He decided to start with Vorhild.
Yep. I wonder if we'll see Vorhild. Okay, into the dome it looks like. And then, yeah, going after Kuti here. That's for 5.
So 4
Kuti is in range of
damages.
her minion, so she'll take 4. And then, not surprisingly, Vorhild taking a lead from deck here, which
Why,
should
though?
secure the dome since Kuti does not have a lead.
Yami could have led herself, and Vorhild could have worshipped. Oh, he decided to use Yami to go into the lane.
Yeah, so this way
Interesting.
Yami can Yami's worship is so much fun the way you can really teleport across the map sometimes. And you can see here doing that on Brilvar, getting to kill a minion here off the skirmish. And then I would not be surprised. I assume we're just going to see an attack here on another minion. Yep. And so that's really going to help clean up these minions for Game Slayer. And then Ishitos could even, if you said there's a Call the Pack in hand, Ishitos could cast that, get up to 3 minions. Ishitos can kill a minion and lead. I don't know if that's probably not enough to kill the tower, though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But at this point, I don't think Ishitosk has much better to do other than perhaps he could have thought about going into the other lane. But
I don't think going to the other lane would have changed anything.
Probably not. Like you said, I don't think that tower is actually dying this round, which means Nexus isn't really a concern anyway. So I totally would not be surprised if this game goes to tiebreakers. One potential concern here, though, is that Vorhild did end this round not shapeshifted, so she is currently vulnerable.
But inside the dome, she's not in that much danger.
Yeah.
Since Nantaka cannot do a huge attack on her.
Yeah, and so that's probably a good reason to have Vorhild be the one in the dome, where probably Eric's biggest damage dealer in Nantaka doesn't really have much capability to actually deal that damage there. Whereas Brilvar, Tlakali, and Akuti, none of those are really going to be that great for killing Vorhild. Although,
Yeah, but
if they're going to kill any hero, not shapeshifted Vorhild is perhaps the easiest.
exactly, and I think just shapeshifting Voril and then do worship and attack on Akuti with Yami would have helped make sure he would have been able to kill Akuti on the final round and win the dome, whatever happens.
Mhm.
And like I say, Xatos could have easily stabilized the lane by himself.
Yeah, but instead
But
here we see Ishitask using his worship to get into the dome and then attacking Akuti, and that gives Yami the opportunity to kill another minion, bringing that to 3-3 in that lane. Brilvar only hit a 2, whereas Yami, oh wait, no, that's Vorhild hit a 3. So Brilvar with a 2 gives
Yami didn't lead.
Yami did not lead, so Brilvar with his
It's
lead
still a
is a
win
control
only
of
by
6.
2, so
Yeah,
that's not
but
enough.
then Yami with the 4 minions means that Eric does only win by 2, which fortunately for Game Player means that outside of something like a guide or a trample, Eric is not going to be able to do damage to Game Slayer's tower. Nantaka hit a 2 over in lane 2, so that gives Nantaka 2, 4, 5 minions, 6 with Nantaka, 8 with the lead.
Yeah,
So,
no tower destroyed. No Nexus will be
Indeed.
destroyed. No less breach will be won. I mean, I don't think I saw any way in Eric's deck to push the token. Maybe he has one. That could be a bit of a surprise.
yeah, if he has a guide or a trample, that would open up a real possibility of left breach for Eric. Outside of that, though, it looks like we're going to be going here to Game Slayer taking Skytear Master, his second point there, which will, I think, really focus in the action this round on the dome. And we can see here, I'm not too surprised we're seeing Lord of the Ancestors spawning in and probably going to go hard after Akuti as much as possible, which for the Lord of the Ancestors is not going to be, probably not going to be a whole lot of damage. We're going to see moving into the skirmishing. Nice. That's a +3 on the skirmish. So Akuti is going to take the 2, and then
Akuti might die.
there is definitely a possibility, and that's 4 damage with the 1 armor. That's a dead Akuti. I think that's going to really give Game Slayer the advantage here, being up a hero. And then, like we talked about, with all of Eric's heroes in the dome being 2 base, attack is even an unprotected Vorhild is going to be somewhat difficult to kill, especially since you probably are only going to get 1 activation with Vorhild not shapeshifted.
Oh, and he has Yami's ultimate on in ends.
Oh. That could be.
And Eric just drew a trample. I mean, 2 of them technically.
Now.
And he also has Wind Blasts and.
Now, notably, Trample, is that adjacent control token? Let me just double check. I believe that's adjacent control. We could see Eric go for a trample here, and then get yanked away by Yami's ultimate. depending on
Ryan,
when things
that's-
happen and how positioning goes at that time. But
Ryan, Akuti just died.
yep.
So trample, move target adjacent control token 1x if it has no enemy minions adjacent to it. And right now it has a lot.
Yeah, that is true. So it would be Game Slayer is the blue minions. Yeah, so he would have to kill all 3 of those minions first, which would be probably kind of difficult for him at this point with Nantaka stuck all the way on the other side of the board. So unless he has other cards first to help him kill those minions, trample is probably not going to happen.
And especially since Nantaka should get attacked by Astrida to be slowed down if she is not activated on the first activation. Because if I remember, oh no, she's disarming. Sorry.
Yes, it would be disarm. Which
More used
most
to
of the time
Yuki.
Nantaka can do some damage even disarmed.
Yep. She has 7 million in range.
I guess not so much in the dome though.
Oh, only move 2? Interesting.
And Nantaka attacking here. I didn't catch. Is he attacking him?
No, he's
here?
killing Astrida.
Killing Astrida. Yep. That's not terribly surprising, especially I think Eric really needed to get Astrida off the board to even up the heroes for the dome, because I think that's going to be the key thing this round. Now, that does leave Nantaka on the edge of the dome, not knowing the deck here. If Game Slayer had any movement effects, that could be problematic.
Oh wait,
I guess with Yami's ultimate is obviously one way that he can throw a hero out of the dome, and that that doesn't really matter where in the dome you are.
he has Xotlanengers in hand, which means that he can kill the 3 minions only by activating Tlagally.
Mm.
She just has to put a totem, play the card, and kill the third one. Totem, a pillar, sorry.
Yeah, that's another one of the new cards that in some of my kind of theory crafting for decks with new, and we were looking at that, especially in, if you combine that with like a Vorhild, a reason why you might want to be removing pillars anyway. But yeah, in this case, being able to kill a bunch of minions in a single activation definitely seems like that could be pretty good for Eric here. As long as he can end up in a situation where he's not going to get blown up by, say, Yami's ultimate.
And he does Skytear Drain. Ryan, only Vorhild and Tlakali will trigger Obstinacy. And they're both full life. And pretty in a safe spot for both of them.
Yeah, we've got Vorhild worshipping here, both to do 2 more damage here to Nantaka, but also will shapeshift herself, I'm assuming, to keep her from dying. Not that Eric's heroes are going to put her in much danger, but that's definitely the safest thing to do. And again, with these new dual faction abilities of the heroes, getting both the the pillar and the worship out of it. Although it looks like Game Slayer did did not shapeshift Vorhild. I wonder, it's possible maybe he has something he wants to target Vorhild with.
So luckily is
and-
doing exactly what we said.
Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense. Again, I think it'll depend on if we have Gameslayer go first with Yami and put Yami in the dome. I think there's definitely a real possibility that Eric could cast that trample and potentially end up winning by that left breach.
Yeah,
On the other hand,
need to stay in line of sight of Brilvar. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how much Gameslayer is going to be expecting that, and how much he might want to save Ishatosk for later.
Maybe he might also be thinking to use the ultimate to try and kill Tlakali, but I don't think with Ixatosk and Yami he has enough damage.
I don't think so. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if, even not knowing about the cards that Eric has, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Gameslayer first go with Ishatosk and just try to finish off Nantaka to draw the card. Which I think would be beneficial, again, just from that. He could then have, that would happen to leave him with Yami's ultimate to deal with a potential trample. But we'll see what he does here.
I think he's thinking about going for Tlakali. He's looking a lot to... I mean, his cursor is moving a lot on top of Yami's ultimate. And Ryan is saying that if he decides to go to try and kill Nantaka, it will also put him ahead on tiebreakers. He's killing 1 minion with Yami.
That was a worship with Ishatosk, was it?
Exactly. And with Ixatosk, he made
Yami
go other minion and use a Deathly Touch.
And that dealt 2 damage to Nantaka as well because of Vorhild.
Exactly. And with his final action, might
skirmish on Nantaka makes a lot of sense. Try to finish off. He does get
and
the +1.
that's enough.
So yeah, so the question here is, can Eric somehow fight through and get this trample off? Otherwise, I think Gameslayer should probably be taking away the game with Skytear Master.
Interestingly, he has 2 trample in hand. He can play both with Brilvar.
Yep, so there we see the trample and then the kneel before me. If he has a second trample, he can just move back to the control token and cast the second one.
Exactly.
So unless I assume Gameslayer probably doesn't have anything else he could do with the 1 mana to prevent that. That could put Gameslayer in a pretty tight position, although
You can also kill both minions easily with Yami.
can kill 2 minions, but is that's not likely to be enough
Oh yeah, it will.
to defend the
He-
1 health tower here.
Yeah, he will not be able to lead, and Brilvar will be able to lead.
Yep, and even as long as Brilvar leads, like even if Yami could lead, killing 2 minions isn't going to do it. Unless
Yeah.
Gameslayer pulls something out of his hand here to deal with this, I think this looks like
I think that's game for Eric.
going to be a left breach for Eric most likely here. Because pushing that only 1 is going to even leave Tlakali still in range.
Oh,
so
no. He could. Gameslayer could. Oh no, he drew with Exatos. He drew Call the Pack, but it was too late to use it.
yeah, now that he only has Yami left. So at this point, Yami could kill 2 minions, but wouldn't be able to lead. She could kill 1 minion and lead, but either way, he's going to be at enough of a disadvantage here. I think those minions need to get repositioned, though, since they are now 4
Oh yeah,
away.
I forgot there was minion that far away.
But even with us getting repositioned, I don't think that will change anything. Yami still wouldn't, as long as they were repositioned well, they wouldn't be adjacent to Yami. Oh, it was
Coup, but who will play coup and on which character?
oh, he's just leading with was that a topple that he led with?
Yeah,
But
that's Topple if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
But yeah, that would be victory by
Let's
left
breach.
breach for Eric. Oh, that was a bit of back and forth there at the end here.
Yeah, and like Eric is showing, the fact that Akuti got killed did a lot of harm.
Yeah, no, the Twister of Souls is a card that I don't see a whole lot, and it can feel a little bit lackluster, but it is an effect that can move a bunch of heroes around. It's not as good as Sinkhole, but and then obviously the Wind Blast as well. The Wind Blast wouldn't necessarily have done as much for him here with most of the minions gone. Although that would have been an alternative to the Zotlin Hungers as an option to kill those minions for the trample. That double trample was pretty key for Eric there, though.
So out of the 4 games, 3 were won on left breach, if I'm not mistaken. And 2 of those were won on round 2 and 1 on round 5.
Yeah.
So if people wait, in the fantasy draft, were we choosing victory condition? Or I don't remember. I remember that we chose heroes, cards, and players, but I don't think we chose any victory conditions.
I don't think victory. It was heroes, cards, players, and outsider.
Oh yes, outsider. Yeah, Joseph, the end was crazy with the double trample. So for the second round of the tournament, it will be the commentators will follow Smios and Eric. And I think we're still not sure who will do the commenting, since we had some change in the availability of people.
Hey guys, great job doing the cast of that final long game that had to finish for round one. What an amazing game! Who would have thought we would have saw a double trample? Am I right?
Yeah, that ending. I was like, looking at it coming in round three. I'm like, this game it's not unlikely this will go to tie breaks, and then that double trample at the end there, and everything else, like that was a crazy. And those kinds of games that get stalled out can be kind of boring at points, and then something like that happens, like can make it a much more interesting game there at the end.
Yeah, it was awesome. So we're gonna try to switch over here, talk a little bit about fantasy, for everyone that's viewing in. A little bit of explanation. Players in the community were able to select their favorite player. They were able to pick 3 of their favorite heroes. They were able to pick 3 of their favorite cards, and then they were also able to pick their favorite outsider. So this is just like fantasy football, but instead it's fantasy Skytear. So what we do is every win that the cards, points, or heroes get go towards a total points for everyone. At the end, we'll have a leader who wins the event. There is ways inside of the Skytear Discord to get updates of the leaderboard and what your stats are and who people picked. So one of the first things we're going to talk about here is we're going to go through the data of what kind of overall happened with the selection. So we had 33 responses, so 33 different entries into this. And we're going to first look at the heroes.
Okay.
So the heroes that we have here, we have a list of all of them. If you kind of see here on the nice, wonderful chart here, number one pick out of all the heroes by far is Yami. She has 19 picks out of the 33 entries. That's almost 2/3 of the people picking Yami as one of their heroes to go on to win. The next top picks we have is Brovlar with 9, Freyhill with 9, and Miyuki with 9. I think one of those on the kind of interesting one is Miyuki. But I think a lot of people were maybe looking into Miyuki getting to use those conditions and everything with a new Breach expansion that just came out recently. So maybe people are trying to put their cards into that area. So those were your top picks for heroes. We'll scroll down a little bit to see the cards that were picked. Once again, just a reminder is all the people that entered into the fantasy was able to pick 3 cards. So when we try to show all the cards that are available, our top pick for this fantasy was Redirect. Great card. It's +1, 2 mana. It's useful in almost every match, whether someone's trying to kill you or try to push the lanes. It's always a good card. So we have 10 people that pick that. Next up with 9, we have Karumo's Judgment. New card. It is a 3 mana card, so maybe that's why it was a little bit higher on people's list. However, that card can be very powerful to be able to deal some damage out to other people if you have a good red lineup. And then sitting in 3rd place, Vendetta, yet another new card from the Breach expansion. Once again, doing some more damage with conditions. I heard that at one of the matches, someone, I think it was Smiaz, was able to do like a double Vendetta turn 1, which is always exciting to hear people using these new cards and expansion that kind of adjust and shift the meta and make things a little bit different. Next, we'll scroll down to the players chosen. With the players that are chosen, we have right now sitting at number one, not sitting at number one, but the most picked player, maybe with not surprising, I guess, to some, is Smiaz is sitting with 10 picks. He has 33% of the picks. Next up, you have Game Slayer, and in third place, you have Eric. So Eric and Game Slayer, we just saw their battle very close, went to round 5. So a lot of the players out there doing fantasy know that those two players are great players and that it was a close match with both of them leading out. And then we'll scroll down a little bit more to see the chosen outsiders. By far, the most picked outsider is the Terror of the Endless Night, coming in with 13 picks. And number 2 is the outsider, the original outsider. I do know that a couple people picked the outsider in their list. Sadly, we got a little sliver of one Scourge of Guido and one Lord of the Ancestors on it. But as we just saw in our last match there with Game Slayer and Eric, Lord of the Ancestors was in there, and Lord Ancestor got a win. So that one person who picked it, you're going to get a point that's maybe some other people didn't get. So that's the way the picks have happened through the fantasy. In the future, at other big tournaments and stuff like that, we're hoping to continue doing this fantasy. It allows for our viewers to engage and be a part of the process and kind of rooting for outsiders, cards, and heroes. You might not root for that person, but you see that they have one of your cards that you have in there. So it'll definitely be interesting. Round 1, the scores are probably going to be pretty close to each other. So, we're not going to really do a report now on those updates of the scores. We're hoping to, after round 2, be able to show you guys the leaderboards and who's currently winning the Skytear Fantasy for this Spring Invitational. So that's all I got. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to leave it in the Discord or even into the YouTube chat, and we'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Sounds good so far. Finally, the stream I'm hesitating the stream with my voice again here as well. So are we having a look at the updated data in the background or not?
We will do it this after round 1. Like I said, the scores are going to be pretty close on the leaderboard, so it'll be hard to see the differences. We're also doing some updating in the background to make sure we can pull the data in and do a little manual manipulation to make this all happen. That's a great thing about the Skytear community is we have a lot of people involved in the background making sure that this event can be successful and that we have these opportunities to play fantasy and do all this other stuff. So we're working in the background. We'll get it ready so that after round 2, you guys can have an update.
Perfect. Thanks, Clinton. Nice to have you on board here in this segment. And hopefully we can update the fantasy as you mentioned originally. Okay, so I'm going to head over to another screen, hopefully. Boop, there we are. And then we'll find our next game. I'll just have a look if I can bring up the brackets here somehow. Just give me a second. Need to switch between 20,000 different tabs. So trying to find the right one. This seems to look nice. So first of all, we have a nice overview about all the players being involved here in the tournament. So from top to bottom, all the players that were mentioned beforehand. You will notice that there is a difference now in Tim's and Apple's game. Unfortunately, Tim is not being able to continue the tournament, so he needed to forfeit, and therefore Apples is going to advance in round 2 as the winner, and he's going to face C-Dubs. Smias is going to face Eric after Eric's super heavy control game, which we were able to share with you. And if we scroll down a bit, there are going to be some buys here. There's going to be a buy for Bearcat so he has some bigger intermission before he starts into his next game. And Kiritu is going to face Gameslayer. Okay. So hopefully players are going to be ready in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to head into Sumir's versus Eric's game. Just need to find those guys. In the background. So hopefully there's anyone here in the chat as well. Still alive. No, everyone is muted and has run away. Okay, so I'm going to join Smears and Eric's game right now, so we can switch over there in a second. And you guys will have more super Skytear content being provided here. As promised. This is what we have promised to you guys, and we are going to show you. Okay. So maybe Giacomo wants to join me in commentating. That would be awesome. And now this is this is the perfect time to come here and join me on stream. Yes, right now I can't write anything. So okay, I need to be gray.
So I'll help you a little out, a little Zaragol out.
Thanks.
So what did you think of that double trample that you had at the end of that match?
Oh, that was incredible. I mean, first of all, you have to draft the card. You have to be able to draft a card like this, and that's totally crazy. I mean,
a card that normally most people find being a dead in hand card that doesn't have a lot of value. It can work when it works. The fact that he had two of them in hand and able to counter the Yami ultimate, couldn't ask for anything more as an exciting finish to a match.
Yeah. Trample is a card that I expect most people are like, I don't want Trample. If anyone is going to run Trample, and not just run Trample, but run who Trample, it's going to be Eric. So.
Yeah, but it's still amazing. I mean, we were expecting such stuff from Eric. But yeah, who could expect this to happen in a draft? So like how big are the chances that you are going to draft two of the same card and even, let's say, such a special card in this way? Okay. I think we can just give them somehow a sign that they can start their games. Giacomo, you are with us? At least you're in the chat. I can't hear you. And therefore the stream can't hear you neither. Or is it just me having problems?
No, I can't hear him either.
No, I can't hear him either.
Okay. Thagro, did you choose a game? Oh no. Who did swap me to black? No. Eric, why do you do this? Why does he do this? He's just destroying my overlay. Thanks, Eric. First, we have to blame you for a 2.5 hours game, and then you're destroying my point of view here for the stream. Thanks. Wow. Okay, Thago, you are going to watch which game?
C-dubs against Appless.
Okay, perfect.
And I will see with Jan for him to check the other two games.
Okay. Okay, I just PM Eric so that this can work. Crazy. You can start now. So what are we going to expect with those victory conditions here, and the players that we're facing.
So we've got Showdown, Right Breach, and Onslaught. That definitely leaning into more aggressive side of things, but there is Right Breach, obviously. Showdown is definitely a really interesting victory condition, though. Let's see. I do definitely like Kumaya as a leader. The potential to cast Enter the Void Palace with Kumaya as your leader versus their leader, and then get the big buff to try to finish them off and keep their heroes from interfering with trying to kill Kumaya is definitely something I would love to see. But we'll see whether or not anything like that can happen in this game. But
Yep.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Giacomo.
There
Now
you
it's
are.
working. Okay, so
Made it.
Smears did choose to go first, and Eric is going to bring his outsider, Lord of the Ancestors.
Okay, guys, you should know when Smells goes first, he's gonna do Flux, Soul Scream, turn 2, 99% of the times.
Okay,
That's one of my favorite things to flex for. In any case, I think I'll step out and let you two take this game and be back for
Yeah.
the last round.
Python, muchas gracias. I would like to say a
Not
really nice
Spanish.
commentating. Why not?
It's not Spanish.
I can still say that. Thanks for your
Yeah, of
commentating.
course. Yeah.
See you later.
See ya.
I can do so.
You can do anything. Yeah, you're the conductor.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep this all together, but yeah. Okay, so Smears was drafting Acrid first, I think, but then he decided to go first with Miyuki as his leader, and Eric is going to choose Brilva as his leader, so those are the two relevant heroes regarding the showdown victory condition. So I'm going to try to put those names here on the stream. So let's see if this is going to work. So, no. Yeah, what else do you think, Giacomo?
What do I think?
Yeah, about the heroes that are being chosen here?
Oh, it's super simple. Miyuki is gonna like pile up 2 or 3 Vendetta and try to blow up Brilvar. Brilvar, on the other hand, is going to try to survive and maybe shield slam back. I'm not sure. Or maybe not even try to do it.
I mean, round 2, we won't see any sinkholes on Eric's side, so there's no escape.
That's a relief. Now, what I'm wondering is the decks are in the description of the video, right?
Yes.
So I can go have a look now. I want to see if there are shield slams or rampant hatred to see if there is a way for Eric to destroy Miyuki. You know, without having to attack as the only option. And it looks like no. There's no damage. Well, there are 2 strength of the pack. They could actually do it.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that, that's it. So strength of the pack or attack, that's what has to kill Miyuki from the side of Brilvar to win with Showdown. Otherwise, it's a right breach or it's onslaught for Eric. So on the other side, we have Acrid that might push a bit on the right lane, but I don't know. With Lakali, I don't see the breach anytime soon. So, yeah, if I had to predict,
Yes, please.
yeah, you didn't ask me, but I will. If I had to predict, it's right breach from Eric or it's showdown from Svelte. It's, I mean, not a real prediction, but I'm narrowing down the options, right?
Yeah, which are the options? So, I mean, Eric is giving a hard pressure by positioning his heroes already there, like Akuti together with Nantaka, who could provide a good assistance with the minions in the background, and then Briva soaking some damage, even if Kichi is on board. So yeah,
Right.
you really like to die from Kichi instead of Miyuki, right?
Well, I mean, Kichi starts the job, Miyuki finish it.
Yeah, that could be it.
Piercing makes a lot of difference, right?
Absolutely.
Let's see, is there a Blazing Edge from Smells? Let's have a look.
Okay, is he... Okay, you're looking into the deck, or you're saying
Yes,
he's
I'm
discarding?
looking at Smells deck. If there is a Blazing Edge, I don't see it. That could help a bit, right? To finish, finish Brewer. But I don't see it, so... I can see 2 ganks, that's funny.
Okay, interesting.
One disrupt. There's no frail, right, though? So it won't be easy to counter a heal.
Yeah. I'm going to...
He will have to get lucky.
Which is a really nice song.
Yeah.
What a segue to music.
Oh, yeah. Can you put it up now, like in the background?
No, I can't, because of
why?
some
Come on,
certain
man.
rights. We don't own the rights on that song.
Not even for 5 seconds out of 6 hours? Like the robo will find us?
Oh, for sure. If someone is going to find us, then the YouTube robots.
Okay.
So, an expected opening, like Komaya is moving forward, killing a minion, and then she leads, even from hand. She's leading from hand, so putting pressure on Smear's right lane. Okay, there comes the counter. Takali moving outside onto lane number 2 into the bush, killing a minion, and then what will she do? Placing a pillar, or will she? No, she's going to lead from hand, I assume, then to counter it. Yeah, lead from hand. So, yeah, dear chat, what are you thinking? Who's going to win by which win condition? That would be nice to hear your predictions.
Okay, I can be more specific. I have to take a stand on a player, right?
You need, yes, absolutely. You need to say who's going to win.
Well, I will stand with. Let me look at the decks.
You're cheating. I don't even look at the decks.
Is that cheating? Is that considered cheating? No.
No. Meanwhile,
double trample is hilarious.
Oh yes, that's hilarious. But will he have it in hands this time again? That's the big question.
Right.
If Eric is going to be able to have that in hand. So we did see accurate activating, doing her classic move into the dome and killing 2 minions. And as a counter, Akuti is moving into lane number 1, and she is attacking after placing down her illusion and triggering her skill, so that she is going to wipe out the other minions. So as it now stands here in lane number 1, it's 1 control point or 1 point of value on the control. Okay. As I'm having a look right now, I'm a bit confused as on the edges it's displayed as lane number 1, which I'm having here on my left side, while the control token itself is number 2, and on the other
we can
side.
blame tape, So
Okay.
I cannot see the number on the right though. Is that number 1? Can you move the camera?
I can, but
do that. Do that. I know it's against the law.
No, I can't see it. The minion is on top.
Yeah, but just zoom on it with Alt, or something.
Yeah, there we go.
Mouse over and Alt.
There's the one.
Okay, good.
Okay, so it's mixed. I don't know if the players are aware that Smear's
You can delete, right click and delete the wrong ones, maybe.
Okay, which do we take? I mean, I don't want to interfere in the game, but
no, but you don't touch the game component, the stuff in game, right? Just delete the one on the sides, or move them one or the other.
No,
to
I can't.
Avoid confusion later in the game. You can't?
I can't because I'm great. I'm great.
Oh, I see. Well, then okay.
You might just
at least type that in the chat, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can go and tell them in the voice.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, you could also do this. You just jump
I
over
go
there
and tell them.
That's easy.
Easy. That's why we're two, right?
Yes. Bye. He's leaving me alone. Tape. What's happening with your mod here? Please help. I don't know why this did happen, but interesting. So I don't know. They need to somehow. I think they need to agree on what's the number. Which lane is going to resolve first? So Smear's lane would resolve first. Oh, they are going to change the control tokens. Okay, as they were playing like it was shown in the mod. You take no responsibility. Okay, that's fair. It might be an issue through Tabletop Simulator or something, so yeah.
So they decided to swap.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, they were in mind. They were playing like this, so.
Yeah, Smelf didn't care, and Eric did, but
yeah, sure.
I understood. So Smelf conceded to swap them, so he didn't kind of care too much about them. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Better clear this now than turn 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I did blame Tape live on stream, but he doesn't take any responsibility, and that's totally fine, as we don't know how TTS is sometimes working in the background and the updates that are being made from the responsible. So we don't know what is happening there.
Yeah, and you can blame me anyway, so no problem.
Okay, but we don't have to always. I mean, it gets boring. Doesn't
I know. It's repetitive.
Yeah, too repetitive.
So back to my prediction.
Yes, please.
I've got to go with Italian. I'm from Italy, so I think Smells from Arezzo. I see there is someone from the same city, Leonardo Lucci. I've got to stand with my fellow Italian here. So he's gonna win by showdown on turn 3.
Oh
Easy.
wow. Yeah. Okay.
With a crazy vendetta, double vendetta or something.
Yeah. That's true. That's totally crazy. And I could see that happening as well. I'm not sure. I mean,
you know, a funny thing.
Yes.
A funny thing is the only condition removals that Eric has are 2 purge and purifies. So to remove condition from his, like a mark and slow, he has to actually lose damage, lose like 4 HP. So it's not a nice condition removal.
No, that's true. And
against
the
Kurumo, you know?
only hero that is capable of playing the card is Akuti, right?
Yeah, on top of that, yes.
So the options are quite, let's say, small.
He has a lot of yellow cards on Akuti, well, in the deck in general. Lot of them, like 8. 2 Dismiss, 2 Purge and Purify, 1 Hurricane Strike, 1 Migraine, 1 Redirect. But yeah, he has a high risk of being color screwed.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know what he did Mulligan at the start of the game, but the risk is real.
Okay, meanwhile, we saw Brilva enter the dome and attack Miyuki. He did shapeshift at the end, if I see this correctly. Yeah.
Oh man, that's super annoying. Double taunt?
Yes.
So let's see on the other side, the condition removals for smells are...
Okay, they are resolving the lanes, meanwhile.
Blank. There are none.
Okay.
Wow. Wait a second. Does that mean Brilver is going to taunt 2 heroes, including accurate? Okay, there is a time warp. And there is like a 50% chance Smells has 1 time warp in hand, knowing him. So yeah, I think time warp is the only way to avoid a double taunt on turn 2, which will be kind of super annoying. Because there is no release spirit or other things removing conditions on his side.
Okay. So meanwhile, in the other games, Applus against C-Dubs. Applus did draft Kenui, Akrit, Korjov, and Gulbian. C-Dubs is going with Kotlik, Nantaka, Astrida, and Akla. And the OG outsider has been chosen. In Gameslayer versus Kirito game, we have on Gameslayer's side Yami, Ishatosk, as always, Forhild, and Astrida. Kirito did draft Shilavi, Frahil, Sakol, and Forhild, and bringing OG outsider. Okay. We see Smears killing one of Eric's minions, right? Okay, outsider number 3. What's going to happen here?
It is also known as the boring outsider, you know?
Yeah.
You bring him and you know nothing crazy is going to happen because of him. And yeah, I mean...
he did move the control token, killed a minion, and then the last thing I didn't see. Spawn a minion,
That was quite annoying, right? To move it back. Because now breach is not an option for Eric. So that means unless he plays trample, of course, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Absolutely. I hope he does that. If he wins with trample turn 2, I mean, it's amazing.
Okay, what is Smears going to do with Kichi? Oh, okay, you bring Kichi close to Briver. You just want to melt him down, right? So he is going to worship with Kichi. As Nantaka is already marked, I assume that he's going to mark Briver and predicting 2 cards then with his skill.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Kichi. And then maybe preparing the attack in the end. Yeah. Discarding a -1. And there goes the attack, which is going to be a 3 plus whatever Smears has predicted. Oh, a
Let's
slide
say
has
true.
been
Oh, really?
a
Oh,
slide. The big plays already. Wow.
wow. So hold on a second, because my screen is delayed a bit. I should probably try to join TTS.
Yeah. And as
Kichi is being pushed out of the dome, right?
yeah, that's the intention. And as a reaction, there's going to be played an Indoctrinate.
Wow, that's amazing. So
Yeah.
Kichi becomes immovable.
I'll put it on screen. Indoctrinates. Yeah. So yeah, move a friendly illusion on the battlefield 3 hexes. This is going to resolve. All friendly heroes can be projected as though they are friendly Nupton heroes. So yeah, you can move Akrat's illusion and then and a Snowblind from Nantaka. Okay, and then Kichi is being projected through the illusion and can't be moved, as you mentioned. So we see a Snowblind. The hexes that were pinged are the hexes that were hit with the AoE. So there it is. Okay, Snowblind. And therefore Kichi is being disarmed. Okay, Skytear Flux is being played.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kichi is playing this Assault Scream. A +1 has been flipped. And Briver is down to 10.
What did I tell you?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, round 2, Assault Scream, Skytear Flux.
Right? I told you.
Yeah, you told me. 100%. You were like, 100% this is going to happen.
Yeah, I said probably 99, but still.
Probably always. So yeah, Nantaka and Briver have been hit. So Nantaka's down to 13 HP, Briver's down to 10 HP. Wow, that's a blast.
It is. And this is just the first activation. Let's see what Eric does in response.
Yeah, Tlakali has been activated. She did kill a minion. Place a pillar and let from hand on lane number 2.
Do we have any update from the other tables?
Maybe.
Not, or not yet?
Nothing special for now. Both tables are just playing the classic move, lead, attack.
Okay, the boring stuff. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you just tell us if we need to switch in one of the games and then...
We'll happily do. Here it's quite exciting actually, right? With this
Yeah.
slide and indoctrinate already, it's nice.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. in the dome as well as on the lane. So quite tense match here.
Now Eric really wants to push the right? I wonder if he has trample. I die.
There
know that.
comes a presence played by Ekrit.
Okay. Tlakali activation was like 3 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Attack, lead, and worship, maybe?
Yeah. That's what I assume. So Ekrit is disarmed. She declared an attack. I don't know who did she attack. Did she? She had to attack Briva, right?
Yeah, it was mandatory.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a bummer, huh?
Yeah, you're disarmed and you have to attack a 3 armor.
You lose an action point, basically, an attack, because you could attack a minion also.
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
That's sad. So she led from deck, which
we know Eric really loves Briva, right?
Yeah. There's a lead from deck on Ekrit's side, but this has been predicted, so we can assume there is a 3 mana
it's
card.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. And
it's not a 1 for sure.
No, Simius is repositioning the Ekrit illusion in the dome.
I have an update on Game Slayer and Kirito game. Both are playing Vorhild, and both use Vorhild to go into the dome and shapeshift to not be able to be targeted. But Game Slayer played Release the Spirit to remove the shapeshift from Kirito's Vorhild, and then use Ixatosk to make his own Vorhild attack the other one, and with the attack from Ixatosk, he put Kirito's Vorhild at 6 HP.
Okay.
Oh wow!
So she might die turn 1, 1/1.
Yeah, it's like the nemesis of Vorhild is that card, right?
Absolutely.
And now he's playing Drips of Tolot.
Okay.
To keep pinging him down, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Nantak is pushing forward, right? On the right lane?
Yeah.
So move skirmish attack to get rid of that minion.
Sorry, did I mention that I'm missing the German football or soccer match?
Actually? No, you didn't. But they won or something. They won against Portugal. Oh, actually, I'm in Portugal, right?
Why did you spoiler me?
Oh, well, it's a good spoiler, right?
That's a good spoiler. I didn't expect that. How could this 4-2? How could this happen? Can anyone in the chat please update me on how could Germany win on Portugal?
Well, you guys are good, huh?
No, we aren't.
Germany is good.
Yeah, see, even the French tell you.
They should have won against France.
No, I don't think so. It was totally okay that France won the first match against Germany. Totally
today,
okay.
France did 1-1 against Hungary.
You did win against Hungary?
1-1, one each against Hungary.
Okay,
It was a draw.
a tie.
Yeah.
Okay. That's unfortunate. So you need to win in the last game.
Expected.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, wow. So some of my friends are having a party down the street here, and I'm still sitting in a basement, but my wife is obviously loving me, and she did bring me something to eat from the party.
Oh, so sweet.
Yeah, so I'm going to bite in some of the things here.
Okay, I can keep talking
Yes,
about
that
soccer
would be
or
awesome.
whatever. Italy is actually doing well at Europeans, huh? Have you guys seen? Like, we are on a roll, but we are on an easier group.
Yeah.
But we are off topic. Let's go back to the battle here. And what we see is some action from the Akuti side, which just keep pushing, basically. And I want to see trample. Let's see if trample is a thing. Gets closer to the control token. And then worship to prepare for next turn. And no trample. I'm so disappointed. Come on. That would have been fantastic. Anyway, so right lane is big pressure. Miyuki must absolutely attack Brilvar because she's taunt, doing basically nothing to him. In the best case, 2 damage. And while on lane number 1, there is a crushing victory for Eric, on the other lane, we see a tie, potentially, where Trakali led from end, while Kumaya led from deck. So Eric might be able to win both lanes, actually. Now Smelts is thinking what to do with Miyuki. Like trying to come up maybe with a time warp, but probably not worth it. That would be the only way I can see, looking at this deck, in which it can avoid the taunt. So I just assume he attacked, right? Because the first action he pressed is a move, so I'm not sure. Did he forget about the taunt?
That would be crazy.
I think he just didn't press the button.
I mean,
he moved and led. Yeah. I just forget about the
Rivers down to 9. He was at 10, if I remember correctly.
Okay, he just didn't press the button.
So we won't see a trample, right?
No, but it was a perfect situation for it. Perfect. And nada.
Okay.
But I mean,
was the
I
deck
dreamt for a bit. Now, last activation of the turn, Brilvar goes into the lane, attacks a minion to make sure he absolutely win also that lane. So giving him the option to win by Nexus eventually, or just draw some cards.
Okay, lane number 1 resolving.
This time he will win by at least 2 in both lanes, meaning the outsider won't be able to push in the center the token anymore.
Yes, Mios has invested a lot into the dome, right? Many resources in the dome. 3
crazy
heroes.
amounts.
Yeah.
He's very confident he can get Onslaught or Showdown, I guess, next turn. or beginning on turn 4. But he has a lane to defend, absolutely. And with Lacali around and Akudi is not trivial.
So the stacking of the control token and the illusion goes on. In real life, this is much more easier.
Yeah, guaranteed. This is a game we made to be played in real life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes we forget, but that's how it is.
The game deserves it to be played in real life. And,
it's much more fun. I'm a bit tired of seeing Tabletop Simulator, if I have to be honest, but it is a great option, yeah, so I won't complain.
I mean, we were able to hold on World Championships. So
yeah, right.
This is
despite
impressive.
COVID and all that.
Yeah, this is impressive. So
I won't complain.
Yeah, with you guys not knowing what is going to happen when you launch the game, and suddenly a month afterwards, the world is on hold.
Yeah, right.
Because of COVID. So
it still is.
And we're still here. We're still here, and we are providing another content, professional content, let's say, here with the top 8 players. And yeah, this
top
is
7.
awesome.
Unfortunately, we had to lose. Team didn't feel well, right? So you had to drop. But yeah.
Yeah, that's
just nitpicking.
But yeah, it's a sad point here, but yeah.
It wasn't too serious, I think, from what I understood at least.
No, but still it's sad that he can't go on in the tournament.
Yeah.
And I mean, he loves to play. He really loves to talk about the strategies and the game development and such stuff. So
yeah,
he's really into the game.
We have some action going on with Outsider, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is trying to prevent some damage in the lane, attacking a minion, spawning another, and I assume maybe moving the counter token.
He did attack, he did spawn a minion, and then he did move one from the other lane. So yeah, 3 actions.
Just a quick update on C-dubs against Apples.
Yes.
They've started the second round. And with the first activation, Korjov was able to attack and skirmish against Akla, putting him at 1 HP after Akla was focused by the Outsider during the Outsider turn.
I don't know why, but it gets to die more than mages. Like Kosh and Akla, they get to die more often than mages. It's crazy.
And Apples did a nice move on the first round where he led with Korjov while on a lane, but used the Flux plus, I don't remember the name of the card, but the card that made him able to move 1 into the dome, the yellow cards.
Oh, the Time Warp.
Time Warp, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
cool.
Super nasty.
Cool. That's awesome. Thugger, you just let us know when you think that we should have a look at the game, okay? And then we just head over there if needed. But there is action going on here in the game, so we'll just stay here.
Do you manage to follow 2 games at once, or just that table?
2 games at once. I have 2 screens and 1 game on each screen.
Next level. Nice.
Yeah, next level is having one of the reporters in each game so that we can just switch over into the game and know what is going on everywhere.
Okay, what's happening here? We got a frenzy from Nantaka. Did you see that? Nantaka gets a frenzy and maybe wants to kill skirmish attack. You following?
Attack, skirmish, and lead.
Did the attack go?
No, I'm not sure.
Because she was already wounded, so something we might have missed something. But they're full mana, so no, I guess it goes.
Kumaya. You mean Kumaya?
Yeah,
did-
Kumaya. Sorry.
Yeah, attack. What did she attack? Skirmish lead. I mean, there was a 2 mana card played. She's down to 1
I think.
mana.
Yeah.
Maybe we
It was
just
Burning Rage for Kumaya for sure.
yeah, Burning Rage to apply Frenzy.
Yeah.
So I'll put it on screen first.
So he's basically trying to prevent the tower from collapsing this turn to get some more time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's a bit in. Smelts is not the favorite here, I think.
Yeah, it's
Because Showdown, I mean, of course, Showdown can come out of nowhere, right?
absolutely.
But it's a bit like double kill. It's kind of dangerous.
Oh,
if you lose your window.
-1 flip, but on the attack, not on the trigger, skill trigger, and
Nice.
a +1. So the minion dies. Yeah, okay.
The correct order.
Mm-hmm. Or let's say the optimized order for
Mm-hmm.
for Eric. And the Hurricane Strike. We don't see that card often,
Well,
right?
no,
Hurricane
right.
Strike.
Just on the draft.
There we go with the Hurricane Strike. Deal 2 damage to target adjacent enemy. If the caster has moved 4 or more hexes this turn, repeat the effect on a different adjacent target. Interesting. So
Yeah.
using this card, he did kill the last minion. So can we? No, I mean, it doesn't make sense to play a trample.
No, it doesn't at all.
And you just want to kill all the minions and then take the right breach, if possible.
Mm-hmm. Now there is Accurate and Kichi that can save the day here, or save the lane.
Mm.
Now I wonder why didn't Eric taunt both Kichi and Accurate?
I mean,
because he's worried of Showdown. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense because if, for example, Kichi just deals the armor piercing damage and then you're melting down, it's just
asking for trouble.
Asking for Showdown, yeah, that's true. So he needed to move out to the other lane. Okay. Smear's Kichi is going to move into lane number 1 and he tries to defend his right. Oh, okay. Brutal Precision being played by Kichi. So let's find that Brutal Precision. There we go. The caster gets +2 attack and is going to kill somehow Nantaka.
Eventually. So he's opening up the option of Onslaught.
Makes
Onslaught
sense.
turn 4.
So he did deal 5 damage, if I counted correctly. 3 + 2, 0 flipped. Yeah. Nantaka's down to 8 HP. And Tlakali, Nantaka, and Bröva are in range of being killed.
Eventually. Now, with these cards, it's a bit slower the game, right? You don't get to do crazy stuff too easily.
Yeah,
they're not optimized.
Yeah, this is what Python mentioned in the game before. So those aren't constructed decks as we know them, let's say. We've got smaller decks, first of all. They're only using 28 cards and then 32 with the ultimates. But like back in the old days. And the other point is that you don't know what you get out of those packs that you drafted. So this is really interesting. What or that was the interesting point. What are players going to do with the hands that they have, and the options that they've been given? And so we see some weird card plays played here.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, who's going to activate? River. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. Eric seems to be confident that now there won't be enough damage dealt to his River by Ekrit or by Miyuki, so he's going right into the dome and leading from top of the deck with a taunt against Ekrit.
Nice.
Okay, so she can't kill Eric's minion.
Now,
Really?
I mean, there is still Vendetta laying around, and it's a bit ambitious, but can he technically with a... Okay, let's do some math. Miyuki worship on Brilvar. 3 conditions. Plays 2 Vendetta, that's plus 12. Attacks, GG. Right? 14 plus damage. 14 plus.
14 plus damage. Yeah, he only has 3 armor. And not 3 times 3 armor.
Yeah, I mean, he needs like 12 armor to have a chance.
Yeah, so...
Okay, and it comes. Oh, no, it's just you. Okay, sorry.
It was just me putting it on screen.
Yeah.
So that
you are tricking me.
Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see the message before. I'm going to try it.
Yeah, because I have a delay otherwise.
Yeah, sure.
It's a bit weird to commentate with a delay.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Okay. And you can't join the game?
No, my computer doesn't allow me.
Okay. I'm going to try
forbidden,
to do this.
Technically speaking.
Or can I... just give me a second. No.
Nice, it's working.
Is this enough? Because this is my OBS. Okay.
It's enough.
Okay. Then we will have to handle it this way. Checking my OBS. Okay. Okay. If it's not working, then I'm going to set it back.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Find another option.
I can see Tlakali pushing forward on lane number 2.
Yes, absolutely.
Trying to threaten a breach.
Yeah, he's moving. Oh, he's still thinking if he's going to move right in front of Kumaya. No, he's going to worship first. Remove the pillar that has for -1. That's no. You hate to see the -1 flips there. Absolutely. So she's not going to heal. She's not going to heal. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
It sucks.
Yeah, I mean, okay, and we are playing an overflow.
Maybe recycling the tramples he has in hand. Who knows?
Yeah, you don't need those.
Or maybe drawing them.
Or maybe
and discarding them right away.
The overflow provides you with the following. You draw 3 power cards, and then you discard 2 power cards from your hand. So in the end, you stay with the same hand size as before.
Right, but hopefully better cards.
Yes.
Let's say, yeah.
We hope so.
Tagor, do you have any good update on the 2 tables?
So first on Gameslayer versus Kirito, slowly by slowly, Voril is healing herself. I think with the help of Freyel shapeshift effects. But Shilavi went down to 3 HP. So while Voril is getting up, Shilavi is dying. So we'll see. I don't know which heroes are their leaders on that game. And on C-Dubs versus Apples, C-Dubs again played on underground tunnels to save 1 minion and changed it on his right breach. So
So
he's not.
it's
Yes.
go ahead.
Now he's putting a lot of pressure on that right breach, but Akla did die as soon as he activated, because Ekrit reacted with the to the activation with a migraine to kill him.
Nice. Okay.
So, so the right breach is a option for sit-ups again.
Yes, not on round 2, but he will deal. He can deal 3 damage on round 2, and so put a lot of pressure for a win on round 3.
Okay.
Do you want us to have a look at the game right now? We have a small pause here.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
I've centered the camera correctly.
Okay. Here we are.
And I know that in their end, A place doesn't have a lot of card to be able to deal with the lane.
Okay.
He has a push one adjacent hero, the shove, if I remember correctly. But apart from that, he has like charm or cards that are not useful to him right now.
Okay.
But he might be able to stop Astrida from spawning a minion with his charm while getting a shapeshift on one of his 2 heroes.
What is his victory condition?
I think he's going for onslaught.
Okay.
Wow. Cool. Thanks. Then we're going back to the mainstream.
Teleporting.
Something like that, yes. I'm going to switch to Tabletop Simulator, and it's hopefully a better view for you. Why doesn't it do this?
What's going on in the meantime?
Yeah.
With Smells and Derek.
Okay. I missed something, obviously, because we are somehow doing something with the outsider. There has been the accurate ultimate. Okay.
Wait.
So accurate did put her illusion on lane number 1 into the bush to the left of the outsider, if I'm not mistaken. And then he used it to push the heroes away and even the outsider. And the outsider is now is the outsider now retaliating? No. Retaliating?
It does,
is.
yes.
It is.
Yeah.
And as the outsider can...
You can move, attack, skirmish, right?
Yeah, but why is he doing this against Miyuki? I mean, Accurate did do the damage. And he could have... it's a legal target.
Yeah. It should have skirmished on Accurate, yeah, because it could.
I mean,
if able, you must. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused on that point, but I don't know what they what they resolved or what we're talking about. I don't know.
I can ping them to let them know.
So I mean, we just don't know what happened exactly. So
yeah.
Okay, so we see another brutal precision that has been played. There's going to be an attack against Nantaka and an ice wall being played by Brewer, providing his heroes being protected.
But Brewer cannot hit Nantaka, right? How can
Briva is going to protect Nantaka and Akuti in lane through the ice wall. It was in reaction to an attack declared by Smios. So there's a sudden distraction being played by Nantaka.
Ooh, is that a breach? Is that GG?
Yeah, might be. I don't know which hero. I did miss which hero had a lead.
There's no lead anymore.
There is no lead
there's
anymore.
No lead.
That's true.
So it might be game over. No, because it's 1 minion, 3 mana card.
1, 2, 3.
It might be 4 damage.
Tower is still at 5 HP.
So I think it's not possible.
Lead. Okay, there goes an attack against Kichi.
And I guess a lead after that.
No, lead has been played before. From deck.
Oh, I don't see it on the overlay.
It is on the overlay by Nantaka.
Okay, I'm watching. I'm delayed.
Yeah, and Warship. Okay, let me see if I can. I just quit it and do it again.
With the big window?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, much better. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
I'm in sync. So it might be 3-4 damage to the right tower, putting a big pressure on Smelts, but not really giving Eric the game yet. On the other hand, Smelts has entire turn to kill 3 heroes, who are kind of low, but not.
Yeah, not on the edge of dying instantly. So.
Well, so.
2 damage. 2 damage to the tower. Okay, that's something. They're spawning minions.
Crazy.
Eric has a slight minion advantage of 1 minion. And he is going to win the outsider. So he for sure.
And he's winning 3 controls. Crazy.
Oh yes.
Right?
Oh yes.
So Smells has 2 cards? It's gonna be bad.
Yeah. This is a huge disadvantage.
Yeah.
There are only
Smelts
2.
is gonna draw 2, so Smelts will start with 4 cards, and he has to start defeating heroes to draw, and kind of snowball-ish from there.
Tower on lane 2 for Smears only has 1 HP left.
Barely up. And the outsider is gonna just make it worse.
Absolutely. This is, I mean, the outsider is going to kill a minion. He's going to spawn a minion. And he might just swap one of Eric's minions. Put it over into lane number 1 to put more pressure. Yeah, this is it. RG, as you correctly mentioned, Eric is going to overdraw, and Smears is sticking around with 4 cards in the end.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy, but it's happening. Okay, attack from the outside against Kichi.
Because Kichi now, Kichi now is at risk of dying, right? With Nantaka next to him, so he has to get away or activate first.
Absolutely.
And
Nantaka
just on C-Dubs versus Apples.
Yes.
Apples tried to be a bit cheeky with Gulbjarn coming next to Asrida and using Through the Eyes and Charm to remove Shapeshift and force her to either kill 1 minion and spawn 1 or lead. But C-Dubs had Speak with the Spirits in hand and was able to use the gain a Shapeshift with Astrida and Predict 2 to to still kill a minion while being disarmed.
Nice.
Cool. Wow.
Speak with spirits, big play. Okay. Or let's say medium play.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's the end of the round, and C-Dubs has a real advantage for round 3.
How low are the heroes for C-Dubs? Is it at risk of onslaught this turn, do you think?
Not at all. They're all full HP except for Astrida, because she just was attacked by the outsider.
Okay.
And she's now at 10 HP.
Okay.
So no onslaught.
And on our table here, we can see 9 cards for Eric versus 4 for Smeus. So it's kind of brutal.
Absolutely. So now we can see the absolute final trample play. We can be sure that he has trample on hand. No, he will have discarded it here in this situation for sure. So there are other cards that are more useful for Eric, I assume.
Pretty much. When you have both control tokens and all these minions next to the tower, you don't need trample.
So what is Smears going to plan now in this round? I think you need to go for showdown. What do you think? To just
either showdown or onslaught. But he's activating Kitsch before he dies to slam piercing damage
and a
burning rage. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Bring a Brilvar as low as possible, or even defeat him. It's 1-1 inside the dome, nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
So getting 5+ damage.
Yeah. 2 get in, 1 gets out.
Yep.
Old dome rule.
So 6 piercing, Brilvar is down to 3. Shattermind or whatever.
Oh, you skirmish. But it's a 2+. It's a 2+ skirmish. He's got frenzy. So you could kill Briver, but did he just kill Briver? No. Why not? It's a frenzy. He did just why can you explain this to me?
What did he flip? I didn't see.
A +1.
Yeah, it was a 3. So 2 frenzy plus 1 3 is dead.
Yeah. But
simple, right?
That's true. But why would you do that instead of getting Miyuki there and kill Briver?
Oh, it's a matter of safety. Like if you do onslaught, it's safer because what if you try to finish with Miyuki and there is a sync or something or a nourish, and then it's for sure a game over, right?
Yeah.
So instead, by going this way, he draws card that he needs badly.
That's true. Yeah.
And he has better control of the map. So yeah, I can see why both options would be good. I think onslaught is more optimistic. Showdown is more like desperate, like either it goes or it doesn't. If he managed to kill now, Tlacali on the other lane, and even Nantaka, or either one of the two, he might be in the game and not lose this round, then he definitely win the next one, right? So
yeah, for sure.
So both are legitimate, I think, plays.
Yeah, interesting on the different thought processes there. I think, as you can see, the options that Briver could maybe play around. So,
but also, Dara, think that if he left him at 1, he could just run somewhere in a cover X far away. And what do you do then?
Yeah, you just look dumb.
Well, he has 2 ganks, so it would have been epic for Miyuki to play gank and get him from the other side of the map.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that would be so amazing. But we won't see that.
Yeah,
he died.
But why not? I would have liked to see that.
Yeah, gank is amazing.
Yeah, even running to that lane, hiding in a cover hex. He might be a target for Komaya. He might have been a target for Komaya, for example. Oh, will we see again a -1 being flipped on the attempt to heal
No, +1,
Takali?
I
Okay,
expect. Okay.
so she's back to 7 HP. But I still think that it could be possible now that Komaya is going to kill Takali. I mean that.
Well, I mean, he has 7 cards. They must do something, right? These 7 cards.
Yeah.
I know it's not constructed, it's draft, but okay,
Nightmares
there it comes.
incarnate.
It's bang. -3.
There you go.
What else? That is in response to what? To a skirmish? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's down to 4. Takali's down to 4 again. So worse than before. Strength of the pack.
There it comes. Bang.
Just to blast away.
Minions just ate Kichi.
Strength of the pack. Oh, I love this card. I mean, you spawn a bunch of minions and use it with Nelaklin, for example, and it's armor piercing. It just
you cast it twice.
Yeah, or you just kill the outsider with it.
Yeah.
That's even also possible. Okay, and lastly,
does he lead or does he move?
No, he did do the skirmish, the warship, the skirmish, and an attack on the minion. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't look good on that lane at all. Miyuki's worship. Okay, Vendetta is coming. 95%.
She's worshipping on attack, I assume.
Yeah, why would you do that?
3 conditions. Oh boy. Oh boy. You move.
Getting closer.
To get line of sight. Declaring an attack and then.
Oh,
and
okay,
then,
without Vendetta. No, Vendetta is action, so he should have played before. So. Yeah, it's sad. But I wonder what Eric has in hand. 7 cards is like, it's a lot. There are many.
Yeah.
Let's talk about ultimates. What did we see? Just accurate ultimate? And we're not seeing what.
Yeah, we did see the accurate ultimate. Oh, there's a redirect.
Against the outsider.
Okay. Okay. Why not?
Right.
Why not? I mean, it's an option. A nice option. So, okay, there goes the flip. 3 damage.
Can I change my prediction for this game?
No, you can't.
Why? Come on.
You are going for I'm totally Italian and I need to stick with my bros and such stuff, and then now I'm going to change everything. There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, the outsider can't reach Miyuki, so therefore he's going to change his attack target, and did
to a
kill.
Minion.
Yeah, did kill a minion.
Wow.
This is wow. What a move.
So yeah, my fellow Italian here is not feeling too good.
He's not doing what you paid him for.
Now the miracle would be Accurate managed to kill Nantaka somehow, and Komaya managed to kill Trakali. 2 big ifs before the tower explodes.
Yeah. This is poo. I mean, Komaya does deal damage, but Accurate is not the main damage dealer in the game, so.
Now let me do the math. If there is a Wind Blast, right? Removing 3 minions, there are still... Oh, Tlacali is going to tank them all. Okay. This is GG. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't see a way out for Smith.
Yeah, Arcudi is activating. So.
And she's unemployed because there are no minions around.
Totally unemployed. Yes. I never saw this before. Hello.
I have an important update on Kirito versus Gameslayer.
Oh yes, please.
At the end of round 2, Gameslayer destroyed one tower from Kirito, so the left lane for him.
Okay.
So round 2, no tower. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7 minions in range to the Nexus.
Okay. So Nexus round 3 for Gameslayer is an option?
It's an option. And on the other lane, it's also Gameslayer that is winning.
Okay.
And it's also Gameslayer that's winning on Onslaught.
Okay, so Showdown is the only way out.
Okay.
For Kirito.
And I'm not sure which heroes I chose as leaders. I don't see any token on the.
In the meantime, we see a shove here in response to the attack from Kumaya. I think sealing the game definitely.
Yeah, I think so. So
we might move to Tagore table soon. See what they are doing over there, because here Kumaya is just losing her chance to finish by Onslaught, I think. It's the advantage, the luxury of having more cards, right? They're more likely to be useful. And
I mean, this is what
we have seen a redirect and then a shove. It's brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric has some crucial options in hand, obviously. So, and he did play them at the right time when needed. So, Takali is still alive. Nantaka is alive. And the only hero missing is Briva, and this isn't important anymore, as with this death hero, then the option of a showdown win for Smeals is off the table.
Yeah.
So, and obviously we don't see any Void Palace.
Nope. There is Akrit left. Akrit has to play Wind Blast, and maybe the lane will stand. Unless, of course, Nantaka has another sudden distraction or some kind of shenanigan. Because I was doing the math before, Wind Blast removed 3 and Attack removes another. Then that leaves, Smells can hold the lane, I think.
Wow.
He can. Yeah, he can, technically. He loses the other lane. So the game might be open, actually, now that I think of it. If he has a Wind Blast. If not,
if not,
goodbye.
Okay.
But it is in the deck. That's why I'm saying it's an option.
It's an option, yeah.
There is one Wind Blast. So Screamy played turn 2. That's it. That's really it. It comes down to one card. Either he has it, or I think it's GG, from what I can tell. Tagore, what about the other game instead?
So Apples just use Akrit to kill 2 minions on the lane where Sidas was putting pressure. But more importantly, it also means that he opens the way for Gulbjarn to kill Astrida. Since Astrida only has 4 HP after Korjov did a bit of number on her.
Okay.
And Gulbjarn is shapeshifted.
But it's not Showdown, right? It wouldn't be Showdown.
No, it wouldn't be Showdown. Both leaders are Kenui and Kotlich. They're alone on the other lane and just killing minions from every round.
So
and
that's off the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Tagore. Okay. Nantaka is going to activate with 3 conditions and only 6 HP.
She could hit accurate for what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 6 plus plus. Not too much.
1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. Yeah, 6. Or you could just hit Miyuki.
Right. She's already there after all.
Tag lead. Okay, that was a quick math. I didn't get where she's down to 11.
Only to 11, you're saying?
Yeah. Okay,
I didn't
leads.
see the flips though.
Yeah, me neither. She's leading from deck and doing a worship, so I think, yeah, she worshipped herself, so gave her
She's
a
unmovable. Yeah.
Good. This is good to stay in the lane. Yeah.
Does he have an Arboreal Right or something?
Ooh, I don't remember that.
No, I don't either.
So what is Acrid about to do? Oh no! Oh, Acrid did activate already.
Acrid doing Acrid things. No.
No.
She shouldn't have. It's the last activation, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Smears did kill Brewer, so it's the last activation. Yeah. Okay, she is going to skirmish.
Smears doesn't have a lead there, so he must do something about. Bewitch, nice. Okay.
Bewitch. Let's put it on screen. So defeating the adjacent minion and spawning a new one.
Yeah, that doesn't want to stay there. It's too scared.
Yeah.
He will eventually die in a matter of seconds.
And I think Game Slayer won against Kirito because they're putting cards on the board, so I think they're discussing what they could have done, but
okay.
I think Kirito is forfeiting because he knows he can't save his Nexus.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Tago.
Here we are seeing a mega attack.
Oh, yes.
From Acrid. 3 minions going away. Acrid saving the lane big time.
I mean, Smears is using the card in Indoctrinate, so he did move the Acrid Illusion, right?
Yeah, it's basically his attack. Air attack was basically a Wind Blast.
Yeah.
Thanks to that card. So that's why I'm not playing, but these guys are playing because they're better than me. They can see stuff I cannot see. So they're doing the math, and apparently no damage on the tower.
Incredible.
So Smelt is totally in the game now.
So Onslaught now totally becomes an option.
Right.
I mean, even if Eric might still have the advantage in cards. Okay, he is destroying the tower on lane number 2, so a Nexus loss in the next round is near.
So he has a double threat on 2 lanes, but he has 1 more hero and 1 way to win, that is defeating two heroes, right?
Yeah.
Now,
was that a +3 on the flip? No, +2. What's happening? Oh, come on, guys.
well, there is it's simple. The outsider is beating down Nantaka.
Yeah, he's attacking. He's skirmishing.
Trying
Nantaka has
to
no
kill
armor.
her.
Okay, 0. Nothing happens.
So now, yeah.
What you do? Spawn a minion, maybe?
He already spawned one, yes.
Yeah, he did spawn a minion now. Okay. Okay. So what about the cards? Smears is going to be with 4 cards again. And Eric, I don't know. Yeah, he's up to 7
7.
cards again. Oh, wow.
Now, I think the tricky part is Tlacali and Nantaka. They are kind of by themselves in the corner there,
Oh, yeah.
in that lane, right? So, while Nantaka is kind of dead instead, I think.
Should the Kuti illusion being killed by the Wind Blast? I think so.
No, it wasn't a Wind Blast. Oh, you mean the AoE attack?
The hour you take.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they missed that one. There was a question in the chat, and I think that's great. Oh, another slide. There goes a slide. So Kumaya trying to attack
Poor Kumaya.
Takali.
Come on. Poor Kumaya. So disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, but on the other hand, she flipped at least a slide on healing. Oh, look at this. A -1 of first melt. Tlacali is gonna stay alive.
Skirmish. Soul Scream.
Oh, Tlacali is gonna die. Maybe. 4+. Just needs a +1 to call it a day. But Eric is thinking.
Yeah.
Also, this Soul Scream is really good because you can take away 3 minions. Or 2. Oh,
minions.
+1. So Tlacali is knocked out. Now Onslaught is really, really an option on the table now.
Chat is going crazy.
Yeah. Better be.
What's happening here, guys?
It is a big comeback here.
Could you have won by breach? Takali protected all 3 minions? That's a good question. Could he have won by breach if Takali protected all 3 minions?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You win by 3, you kill 1, the tower would stay at 2. Another slide. No, sorry, I'm messing up with the timing here. Apologies.
So yeah, Takali died.
Yeah, Tlacali died. I come back in the future or the present. I don't know. It's confusing.
We don't know. It's out of the board.
I have too many screens.
Yeah. Out of the board state. Okay. Aji is obviously is betting on Smears as well as you are.
Me too.
So,
Me too, of course.
How was your prediction so far?
Well, I mean, it was off, but I'm on the right player, right? It smells. No, but come on. Nantaka can run away now, right? Really fast, really far away. Maybe.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, accurate. Yeah. If Eric is going to use Briva now, then he could taunt accurate. It's a move, skirmish, and you just, move skirmish, and then you worship, and then you can taunt accurate. So you only have to avoid the damage dealt by Miyuki then. Let's see if this is enough to prevent this. And then it might be a Nexus win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minions on Eric's side.
Come on, Nantaka.
And only Komaya. So that's 5. Winning by 5, which you need.
Okay.
Mud floods. You're crazy.
Come on.
Who plays such cards? Okay, yeah, I remember. We are in this drafting format.
Yes. Now I wonder what comes. Maybe a refract. A refract, double mud flood. Or let me see. A gank. No, a gank is not reaction. What does he have in his deck? A disrupt. He could play disrupt his reaction. Or Indoctrinate doesn't help. Soul Swap.
Okay, the Disrupt?
A Disrupt. Never seen before, I think.
Modflot, so apply slow to each other hero in line of sight of the caster and push them 1 hex.
Disrupt could kill Nantaka, actually. 2+
Actually,
damage.
yes, yeah. Interesting.
We could see a game sealed by this
Yeah,
underplayed 3-mana card.
deal 2+ damage to each enemy hero hit. So heroes damaged by this effect cannot be healed. That's another thing.
Nourish could still be an answer.
-1.
-1, no!
You don't flip a -1. This is crazy.
Oh my god.
Incredible. What So
Man, this feels bad.
Oh yes.
Now they are slowed, so they won't be able to catch Nantaka, who can just run away and maybe break the Nexus or something.
There has been damage there to the outsider, right? Through the Disrupt.
Yeah, eventually, yes. But I don't think they care about that.
Yeah, I see that.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. You don't want to see a -1 flip there. This is come on. And this is the next game that is going to round number 5. Are you guys crazy?
Yeah.
We were talking about come on. Okay, let's play around 6 hours today. Okay, I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
we should have been done by now, right?
In an hour, let's say.
Yeah. So this is real fun, though. It's fun to watch.
Absolutely.
That is stuff you're not used to see. So now Nantaka is free to really run far, far, far away. But Kumaya has mana available, yes. Like a Nightmare Incarnate is a threat. So what does it do? It gambles. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you want to do this?
Yeah, I mean it's really dangerous. If there is an AoE attack like a Dragon Punch from Miyuki, for example, or Disrupt is not an option anymore. There is a Dragon Punch. There is a gank. Oh my god! Can you see? Oh my god! A gank from Miyuki closing this. That would be perfect.
I mean, if the Petsy ball on which I'm sitting had an edge, I would be hanging on the edge the whole time. But it doesn't have any edges. It's round, you know.
So why there? Why there? Because okay, you're surrounded by white lines. Wow. So I can see Dragon Punch, gank. What else? What else?
I mean, Miyuki can't Dragon Punch. She has 2 mana. That's true.
Oh, okay. She cannot. What about gank? Cannot be played by Accurate.
Yes.
So what else? What is left?
Time Glitch.
Time Glitch is not an option. Not here. Oh yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Now you see it.
Oh, he has it. Oh, okay. I didn't see it in the deck.
Okay, so what are we going to do with Time Glitch? Apply fast to the caster, you may remove a condition from them.
Snow Blind?
What? From played by
Nantaka, I guess, or
Nantaka
Akuti.
herself. No, Akuti.
It means Nantaka might have another answer? Wow, okay.
This is just disrupting,
so,
right? Eric is just disrupting. A disrupt?
Another?
No, What?
Another time glitch?
No.
No, it's a glitch. Okay.
Yeah.
So what does this mean? It means if nothing else happened, Miyuki must flip a +1 or more to win the game.
Yeah, with those consistent decks. Oof.
Yeah, with these flip decks we're seeing.
Yeah, perfect flip decks.
Yeah, it's guaranteed, right?
I think the only near flip deck was in Tim's hands.
Let's ask Tag, are you still there? How is C-Dubs and how are they doing?
C-Dubs did 2 greedy choices, I think, in this round. The first one was to try to attack with Astrida while she was adjacent to Korjov, and Korjov was able to disarm her, so she was unable to kill a minion and switch and spawn a new one
+2 flip.
before she died.
+2 flip on
Okay,
Miyuki.
Tagor,
attack.
sorry a second. Here we are seeing the end of the game. We're coming to you, Tagor, in a second. But this is the game over. As I predicted, Smells won the
As
game.
you predicted.
I never doubted. And fantastic game. Very dynamic. Even though turn 5 for the second time in a row is
yes.
It's challenging.
What's happening here? Wow.
What about we have a look at the other table and we switch to Tagor? What do you think?
I'm going to switch over there, Tagor. You just provide us the stream, please.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect. And then I'm going to switch in the background into the game. I just jump in there.
I'm happy Miyuki won, by the way, because I bet on her on the fantasy.
And then the second error he did was to bet a lot of his round by using Akla to try and finish Korjov. But unfortunately, Aples had a heal in hand and was able to save him. And now I think we will see a victory by Onslaught from Aples on 1-4, because I don't think Akla can survive the attack of both the Outsider, Korjov, Gulbjarn, Ekrit, and Kenui.
Okay, are we supposed to see the? Are we supposed to see your screen? Because I'm not.
Yes, the stream is actually watching the game.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just
preparing. At least I'm alone.
So I'm.
So yeah, I really don't think that. Oh, maybe he just saved it by putting Kotlechi to the dome and leading with him.
So, Tagor, are you saying Aples must kill Akla or someone else to win? Or what did I miss? Sorry, I lost you.
Aples already has 2 kills for Onslaught, so he just needs one final kill to end the game.
Okay.
And Akla is an easy target. I think Aples also forget to deal 3 damage to Nantaka because he did a skirmish action with Gulbjarn hitting Astrida that was next to Nantaka, but since Gulbjarn was shapeshifted, he should have hit both of them. But I don't think it will matter. And right now, in the end, I think C-Dubs won the Outsider, and it might be worth a lot since, getting attacked by the Outsider for Akla would have been too much for him.
Sorry, Tagor, I'm a bit slow. It's a long day. So they are end of turn 3 now, right? They are resolving control?
Yeah. They just finished round 3.
Okay.
It was a tie in the dome. So Aples was hoping to win the Outsider by leading from the top of the deck with Kenui.
Okay.
But it was a tie, and now it's a new round, and I think for Aples is going all in on.
So either Akla. It's coming down to either Apples kills a hero now in an entire activation, or he loses by breach, very likely.
Yeah.
Okay. And he has card advantage setups, right? He has 5-3.
Exactly. And Apples doesn't have a lot of option in hand. He has Biding Time, so Predict 2, Chasm, and Whisper of Nupten. Whisper might be helpful for Ekrits, but apart from that, I don't think he has a good card to try and get a kill this round.
Yeah, and we start with a disarm from Speak with the Spirits, right? So Gubjan disarms is disarmed.
Oh, that's perfect.
That doesn't look good for Apples, right? Is that I'm reading correctly what's happening?
Yeah,
to me
exactly.
it looks very hard to kill a hero now.
Oh, and Song of the Siren has been drawn by C-Dubs, but Asrida is out, so not that useful. But he has Skytear Drain and Gonk, so one of his heroes can flee to the other side of the board if needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm sorry to say this, but I bet on the American, not on the Italian, you know?
What is happening, Giacomo?
Yeah,
I'm disappointed.
Unfortunately.
What can I tell you? I bet on Italy on the Europeans, but here, like the soccer European league, but here it's green. Like Ekrit or Knui are not known for the high damage output they can deliver.
Yeah, a crit could have been a good way to finish Akla if needed, but the fact that C-Dubs drew a second Speak with the Spirit in the game really helped him.
What is this chasm doing? I'm not. What is the chasm for? Can you understand?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it was just to push a bit Nantaka so she wasn't in line of sight of all the minions, but she's still in line of sight of 4 of them, so I don't see...
Yeah, but nothing crazy, huh? Because it's a Gubjan turn, so...
Yep. No, I really don't understand this chasm.
Okay. Is there any card, like a Strength of the Pack or two on the deck, Atlas deck, that you know of?
None. I didn't see that many offensive spells in his deck.
Yeah. So, yeah, I bet on the American, sorry. But I'm happy to be surprised. We'll be happy.
And since he pushed both Nantaka and Akla, he should push Gublian too, right? Because this means he aimed at the space where Nantaka was.
So, okay, now I get it. He's trying to make the card fizzle, the Speak with the Spirits. So I think he's going to push the bear into the cover X, and therefore it's not a legal target anymore.
Yes, I see.
Yeah, so now I get it. It's just very slow in doing that. It's thinking where to push, and I guess. I assume.
C-Dubs is asking me a rule question. Is out of line of sight of Korvos. Do. Oh,
Yeah,
you
so
already.
the entire card fizzles. If that's a question.
Yeah, he targeted Korvos with his disarm.
Wait, did he just play a second one? No, it was a creep.
No. Yeah, he just moved it.
Okay.
So yeah, the entire card fizzle. Okay.
But he must push the bear into the Kovarex, right? Oh no, it was targeting Khrushchev. Okay.
It was targeting Korvos.
Okay.
But he still should have pushed Golbian because.
Oh, look at this. That's a great start. It is a
Nice.
skirmish with a +3, so 4 damage piercing, and then 4+. Khrushchev is coming for the win. So 5 more. Look at this. Okay, I might change my bet here.
That's a lot of damage.
I might change my bet. What is it, 9 damage?
Yeah, that was 9 damage.
Okay, there's a problem that is the bear cannot get close to Vakla now, but nevertheless, it's 9 damage.
I mean, technically, he could. Wait, when?
How?
Oh no, he
Yeah,
can't.
you can. Yeah, move skirmish, you can. But they are not. They're not using the activation token, right? Because I was confused.
Yeah, no,
it's on the bear, right?
Yeah, I thought it was Golbian that was being activated. Wait,
Yeah.
you should not kill Korjov here. He's giving you protection.
So now is killing Khrushchev, maybe to draw cards? Or maybe...
Skirmishing away. Oh, he's ganking
gank!
away.
Wow!
That's what I was saying earlier. He can go on the other side of the board.
Oh, nice.
And now I think only Ekrit can hit him, and Ekrit cannot kill him.
Nice. Nice. I like to see these cards do something. We're not used to them, right?
Yeah, gank is rarely played because there are so many good
you always
3 mana
want
cards on
other. Yeah.
Chrono.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. I mean, all the good 3 mana cards, maybe there was Unstoppable, would give him fast, but it wouldn't be as good, right? Here, in this specific situation. Gank is really good in this situation. Really unique.
Oh, he almost made a huge mistake. Because if he goes onto the bush next to his own tower, it means that Kenui can come next to him and attack.
With a move, skirmish move, attack, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a huge mistake, yeah. Potentially. So now there is only an AoE attack from Ekrit that, push Akla, and then Kenui can get there. That's bad.
Thago, could you again mention who are the leaders?
The leaders, you can see. Oh, yeah.
With
your fixed camera, you can see it. Okay. It's Kotlich for C-Dubs and Kenui for Apples.
Okay.
So yeah, it's out of
none of them got attacked
not an
game.
option. Yeah. Now, does he have fast cards that you know of?
He has in
Atlas?
his deck, but not in his hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I will go into his team to check. Yeah, in hand, he only has Whisper of Nocturne and Biding Time.
Okay.
So nothing useful for him.
Now they moved the wrong illusion. They should have moved the accurate illusion. Flipped a
Okay.
+2, and now Kenui can get to Akla, but Kotlik can just be the bodyguard, I think.
Kenui already could get to Akla where he was when I think about it. Just with a move and a skirmish, she was next to him.
Yes, it's late. It's hard to count.
And she needs the +1 to kill him. But if Kotlich gets in her way, I don't think she can reach him anyway.
Whoops. Skytear Rain?
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't know that that Atlas did not have anything in hand.
So it's only trash that is discarding?
Yeah.
Okay, it happens.
I mean, he can spend both of these cards. Both of them are reactions, so yeah, he can predict 2 to just be sure.
Okay.
To have a +1. And then Whisper of Neptune could be used, but why? I don't think he needs it.
Yeah.
Oh, he might want to move his own illusion. Because if Kotlich decides to damage Kenui, she can move 1.
But she can already do that, right? With the Kenui illusion there.
But she has to lose HP. And she can't lose HP without being targeted by Kotlich, I think.
Yeah, it would be a mistake for C-dubs to help Kenui get closer to Akla, right?
Totally, but sometimes you have to bet on your opponent's mistake.
Yeah, of course. Another amazing thing would be materialize to get closer to Akla, but
yeah. So everything depends on C-Dub seeing that he has to block Kenui. Because if he doesn't, he loses. If he does, he wins.
Mm-hmm. Simple as that. So it's time for me to update the brackets a bit, so we can jump into the next round right away, right?
Oh, yes.
So we have Smells that went through and Games Later. Okay.
I think he saw it.
He saw what?
That he has to block Kenui. Because he's moving exactly in the right spot.
Yes.
Yeah. Atlas should have activated Kenui first.
Because a crit area of attack could have reached much more easily, right?
Exactly.
That could have made a difference between one way or another, right? Wow, crazy. Little things like that can make a big difference, even without considering cards. Now, my wife is not bringing me food.
Why not? Giacomo,
Zargo,
what are
we
you?
need to talk. We need to talk about this.
Yeah, I can give you some inside tips, maybe.
Yeah.
Or not. Better not. Yeah. No, I'm just happy that this is all interesting, and we have a really nice time here with again with soccer in the background, or football, as we say here in the
Are they
EU.
playing? Who is playing now?
I don't care. Germany did win.
Okay. Yeah, okay, right. Makes sense.
I don't care. And I got a bottle, a glass of wine promised at the end of all this. So let's see if the promise is going to be actually being fulfilled.
So food, wine, and and I have nothing.
Yeah. No, you are here with us
Maybe I need a
commentating.
break. Yeah, I know, but my belly is reclaiming something. So the next question is, can Apples prevent the breach? To look at the other way around, or it's...
He might be able this turn.
Is there a call the pack maybe or something?
No, but Apples has nothing in hand, so...
Oh, 0 cards. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oops.
Yes,
Okay.
Skytear Drain emptied
I forgot
his
that,
hands.
yeah.
But the thing that's interesting is that if he didn't forget the 3 damage on Nantaka on the previous turn, and if he decided to focus Nantaka this turn instead of Akla, Nantaka wouldn't have been able to flee.
Because she doesn't have red rune, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But you never expect gank.
No. Actually, I don't think it breaks through the breach. Because he had to move Kotlik there to body block. So you can only commit 1 hero, right? Or what am I missing? There is only Nantaka on the right lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the tower is safe for this turn, but maybe not the next one.
Yeah, but then there's an entire turn to kill Akla, unless he ganks again, and even then.
Ooh.
So my fellow Italian here might have a way to win.
And he still has Kenui to activate, so he might still win the dome. Well, the dome won't help for Akla, unfortunately, but it might help for Nantaka. Yeah, Nantaka is full. And on the next round, Asrida will come back for syllabs, which might be huge, especially if he kept ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
No, he led with the ultimate.
So what does he have in hand now?
He has riposte. Oh, he can kill 1 minion with riposte.
Okay. Does that make a difference with the breach? Let's do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, if Kenuis go there, it does a difference.
Wait. So Kenu is not backing up the lane. Wow. Oh, but he predicted the lead of Gurbjan, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so it's not blind. Okay. But that
But yeah, repos have
might
been
make the
played.
difference. Repos might make the game. Another very never seen before card.
What?
It's 4-5, 8-5. Win by 3, exactly enough. Repost, or I don't even know how to pronounce it. Might be the deciding card.
Wow.
Of course, the Shield Slam would have done that, but
Yeah. 5 against 8. That's right breach. On turn
that's
4.
exactly enough to breach. Yes, thanks to that card. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
and
update the brackets.
repost the new game from the bridge.
Yes.
The new
Wow.
card from the bridge.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
No, it's one of the core cards.
Oh,
Yep.
it's one of the core cards, seriously?
Yes.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Seriously.
Wait,
Never seen
why
before.
did I
No.
just
No.
put it in my deck for the first time recently? Weird.
Yeah,
It happens.
this is incredible. Risk card in game for the win, lol. Yeah, Ryan, thanks.
It's not that well. It's not that bad. It's just a costlier. Wait, what's the name of the Kurumo card that kills one minion?
Quick shot.
Yeah,
Quick shot, yes.
that's just a quick shot for 2 mana, but
Yeah.
with +2 armor.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, it is.
Wow.
Incredible.
Okay.
Disrupt.
So
We saw disrupt. We saw trample. We saw repost. You're all totally correct, Tape. This is crazy, but that's the draft format.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so time to draw the victory cards and pause the pairing, so games can start right away, right? Or is there a fantasy update in between?
There's actually a fantasy update, which
Okay.
I would try to provide somehow. I'm going to head over to another screen and prepare it somehow in the background.
I don't think
might,
anyone reported the game. I think I will do it.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, nothing so far.
Okay, will you report all the games or only?
I will try. I have to remember all the victory condition.
So this should be it.
I mean, Giacomo did update the bracket, so we put that on screen. Just a second, somehow.
Wait, they're not in the folder yet.
Okay.
Unless you can zoom that image. Can you go full screen with that?
Double dislike.
You don't want to? Okay.
Totally. I can do some things.
Wait, give me a second.
So we are trying to keep talking so nobody explodes.
I haven't tried the game yet.
Yeah, I think it seems to be really interesting. So you can imagine you being monitored or something, and another player tells you what you need to do to survive somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I've updated the image in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what I can do here.
And someone joined us. I don't know who.
I'm trying to.
I think.
Okay, I think we are going to. Yeah, just a second. We are going to join the following game. So here's the bracket. As an overview, I'm going to zoom in a bit. So in the upper bracket, we see Smears winning on Eric. So he's going to advance, and in the final round, in round number 3, he is going to face C-Dubs, so they are going to play and compete for the title of this invitational tournament. On the lower bracket, we see Atlas now being matched with Eric. And what's the last game then? Bearcat and
There is
Gameslayer,
Bearcat
right?
and Gameslayer. Yeah,
perfect. Okay,
My
so
graphic is not intuitive, but yeah.
no, I get it. Now I get it. Okay. So on the mainstream, we are going to head over to C-Dubs and Smears.
Is Clinton going to give an update? I guess at the end. I guess at the
I
end.
don't know. He's not going to join now, so I'm going to try to give an update somehow. I just need to.
Now we can get started with the games, I think, right away. Being late.
Yeah, we could do that as well.
Yeah,
so
let's do that.
I'm still with C-Dubs here, so he could just maybe reload the game. Let's see if he can.
And I lop off until the end of the game.
Okay, Giacomo, thanks for commentating.
Yeah.
And see
you
later.
later, I guess. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. So who wants to hear some music? We're going to be right back in a minute when we did set up all the games so far. See you again soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in game. So we are going to watch Smears versus C-Dubs here, looking on the table from Smears' point of view. And yeah, another time Pythoner is going to commentate this game here, and he has another commentator at his side who is King of Jokes. Welcome.
Hi everyone. Glad to see
Hello.
to see more
Great.
Skytear.
We've had some amazing games here, like the one last round where we had, all of that just crazy stuff happening in Eric's game at the end of that game. Just everything. These games have all been amazing.
Oh my god. We wanted eye level Skytear and we had it. Definitely.
Indeed. I was really curious to see how this turned out, because with the draft, you never know exactly how good your deck is really going to be. But regardless of that, that's the same for everyone across the board. So we've seen some really great plays with some cards that you wouldn't normally expect to be the one winning you the game, like the double trample we saw earlier, or
I know what to choose for the next fantasy Skytear. If it's a draft tournament, I just choose riposte and trample and win all the fantasy.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Yeah, definitely some cards that you never see. Even if I always like one single and sneaky gank in my deck to save, maybe if I have a control deck to save the last hero. And there's another card that you never see, but definitely helped to see C-Dubs for last game. And now we see Smells. Is this the grand final of the tournament?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, I
Okay.
believe, the last round of this tournament. So this will be C-Dubs versus Smeaz competing for first and second. In the losers bracket, there are games going on there as well, and they're competing for the remaining slots down third and below. So, but yeah, no, we've just seen so many incredible things happening today. I wasn't necessarily expecting that we'd have this many games back to back to back that have just had such climactic endings. Like, we've had some of these games where, like, we switched into the game, it was round 3, and it's like nothing seems to be happening right now. I don't know how either of these players is actually going to win before the end of round 5, and then end of round 4, round 5, and everything just starts. It's like, whoa, what's happening here?
Yeah, indeed. And another thing that surprised me is that, as I said to you before, is that many games went to definitely were control games, right? And I imagine that during a draft, it just easier to just build up damage and go and kill enemy heroes and win by onslaught, by showdown, for example. But these are some of the best players in the world, and they definitely can play also control matches, and they will keep in hand cards that you never see and just win the game like before. So
I think
very long tense game, and just great finals.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too about that is, obviously, if everyone tries to go for, I'm just gonna, build the most aggressive deck I can, which definitely can work very well, but not everyone is going to get all of those cards. So we definitely have players like Eric who are gonna really go after those more control-oriented cards, and it's definitely a thing that you can do. And Eric demonstrated that he could do it pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Eric is one of the best here, and is the king of control. And if it wasn't for the last activation of Zmios, he would have won
Yeah,
the game.
that
So
just like that disrupt and combined with the time glitch and everything
yeah,
is like
yeah,
Eric was very close to winning that one, but
yeah. But
not quite.
to be fair, that -1 flipped by by
Yeah.
Zmios was
You see the -1 is like literally any other card. When it's
yeah,
flipped any other card.
indeed, indeed. So Smells can sleep tonight because he won that game. Yeah. Okay. So we have actually 3 great victory conditions for this match. So we can see a lot of different tactics because there is I never saw Outflank live, and I'm very curious to see how players will going to play around these victory condition. So indeed, you saw the draft is starting, and you see Smells playing accurate to the side of the control number 2. Maybe he wants to just play accurate and do the standard opening to just remove the 2 enemy minions in the control number 2 to relieve the pressure on that lane.
Yeah, I think Ekrid is a really great hero, honestly, in a lot of games. But with these victory conditions, like you mentioned, you can use Ekrid to go after the minions in lane 2, but you can also use Ekrid if you're trying to control the dome. And obviously, we have hunting for power as another of our victory conditions here. So Ekrid gives you a lot of power to kind of force your opponent into figuring out exactly how they can position their heroes. Because if you haven't gone with Ekrid, it really limits their options in terms of like, oh, maybe I have to actually be not around the edge of the dome. Otherwise, Ekrid can come in and push you out. And so, and that's one of the things that's always like, when you have Ekrid in these situations, you have that kind of dilemma of like, do I go with Ekrid now to make sure I get those minions out of the way and enemy heroes don't like block me off from doing that? Or do I save her to leave that threat of like, I can push you out? And so that's always an interesting decision that you have kind of end up having to make.
Yeah. And on the other side, the C-dubs say, okay, I just want to win out this lane and just put both Trakali and the Stride on the same lane. Oh my God. I don't care of your accurate. I have my Trakali and I have my Strida. I will spawn lots of minions in this lane. And if you want to defend this lane, I have also an Antaka to hit you hard. So I think this is a perfect scenario for C-dubs to have the outflank for victory condition.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, especially again how that lane number 2 goes, but also what happens in the dome, because Nantaka really isn't that good in the dome because obviously there's no minions there, so she's just a 2 and 2 cards for her attack. So. And then obviously you have Estrida and Trakali also not that great at dealing damage. So I feel like C-dubs might struggle a little bit if he wants to go into the dome.
Indeed,
maybe that's fine.
I think Smeltzer definitely have the control of the dome with Kichi and with also Akrit. And but I think since like you said, C-dubs doesn't have many heroes to control the dome, I think Smelts wants to start with Akrit turn 1 since she's not very in danger, even if she moves for the first activation. But he doesn't want obviously to Tlakali to start and protect those minions for Akrit. So I think Smelts will start the game with Akrit since he's the first player.
I think that probably does make the most sense. Smeos, as you said, going first. I think this is a case where you're probably not as concerned about, Nantaka coming into the dome, Plakali coming into the dome, Astrida coming into the dome. It's like, sure,
Yeah.
come on, do that. I dare you.
Hi. How are
And so
you?
yeah, just
Yeah.
just getting those minions, like you say, before Tlakali can put up the pillar. You got to hope that that C-Dubs doesn't have like a Dreams in hand that could only protect one minion here anyway. So you
Yeah,
still at
indeed,
least probably get the outer minion because Tlakali cannot see quite far enough to get the hex between both minions. But I agree. I would be surprised if Smeaz does not go with Eckert
Yeah.
first and just clear those minions.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the lane number 1, C-Dubs just has to give up the dome and just spend his first turn of Kotlik first turn to just move, attack, and just lead, and just relieve the pressure, and then go out of lane number 1 and try to contest maybe and deal some damage, because I don't know if he has some more damage than Smios in this deck, but by the way, Smios is starting, and as we predicted, this is just enough. -1. Ooh.
And then he has Flux Presence.
Oh my god,
boy,
this is brutal.
Yeah, that's really going to make his life easier if he wants to have more heroes to then commit to lane 2 to hopefully not lose. Maybe try to go after that.
Yeah, I think now he can just use Kichi to move and start, and just to deal damage. So now that also C-Dubs saw the presence, it's unlikely that he use some of his heroes just to go to into the dome, because he knows that he never takes the dome. So now and no minions now. Let's see.
The obvious, the big downside of this is that you've spent the presence in the dome, but you don't have a lead there. I think that's probably still fine, because if C-Dub sends a hero into the dome, you can obviously send another one. It's just awkward.
Yeah, indeed.
At that point, you're kind of not necessarily needing the presence if you're going to have an extra hero anyway. But
I think maybe C-Dubs can just use Kotlik as last hero to go to the dome and just lead if no other of Smelt's heroes goes into the dome. Let's see.
So I think that's always the awkward part about going first. Personally, I really love going first almost all the time, regardless of what the conditions are, what I'm playing, what my opponent's playing. There's few times where I actually want to go second, but it can be awkward in these scenarios where it's like, well, I definitely want to win the dome here, but it can be awkward where it's like, but that means if I want to make sure I don't lose, I have to overcommit potentially to the dome. But we'll see how they play this out. We've got Nantaka activating.
That's what C-Dubs can do on the first turn. Just put pillars. I don't know if he has Unburial Rights in his deck.
He has one, I think. One Unburial Rights.
Okay, so just fill up the board with pillars. As a Taulos player, I know that this is always a good choice. And and also shape-shifting Astrida. That's actually a great start as Nantaka, also in a normal constructed deck. Just the start, place a pillar, shape-shifting Astrida, and lead.
Yep. And so we see Nantaka heading over to lane 1, which I think means that C-Dubs might be thinking that he wants to probably then leave Tlakali and Astrida to take care of lane 2.
Okay, now we know that Zmios wants the outsider so badly.
Yeah, and like I said, this is where it's like if he doesn't send at least another hero in at some point, then C-Dubs always has the option of just making his last, go last with Kotlik, head into the dome and lead and overpower potentially Ekrit, who is just contributing to. And so this is the part where the presence has maybe been a little awkward because maybe you didn't really need that.
Yeah.
But it also serves as more of a just insurance that like I'm definitely going to win the dome.
Yeah, but let's see. This is not a constructed deck, and the only hero that has blue rune for Zmios is Hagrid. And as we said before, um, he has to start with Hagrid itself.
Yeah.
So this is probably the only way to play presence on the first turn, since he has to start with Hagrid.
I do have to wonder though if maybe it could have been worth keeping for round 2, perhaps. But in any case, we see Kotlik also heading over into lane 1, taking down a minion and putting up another pillar. Now the interesting thing here is, and so this is why perhaps he didn't bother. Obviously, Tlakali can't save a minion here because Tlakali is not within 3 of a pillar, but C-Dubs did have the safeguard to keep that minion alive instead, which does have the benefit of meaning that Tlakali isn't taking any damage, which in this game with Onslaught is probably really nice to be able to conserve that health as much as possible, especially against Kichia here being able to potentially do more damage than if it were, say, Miyuki attacking him.
This is the perfect turn 1 for C-Dubs. The perfect, no damage taken by Tlakali. And he has a great pressure on both lanes. And also, even if the Terror is a very disrupting outsider, it does not deal so much damage. It's just the 3+ for the attack and maybe the skirmish. And their decks are not flip decks, so even the skirmish maybe it's not a big deal. So now he has hard control of both lanes, and he will win both lanes. And you have to defend the number 2 for the outflank, but now on the lane number 1 at the end of the turn he will have 4 minions, so a big pressure for Nexus around turn 3 and 4. So it's not easy for Zmios at this point.
I think one of the big dangers perhaps of the Terror here for C-Dubs is that Smeaz is running 2 Vendetta. And so the Terror is a way to get the disarm, and then you can mark and slow with Miyuki. And if it's against like Astrida, who's maybe already shapeshifted, you can definitely get 3 or 4 conditions there. Vendetta for +6, +8 attack, and really start doing some damage.
Yeah. Just for fun, I'm playing this clash with the condition damage deck, blue, red, green, almost all green with Miyuki and Vendetta and Terror. Playing also the Cup, the 2 mana green card that can push you 2 or 3 axes for 1 for each condition, and is very when you just attack with Miyuki with 8+ or 9+ with piercing with Kichi, he will almost one-shot a hero. So let's see, now is Astrida's turn. I think he will just move, attack, spawn a minion, and lead.
So he's going to move up into the cover. I assume here it looks like he's thinking about that. And then, like I say, attack and lead. And this is one of the things that I think is really great about these dual faction heroes, with Nantaka getting both the pillar over in the other lane and being able to shapeshift to Strida. You really get some nice efficiency out of those.
Yeah, Nantaka was great in a blue-green control deck, but now with a Strida or Freyal, for example, or with let's say 3 green plus 1 blue, it's just crazy now. I think in a lane control deck.
Yep.
And
there's
Elite
lead from Strida
from hand, obviously.
Yep.
Maybe he could have moved before with Tlakali and just place a pillar to protect the minions spawned by Strida. Let's see.
Yeah, that might have been a pretty reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
Because this way of doing things does open it up for Kumaya having the option to move up, kill the minion, and then leave.
Yeah. But this is the lane will be pushed anyway.
Yeah.
So I think Zmias now has to start deal some damage. Maybe the lane is lost anyway. I don't know. Yeah,
Kumaya
indeed.
with a time glitch.
Indeed, just go straight to deal damage.
Yep.
That's the right choice. The lane is lost anyway. For sure, he has one more minion to face off the next turn, but Smells is one of the best, if not the best, and plays for win, not for. Ooh, it's for damage.
Yep. Yeah, flipping the +2 for 5, -1 from the armor. Estrida is down to 10.
And maybe.
And we could potentially see something like if Smales wins the outsider, Taka Strida, skirmish, and give frenzy to Kumaya. There's a bunch of options he has there. It's always tempting to use the terror's ability to yank a hero way out of position as well, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's nice. Thank you, Ryan.
You are welcome.
So lastly, we have Tlakali.
Okay. So with the last, for sure, he worshipped. Just deal more damage that he can to a Strida.
So,
with the last action, he worshipped our Strida.
Yeah.
So
I
now
assume Tlakali probably moves. Let's see, Estrida already led, so Tlakali probably moves up, attacks the minion, and then places the pillar as far forward as she can.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
The lane's going to get pushed a little bit here. So actually, it might get pushed quite a bit because Kumaya didn't lead, which honestly is probably a good decision because it makes it harder for Tlakali to get a pillar out right away that protects all the minions.
I think I would put the pillar just under between the two minions, just under the control tokens.
That's probably the best you can do. I was just saying that if Tlakali does stay in the lane, and assuming Estrida led with a 3, you're going to win by a bunch. And so, okay, it looks like
indeed.
With Estrida and the lead, he's going to win the lane anyway. So may as well send Tlakali into the other lane, especially if has or is trying to get to an Umburial Rights. Getting as many pillars over there as possible makes a lot of sense.
That's definitely an Umburial Rights lane with already 3 pillars. And Yeah, yeah, definitely the right choice. So I'm curious to see how Smells will use the outsider, because it's definitely the most important thing if he wants to recover this game.
Yeah, so we see C-Dubs winning lane 1 by 2.
Yep.
And pushing that up.
And most important, with 4 minions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He'll win, I believe, probably yes. That will be by 3 in lane 2. Importantly, getting him that point on outflank. And he'll end up with a 1 minion advantage, I believe, in that lane. After they spawn their minions. But Smeows will get Terror. So we'll see. I could definitely see putting Terror right next to Estrida, throwing her way out into the back and slowing her, just making her not very relevant. I think she could still end up in the dome there. Probably, but
the thing is, if it disrupt the Strida, now C-Dubs is very far from lane 2, actually.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
The outflank will be harder, very harder, and suddenly the easier way to win is by Nexus with Amburia Rights turn 2,
Yeah,
destroying the tower. I don't know
looks
if
like he's trying to decide if he wants to maybe put it over in lane 1, since, like you say, that's where the lane is under more pressure there right now. So you could kind of make Estrida irrelevant, and then you have kind of a fairly easy time winning lane 2. But that is that worth the cost of being at such a disadvantage in lane 1?
Yeah, but you have Acrit that can reach. I don't know. Yeah, but the minions are protected by Tlacali, so not easy.
Yeah, well, with Smails going first, he would have the capability to have Ekrit move down to the bottom of the dome, worship and attack, and get the 2 bottom minions, since there isn't yet a pillar protecting those.
Okay, so outsider 3. So
he moved into the
Blue
dome.
plus to Kichi.
Yeah, he gave Frenzy to Kichi. I didn't see what the other
movement.
Did he not have anything else to do? Maybe I didn't see. He could also potentially be thinking with giving Kichi Frenzy. I don't know what cards he has in hand, but there's a possibility he could try to go for Hunting for Power here.
Yeah, but he already Frenzy Kichi. Kichi is already Frenzy. And then okay, just move the outsider.
So going first with Miyuki here.
And
so I'm gonna give a quick update from the Game Slayer Bearcat game.
Okay.
So they're just starting round 2 right now. In round 1, Bearcat released the spirits to unshapeshift Game Slayer's Vorhild and brought Vorhild all the way down to 1 HP on round 1.
Yeah.
Bearcat won lane 2, got the point on outflank. Game Slayer, however, did win lane 1 and the dome.
Okay. So a quick, sorry Ryan if I interrupt you, because there is a great play by Zmios, because they say, okay, I cannot win by outflank, and it's hard to kill 3 heroes. So I just load with conditions the terror and just started to attack him. So use the worship to give 2 conditions to the outsider, and then play Frenzy on Miyuki. Oh my god. Okay, so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, The downside of that, we're going to see that C-Dubs is going to get to, it looks like, I think, move with the outsider here. Interesting. I would have thought he might move the outsider, say, up to the cover hex next to Nantaka or something to try to get it a little bit farther away from Smioz's heroes and harder for him to finish off.
Yeah, and now a skirmish with targeting, so 2+, so just 1 damage.
Yep. That gives him another action with it, though.
I think another move, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, obviously it can't attack anything from there, and skirmishing Miyuki doesn't seem profitable. It's probably got to be moved. The question is, where does he want to move it to? I still kind of like that cover hex up by Nantaka, although the downside of that is you probably don't want to stay up there the whole round. So the other thing he can do here is put it in line of sight of a bunch of those minions, which would give Nantaka the ability potentially to do a lot of damage to it. As it stands right now, that would give Nantaka 6++, which is probably not quite enough to finish it off, though.
And maybe Smeos has the vendetta for Kichi.
Yeah.
And it's just a 7+ skirmish. Oh my god. And he has 2 vendetta in hand. It's just 11+ skirmish and just kill in 1 activation from 11 HP. Let's see.
Yeah, I do wonder what C-Dubs is going to do about, you know, potentially Kichie trying to go for it if he has the cards. And especially with Kichie also being frenzied, that gives him 5+ on an attack and then 2+ on a skirmish potentially.
Oh, I didn't count the frenzy. So with just a vendetta, it's just a 9+ attack and 2+ skirmish, piercing. So
which is when you're like right on the edge there, it can always be kind of nerve-wracking when you're going for that, because you're like, if I flip badly, I might just lose because it'll be at like 2 and then they can kill it. Or I could flip well and win.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't think C-Dubs has a whole lot in his deck that he could use to interact. He does have a slide. Slide could potentially, you know, if Kichie tries to attack from where he is, you could slide the terror out of range.
Yeah.
I guess there's Speak with the Spirits to disarm Kichie if he comes out of cover, but that just only counteracts the frenzy, really. But you know, if he's on the edge, that could be enough.
Yeah, and he has to keep 1 defensive card to just avoid a little bit of damage from Smeos and just kill the outsider. Let's see who is going to activate. Smells heroes are becoming red, raging against the outsider. Poor bear.
Yeah, this happens when you ask the players to color tint their heroes. So Smears, who is generally the blue player, is now playing with the red heroes, right? At least C-Dubs is staying with the green heroes. In the background in our channel, so everybody can hear this, we've got Kirito, who already gave us a small update on the game that he's watching. Maybe RG, who's also here in the channel, has another update.
Yes, actually. Thank you, Zergol.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we are watching the Apples versus Eric game. Apples is our first player in this game, bringing Korjov, Golbjorn, Kenwi, and Ekrit. Eric then also brought Nantaka, Brovar, Akudi, and Tilakali. We're about halfway through round number 1. Both Ekrit and Akudi, for Apples and Eric respectively, used their abilities to clear out the minions. However, Apples also used a Whisper of Nupton, which allowed him to also take the lead action in the dome. As it stands right now, Eric has a bit of a control over in lane number 1, but we're still playing through, so that could be changing at any time. Nobody has been damaged yet, which makes me very sad.
Thanks, Aji.
Of course.
I just love these updates. It reminds me when I listen to the radio the football matches from Italy, from Italian teams. It's just amazing, guys.
Yeah, so I'm going to do another update from the Game Slayer Bearcat game while we're doing updates. So before we had a quick update, so I just want to go through and actually go through the heroes. Bearcat is using Miyuki, Yami, Shadris, and Shafati. And Game Slayer has Vorhild, Astrida, Ishatosk, and Yami. So double Yami in this game. I'm sure RG wishes he was watching this game instead of the one he is watching.
Trade me!
I mentioned previously at the end of round 1 that Vorhild was sitting at 1 HP. Game Slayer went with Vorhild first and got a lot of damage onto Shafati, bringing him all the way down to 7, before Yami worshipped onto Vorhild and killed the Vorhild.
Nice. Meanwhile, back in this game, we had C-Dubs starting with Nantaka, who skirmished onto the outsider, but that gave Smails the ability to bring the outsider right back into the dome.
And that's not a bad thing for C-Dubs, since now Smelts has to go into the dome to deal damage, but at that point he can just move out again. So
yeah,
he can go across the white line to save the terror and win hard lane.
Yeah, the concern would just be if Smails finds a way to do all 11 damage at once, which is why I think he's looking here to move Nantaka. Seem to be considering moving into the dome, but leaving Nantaka just adjacent to Kichie. That would give him the ability, say, to speak with the spirits to disarm or snowblind to keep Kichie from doing. Oh no, we've got unburly rights.
We've got
okay.
many cars in the lane. So 2 minions actually, because he wants one pillar.
Keep the one pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that pillar will protect those 2 minions in the back. And
also just one. Okay, and then attack the Kichi with a 7+. 7++.
Yeah, 7.
No, it's 6 because he cannot see the minion in the bush, and also.
Oh yeah.
He just can
plus
see
plus,
3
yeah.
minions. 3 minions. So it's 5++. Because the one far away, it's 4 axes away.
Yeah, so there's the 2 on the control point, 1 of the upper 2, and the 1 down right next to the tower. So that should be 4 in addition to the 2. So it should be 6++, I think.
But the one is on cover X and one is 4 axes away.
Yeah, but there's 2 in the on the control token, 1 up top and 1 down bottom, and then yes, there's the 3 that he can't see.
Yeah, but it's just friendly minions. So
am I completely? Yes, you're right. Yeah, so 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
5++. I should learn to read cards sometimes. It's been.
Well, to be fair, Nantaka is not played so much, so.
I was gonna say I haven't actually played with or against Nantaka
Yeah, do
in
you
a long
remember
time.
that game?
Much at all? Really?
Yeah. But to be fair, that game there were so many minions, so 1+1 it doesn't matter.
Getting it confused with, I think, is it Strength of the Pack that cares about all minions?
Yeah, definitely. And on the other hand, Lord of the Many just +1 for every skirmish for every friendly minion. So
yep.
Okay, so after
Looks
okay.
like Smails is activating Ekrit.
Right.
Okay.
Worship.
Is he going to try to attack both Tlakali and the outside? Oh, no, he's going after those minions. Interesting to go after those minions instead of the pair down below. These two can be protected by Tlakali. And he has an underground tunnels. Will save one of the other ones without losing any health. So C-Dub is doing a good job here of protecting his minions without having to resort to Tlakali losing health, which I think is really a great thing for him to be able to do in this game where Onslaught is a victory condition.
Yeah, 100%. 100% I agree. Let's see how much damage. It's just 2, so just 2 HP from Tlakali.
Or is he considering actually just keeping the health? He does have a fair advantage on the lane anyway, so maybe he feels that he doesn't need that extra minion and just wants to preserve Tlakali's health instead.
All right, but just 2 damage, it's full HP. Maybe I would take the 2 HP anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's very important. It's very important to try to kill the tower and then have in both lanes a hard push. I don't know. Maybe
I can definitely understand, especially this being lane 1, where outflank being the victory condition cares about the other lane. So just even just killing the tower here doesn't actually win the game. So while you obviously do want to push the lane, I think I can definitely understand just trying to preserve Tlakali's health as much as possible here.
Yeah. That's still a good point. Let's see. No, not a lead yet. So I think with Kotlik, just move attack and lead. Maybe the one in the cover X.
Yep, that would definitely make a lot of sense. But he's worshipping here instead. That does, of course, let him protect minions with Tlakali down there as well now. So if he could potentially lead with Tlakali later.
Indeed.
Or come in with Tlakali and attack a minion as well. So
yeah.
Perfect. And so he's going to attack the minion with Kotlik here, and taking the one in the cover hex is probably the right move here.
Yeah. The thing is that we have to see the little old Kichi now, if he can one-shot the outsider.
Yeah, that's the real question.
Yeah. Oh, Triumph of the Light from
Kumaya, who can't see any pillars, so I think she's just doing that for the predict. This could be trying to set up a kill on the outsider with Kichi. If he can know that it's going to be, +2, a +3. If he's got a vendetta, he could definitely try to set that up. At this point, C-Dubs doesn't have anyone in the dome to do much. Nantaka can't cast anything on Kichi, being out of mana. If Smails has it, this could be a pretty quick end to the game here.
Yeah. And the important thing is that C-Dubs cannot answer because he doesn't have any heroes inside the dome.
Yep. Although we do see Smails here discarding both cards off the top, so he will not know what he's got on top and whether that's one of his -1s or a +3 or anything in between.
So here's the skirmish.
Interesting to lead on the skirmish, but I guess you probably figure if
he can predict also with the worship from Kichi.
Exactly. So he's gonna. I think he's already got the outsider marked, so he can go ahead and just mark Nantaka.
Indeed.
He'll get to predict 2.
No, just 1 because it's 1 in line of sight, and he discarded the +1.
I think he kept the other one on top though, because it is predict 2. Okay. Kichi is 1 plus number of marked enemies, which does include the outsider.
Yes.
So brutal precision, that brings Kichi up to 7+.
Here goes the vendetta. Oh no!
And then do we? And then he draws a card from the attack.
+2.
7+. I think that's 9. Puts the outsider to 2.
And then maybe
does he have? I forget. Does Smails have a nightmares? He has a nightmares, and that's exactly.
Oh my god!
Exactly what he needs to finish off the outsider. Exactly.
He needs the +2. The +2. Just. For predict cards, he just needed a +2. He just gambled it because the odds were very good. And he just cannot. No heroes in the dome from C-Dubs, and he cannot answer. So great move by Smios. Congratulations, my friend.
Wow, yeah, that was just.
Also, to be fair, C-Dubs played very well. The turn 1 from C-Dubs was amazing.
Yeah, I think the biggest question I had was I thought it might have been a little bit better to try to get the outsider farther away from CW's heroes, maybe up in the cover hex next to Tlakali there, or
but they are discussing about this right now, as you see. They are discussing about this right now, but
it's hard to say whether that would have been necessarily enough, but it definitely would have made it harder, I think, at least for Smails here. And Smails finding a way to get it through even without the kind of insane boost of damage from Vendetta stringing together the Burning Raid with Miyuki.
He has also Vendetta in hand.
Oh yeah.
So
wait. Why?
It doesn't.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So that's GG for Smios, right? He's the winner here of the tournament. Yep. Okay, I think that Giacomo will join us every minute here so that we can have a small talk about the game and the impressions of the tournament so far. And then afterwards, we are going to have a small update on the other 2 games, I think. And then we would see into which game we are going to switch. Okay, let's see if Giacomo is available.
And hey, we have our winner within 6 hours. I know. It felt like we were going kind of behind schedule for the first round or 2 at least, but we at least have the winner, even if not all the games are done.
Yeah, I mean, the stream is running about 6 hours and 50 minutes. So, yeah, close to 6 hours.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes. Hello, Giacomo.
Hi. Hello.
We then just need Smios and C-Dubs maybe for the interview.
Can I ask a question because I missed it? How did the bear got into the dome again? Was it a skirmish from Nantaka?
The skirmish from Nantaka, yes.
Okay. That was a dangerous place to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
that was my thought when he did. I was like, ooh, like giving Smails too many opportunities to reposition the outsider the way he wants, I think, is definitely dangerous, especially when you're just going to do like 1 damage.
Yeah, it just there's only small mistakes from C-dubs, but just one with against Zmios, just one small mistakes.
Yeah, it could be a question to ask. Are you here now?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Congratulations.
GG.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are back at season 1 Hunting for Power, but it was more harder and more tense, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not just
totally, yeah.
So C-dubs, from your point of view, what would you do different if you could go back?
Not activate Nantaka.
Okay.
And wait. Because he was explaining also was that if I don't move the outsider into the dome, or he doesn't by me activating it, that I have a better chance because I can move it into that hex like where he placed it. For me, I thought I forgot Miyuki's minus ability plus the flip thing, and I was thinking I had the math, but I was off by like 1 if I hit a 3, but I was off by like 3, I think.
One question, C-dubs, because you played the first turn very well. Was the perfect turn. You had pressure on lane 2 for that flank with Astraida. You had the Amburia rights and pressure also the other tower, and
it didn't matter.
yeah. So at that point, which cards did you have in hand? Did you had one defensive cards to play and save some damage for the outsider?
No. I was trying to draw cards to be able to interact. I have 2 speak with the spirits, and so I need to draw more cards, obviously, but that's pretty much it in a snowblind.
Yeah, I was gonna say those were your options. I think your best bet was ideally get it to a situation where Smails like has just enough or just a little bit more to kill, and then you can do something like Speak with the Spirits or Snowblind to bring it back to not quite dead, and then take it on your activation. If he's going after it. I was also curious when you were initially moving the Terror out of the dome, you kind of moved it out into the center of the lane, and my thought was, would it have made, what did you think about moving it up to that cover hex there? Yeah, next to where your Tlakali used to be.
Yeah, I did, but I was wondering if I could get it closer to the minions for
Nantaka.
And then Unburial bigger, because if I shift lanes, Unburial, or not shift lanes, but just like
I have
3 times then Burial. I have 6 or 5, I guess, more minions. But at that point, I think it's too late because it's like it's activating all of his heroes as well. I just didn't think I had enough time to do anything. Maybe I should have just attacked it to draw into outs. I don't know, but then that just gets him closer to killing it too. So I felt like I just didn't have any outs, honestly. If they weren't in my hand.
Okay, now quick questions for Smails. So your first thought about the first activation of the outsider was just to frenzy the kitchen and go for the Hunting for Power, or did you thought about also, well, I can just disrupt the Astrida and just go disarm and push, and she will be she cannot reach the lane number 2 and relieve the pressure from outflank. Did you thought also about that?
Yes, but the outflank is not the best victory card for me because I have to spend a lot of resources on the lane 2, but the lane 1 and the Nexus become resolved before. So I have already have in hand Burning Rage and Brutal Precision. So I have do little math that if I make a lot of damage to the outsider on the second round, it's important. I don't need to kill him now. I can't lose now because he can't win off out of flank or the Nexus or the tower. So my plan was if he go far away with the outsider, only with Kichi focus on the heroes and put 4 heroes into the dome. It's very important because I have to win the outsider again. And when I start on the round 3 and I position the outsider in the best X for me, probably he can't do nothing, right? So I can finish him. This was my plan. By the way, of course, I have the Knights Incarnate and the Frenzy on Kichi to finish him, so I do that. But for example, if the terror stay on the lane and Nantaka doesn't skirmish on him for let me move him again onto inside the dome, I can't risk to focus on the outsider, right? Because like I talked about with Chris before, he can only move in this bush, and I probably make with Frenzy and on Kishi a lot of damage, but it's not enough. And probably it's not good for me because he can finish him. So I have to play safe and yeah. This was my little plane. Of course, my first plane was a slot, totally. But you have see Chris forts a lot on lane 1, so I can't stay alive so long with the 3 Tauros, Natakali, and Burial. And...
Wait, one quick question. Maybe it's stupid and it doesn't matter for this game, but it's just a question, rule question. Can you void Palace the outsider?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Not the big one. But not the big one. So
Yeah.
Not the big one. Yes.
Okay, it doesn't fit.
And as you can see, I have entered the Void Palace and Eyes of the Storming Hand, so I am ready to stay alive of outflank or Nexus in theory, theoretically. But
I never thought about that. Kumaya having that application of hunting for power, just Void Palace, the outsider. And finish him off like safely, knowing that your opponent just like cannot interfere with you at that point after if you get it to resolve.
Yeah, indeed. That's my question. And now Kumai is way better with new worship. So maybe we will see more dual faction heroes like this draft. Actually, we saw much more.
I was definitely excited to see all of the some of the dual faction heroes show up in this draft. Interestingly, not at least I didn't see the one that I was expecting the most, which is Shadris. But we saw, obviously some Kumaya, Vorhild, Nantaka, everyone other than Shadris, basically, in the games that I've seen. But I think it definitely like in the first draft that I played, I think last month, like I had a Kumaya and she just felt like she didn't do very much for me. I think with some of the changes now, she feels a lot more usable, and it was exciting to kind of see that actually play out in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that is the goal. That was the goal when we made these changes.
Yeah.
Now, how about we get an update from Kirito and RG to see how the other 2 tables are doing?
Yes, but before we do that, I would like to put into the keyword that we are going to use for the raffle, so that someone here in the stream can win an OP kit, right? What can we say about that, Giacomo?
Yeah, good idea. Let's go.
Okay. So I'm going to put it on screen.
Let's see if anyone is listening.
Okay. Yeah, it's on the stream. You just have to put in this word. It's a breach with a big B and yeah, what's the English name? Exclamation mark.
Yeah, exclamation mark.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
I'm here for you, Zerigal.
You have to put it in front, Clinton. Clinton, you have to put it in front, the exclamation mark.
So he's
Lol.
disqualified.
Yeah, he's disqualified because he wasn't able to put it in front. Okay. So while we are getting some updates in here, and yeah, it's a big B, and some updates from the other games, and maybe we can give
Oh,
another
whoops.
update on the on the qualifiers that are going to happen during the rest of the year. So while we are getting some updates,
Should I go first with the update?
Yeah,
okay.
please do, because they're resolving an end of turn, so it would be better if you go, Karita. Go ahead.
Okay, so I had a lot of stuff happen. So we left off with Vorhild dying and doing a lot of damage to Shafathi in the process here. So the first thing we saw a pretty cool interaction where Yami used an exhaustion to turn a mark into a disarm on Ishitask, and then a Where Faith Falls to keep both the slow and the disarm on Ishitask. Then we saw Gameslayer use Ishitask to go after Shafathi some more, and then when Shafathi tried to run away, Grasp of Graphite to keep Shafathi there. Which then led to, of course, a Shafathi death. We saw a Psychic Shield also block a Nightmares Incarnate in the process. We are now finishing off round 2. Gameslayer actually used a Call the Pack and a Strida to breach the lane 1 tower and is now threatening Nexus. But yeah, and they each have 1 kill each.
Can we get the video, or we don't have it?
Can
It
you
would be nice,
somehow
right?
screen share it? Then I can head over there. I'm going to switch to another screen. Just a second.
Just to wrap it.
The plan was that you guys, after doing the raffle, were going to come over and watch this game. They're just finishing off round 2 now. It looks like it was a tie in lane 2, so Bearcat still only has 1 on outflank. They're tied. Oh, wait.
Yeah, if you can screen share it through Discord, then I could put it on screen, actually.
Okay, I will need to switch Discord onto my computer for that.
Oh my god.
So I'll do that in a second.
So
But,
outsiders only, as always, we
You're
are
in the
totally
toilet.
prepared.
Classic, classic
He's
Kurito.
As
on
I
the
was doing
toilet
that
and he can't.
Okay. Wait. As I was giving that update, Bearcat was activating the Terror and killed Gameslayer's Ishita, so he's now up 2-1 on Onslaught.
Oh wow.
RG, you're up.
All right, cool. All right, so we are wrapping up the end of round 2 here right now. Round 1, we actually saw Eric win all 3 control points. He won lane 1 by 2 points, lane 2 by 1 point, and then the dome was uncontested. What happened was that Apple went 4 leads from deck, and all of them were 1s and 2s. We've all been there, and it feels bad. On the other hand, Eric went for 2 leads from hand and a lead from deck, and they all went in his favor. So Eric was able to get a massive card advantage as well as control pressure. So if you would like to observe on the screen, because some of us are properly prepared, I am able to screen share with the cast. If I go ahead and... Actually, I don't know how to screen share. Oh, here we go. This is how.
Mm-hmm. Then you
Give me
give
just
me...
a second.
Yeah, and you will give me a couple of seconds so I can put it on the live
Sure.
stream.
Mm-hmm. So we want to share Tabletop Simulator. There we go. All right.
Okay, give me a second.
Give you just a second to tell me whenever it's up.
There we go.
All right, very good. So as you can see right now, we are doing the maths here. Eric, once again, being able to take control of both lanes. We still have to see the resolution for the dome there. It is Eric's Telekali versus the Ekrit, so that will go in favor of Eric once again, because Ekrit does not actually have a lead, so it doesn't really matter what Telekali has. She's going to win it. We also, by the way, did see with the Outsider activation from turn 1, Eric doing classic Eric things and not actually using the Outsider to beat down Korjov, despite the fact that the Outsider was spawned right exactly where he was. Korjov was right there as well. there was a shockwave used against him, but the attack action was used in order to kill a minion, which is why there is absolutely no violence, and the lowest HP count of anyone on this field is 12. It has made me very sad.
Yeah, what is the way out for Atlas? Does he have to do anti-foe power?
Well, I don't know that Atlas actually gets an out here because they're pulling the outflank onto the field, and I think Apples may just be conceding
I see, makes
and
sense.
calling it the game by outflank. We see that Eric is the blue minions there, and you know, he's just got an overwhelming presence there, and it appears that Apples is calling GG here.
Okay.
I can go share my screen again now. Well, not again, but I can go share my screen now. If you guys want to go see that.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, maybe we can get the picture, and then
yeah,
maybe I make a quick announcement and we call it a day.
Yes. Okay, we're on your screen.
Is that working?
Absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, we see they're going into round 3, and you see there are 3 heroes dead. So we are going to the round with only 5 heroes, and we are in the process of seeing a kneel before me from Yami.
Oh, good time to get in.
Whoops.
Excellent time to get in. Let him have it.
So the odds are not in favor of Game Slayer, if I understand the situation.
I mean, so if Game Slayer can survive this round from Onslaught, it's looking like he probably gets Nexus.
So basically, Astrida must stay alive, or Yami,
And Yami.
or yeah. Okay,
we see a frenzied Yami from Bearcat. Looks like he's just gonna try and surround and go after Game Slayer's Yami rather than the Astrida, because Yami's easier to get to.
Okay, well, this might take another 3 or 4 activation easy, right? By entire turn, basically. So I might start with the announcement that for the people listening, we just wanted to share the plans for the second half of the year for the organized play. We will also share them on the newsletter, but since you know, we are here and the event didn't last long enough, why not prolong it a few minutes? So yeah, I mean, the big news is that we are going to do 2 asynchronous world qualifiers. So if you couldn't participate in the previous one-day world qualifiers because of your life schedule doesn't allow for it or stuff like that, in July and in September, the world qualifiers will be asynchronous, like the monthly clashes, basically 1 game per week, and then the top stage in the following 2 weeks. So the other 2 world qualifiers, there will be 4. Instead, they will keep the same format. So intensive 1 day Swiss stage. So yeah, as I said, we'll share the news later this week. So with the details, but at least now you know.
Now, Giacomo, quick question for you: with the other 2 that are later in the September October that are not asynchronous, are we planning on doing 2 Saturdays, 2 Sundays, 1 of each? Has that
One
been decided
Saturday,
yet?
1 Sunday, just
Excellent.
to try to get as many people as possible, right? Different people. So yeah, and just to be clear, it will be July and September that will be asynchronous. Okay, and then
Perfect.
August and October will be 1 day. So they kind of alternate, basically.
Nice, very nice.
All right.
So
I love
while you're
it.
doing
I
that,
love it.
I just want to do a quick plug of my own here. You guys may remember in February I did a 1-day tournament for newer players, for people who wanted to kind of get introduced to the competitive scene without any stakes. I was planning on doing one of those in a couple weeks, I think probably July 10th. So if there's anybody listening that is kind of intimidated by the competitive scene, but is interested in kind of testing it out, that'll be a great opportunity for people.
Nice.
So
that was a good plug. I thought you were going to do a bad plug, but that's good.
finally a good plug.
Not this time.
I was scared.
We have indeed a dozen people who were able to type in the correct phrase. So Giacomo, you just tell me when I have to hit the button, and then
Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Brandy.
Brandy.
Brandy. Congratulations.
But Brandy was away. She's around. Nice. Okay.
I hope so, but she's going to win this. Perfect.
Okay. Super cool.
Congratulations.
Send an email to skytear@pvpkicks.com and Gloria will sort things out.
Perfect.
The logistics.
That's awesome.
Okay.
This is awesome. So
go ahead.
Yes. We still have to figure out how the games, the other two games, are going to end, so that we also have a final setup on the fantasy, right? Which is missing right now.
Yes, I know Tapeworm is fighting with our reporting system, so I don't know if and when he'll be able to get the fantasy data. I think he's doing that manually instead of programmatically, so he's probably blaming me. And well, yeah, we should ask when and if we can get an update on that. Yes.
Yeah. So then we should switch to one of the two games because they haven't finished yet.
Only one is still going. Atlas conceded, I think.
Yeah, Eric won through Outflank.
Eric won, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to join the game that you're in, Ryan.
Yep, sounds good. Looks like it's coming out to kind of an end here. We saw Yami was getting hit pretty hard and is now down to 7 HP. She played a crippling precision and is attempting to slow the other heroes and run away, but I don't know if she's going to be able to because she is also slowed herself from the kneel before me that we saw previously.
Okay, we are still on your screen sharing, so that's perfect. I'm going to head over into the game, and then we just take that picture over there. And yeah, okay, a lot of people here in the streamer booth, which is awesome.
I'll get going. Thanks for the fantastic event. And
yeah,
keep
thanks,
watching
Giacomo, for your help on all the stuff and for providing us the support. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
See ya. Okay, I'm at a point of view on GameSlayer, so I'm going to switch, head over there. Oops.
Yeah. The other thing I can see from GameSlayer's hand is the only card in his hand that he can actually cast with Yami is a Shatter Mine. So not many outs for him at all.
Okay.
I will let the main commentators take over this game now, though.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got. Is it still GameSlayer's Yami's activation? It looks like he's getting just out of range of Bearcat's Yami being able to worship without moving, at least. But I don't know if that's going to be enough, given that Bearcat's Yami is frenzied. So he's going to skirmish to get closer, and I assume we'll see a worship and an attack. There's the worship. And let's see how much damage that's going to do. 2 getting through. And then the attack here is going to be 4+. So he needs a +2, I think, for this to be lethal. Not quite. That'll put Yami to 1. He does still, though, have Miyuki left, who can come in and try to finish off Yami. So it's not looking great for Game Slayer here.
Yeah, I'm trying to connect to the game, so it's very slow, my PC, so you can go ahead for now.
Yep. Yeah, so at this point, with Ishitosk and Vorhild both dead, Yami and Estrida both activated, I think that means... Oh, and Miyuki is going to cast Kurumo's Judgment, which I think should just finish off Yami here.
I think that card is the Kurumo Dream card. Kurumo Dream card totally is very good. It's 3 mana, and he also has a +1 on top. Is the new Kurumo Rampart Hatred.
Yeah, it's a very very interesting card. It goes, I think, well with some of the other new cards, like Dance of Death, and Lure the Tainted.
Yeah, the great thing about the Breach is that now you want to play heroes that maybe before are not played so much. You know, we talked about the dual faction heroes, but also for me, I'm a Talot player. I didn't like so much Zakoal, and now with all the conditions and all the push abilities, now is very, very, very good. And then for Kurumo wise now, with Vendetta, with Dance of Death, now, for example, Miyuki, Yami, she's always great, but now we will see, I think, Miyuki so many times during the next tournaments.
Miyuki was a hero that I always wanted to run, and I really liked what she did, but it just never felt like she did quite enough to be worth running. I know on some of the Ashen Pass earlier this year, I was like, oh, I want to run Miyuki and Kiche and Setheru, and then I was like, but I felt like I had to run Presence, and I went more with a more yellow list. I think some of these new cards are making it a little bit more possible to run Miyuki again, like you say, especially with all the condition, especially with Vendetta, just gets so wonderful with Miyuki when you can repeatedly just put those 2 conditions on, make Vendetta a +4 instead of just a +2. And potentially even more than that if you're going up against blue and they have Shapeshift, or if they're doing condition stuff themselves. So
yeah, and that you put on top the Where Faith Falls.
Yeah,
the best card of the set, I think. So it's a very, very, very interesting, very very great expansion actually. So Bearcat won.
Yeah, Bearcat wins through Onslaught.
Okay. So
wow.
In the end, we saw the blood.
Okay, wow. That was the last game of the day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think in the background, hopefully the fantasy is going to be updated. I'm going to prepare something so that we can put it on screen so that everyone has a good overview on it. Guys, what do you think of the day today, of the tournament that you were able to witness today? What do you think?
I was definitely surprised by just how many of these games we had, not just high level play, but really exciting endings to all of these games, where, especially involving cards that you normally might not see in Constructed, with Disrupt being a key card in one of Smialis' games. It's
Repost.
that's not a card you see most of the
repost.
time. Or Repost, yeah, exactly. It's and so double trample on turn 5 for Eric. So many exciting games here. It was a great day.
Yeah, definitely a great format and a great alternative to the constructed tournaments. So I think these draft tournaments are going to be very. I cannot wait to see a live draft tournament.
Yeah.
So because we just have to start to play live again, and I just want to organize now. I just want to play tomorrow a draft tournament live. It's just amazing.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see if everything is reported. Then
I
we
just
can.
reported the last one, so I think Tape is gonna go update everything now.
You did report this one?
Yeah, I just did the GameStar Bearcat
Okay,
report.
okay. Then I think Tape just needs to put all together in the background, and then
Yep.
we can see. Hopefully. Copy data and so on.
All I know is my fantasy picks were pretty wrong.
Mine too, but I had Smeals, so I cannot
Okay.
go around there.
Personally, I am interested in seeing like all the stats on the cards and heroes.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%, Ryan, because we will see something maybe not straightforward, especially for cards.
Yeah, my strategy for picking cards was picking all 3-mana cards because I figured people are going to use those even if they're off colors, so they're just always going to be put in the deck.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think you're right that you're more likely to run a 3-mana card that is either hard for you to cast, or at a stretch you might even run that you can't cast just because you need the 3-mana card.
Yeah, absolutely interesting strategy. So yeah, 3-mana cards will be needed for sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to put in a suggestion for the fantasy draft. So yeah, curious how you guys.
It takes 30 seconds.
Yeah, wow. You don't have kids, right? And you're streaming from your bathroom. I don't have any more questions. Shh. Shh. Okay, the bracket is updated. I think I'll put that on screen. Yeah, there we go. So as we can see, the winner here all the way through has been Smios. Second place is C-Dubs. Eric went to third place actually, followed by Gameslayer. Eplas is on fifth place, Bearcat in sixth. Then we've got Ryan. Thanks, Ryan, for participating.
Hey,
Some people did expect more from you, I suppose. And yeah, Tim isn't mentioned anymore because he had to leave after round one, as we mentioned before. So wow, those are awesome pictures from the players here. Really like them. And yeah, in the overview, you can again see all the heroes that were picked. Grayed out here to the left are the heroes that they banned in the end. So yeah. Okay, Clinton seems to be ready. Then I'm going to switch over to the fantasy update, hopefully. Clinton, you're here with us? Hopefully.
Yes, I am here. I'm frantically copying and pasting
Okay,
to make
you.
sure the data is up to date. Hold on
Okay.
here. I think I got one more. But I'll be with you guys very, very shortly.
Zip. Then we just hide it again, and you just let me
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got one last
No
thing
problem.
to paste. The outside.
We don't want that anything goes wrong in the last minutes here of the stream. So
Okay, I think we are good. So is this where we do like the whole drum roll? Let me know when it's up.
okay, I don't know. Do I have to refresh the link then to have
No,
the data?
it should be updated. Sad to say, I don't know if it's sad. We actually have a two-way tie for number one.
Okay.
It
We see
is
it. Just a second.
Bonet 89 and Apples, both with 64 points each. So they actually tied this event. I don't know if it's showing on the screen yet on the stream because
Yeah,
I'm not watching at the
it's
same
on the
time.
screen now. So it's yeah. Oh yes.
Italian domination in fantasy.
Yes. So if you look in terms of points, obviously the people here all at the top 5 ranked players that entered into fantasy all have Smiaz as their pick. So pretty much if you wanted to be at the top and had a chance to win this, you almost had to pick Smiaz. It looks like Bonet picked Yami and Miyuki, and so did Apples that has Yami and Miyuki. And then a lot of these other cards were probably in there a reasonable amount, which caused the points to come out. It was going to be close because a lot of the cards are worth 1 point. The heroes are 1 point. Outsiders are 1 point. But the
Okay.
players are actually worth 10 points each, right? So that's
Ooh.
kind of what separated it. Players were very, very important to determine on the top. So if we actually scroll over to the right a little bit so that we can actually see the top cards, heroes, players, and outsiders.
Okay, wait a second.
I have to do a quick update there. So, hold on.
So we can see top card points, top hero points.
Yes, so the top cards now. What we actually did with these top cards, player points. These are actually only the cards that players picked. Okay, so if no players picked, we didn't keep them on this list because of reporting purposes. So the number one picked by players was Gank with 8 points generated. Probably one of the main reasons for that is that it's a 3-cost, 3-mana card. As Credo stated earlier, some players would pick the 3-mana cards, knowing that in a draft, those are going to be very critical, leading off the top. Vendetta, I know, was used a lot in the tournament, so that it maybe helped sway some of the wins in some of the matches. And then a lot of the other ones you see there, Soul Scream, Dragon Punch, once again, more 3-cost mana cards. If I actually have another sheet where I have more data. Burning Rage also had 8 points, so it was another one, but no one picked Burning Rage as part of their fantasy picks, so that's why it wasn't included on this list.
Okay.
So,
interesting.
But yeah, it was up there. Maybe it was in Smiaz's deck because he might have liked it there, right?
I remember you were talking before the stream, behind the scenes, you were talking about how many cards in total have been picked. Wasn't there
Yeah,
something?
there
Or
was
we
30.
were talking. Yeah.
Yeah, I can look that up. There were a total of. Nope, that number
It
was
was
split
in
into
comparison to the total amount
39.
of cards. Okay.
So
30.
39 cards. So it was almost what would it be? A quarter of the cards, right? No, a third of the cards. Sorry, because there's 120 cards total, and 39 of those were picked. So that is a third of the cards were picked in the fantasy.
Wow.
Unique cards.
Okay.
In terms of the heroes, top heroes, we have Kichi and Miyuki were the top for points, bringing 8 points each, followed up by Takali and Estrada. So the funniest part about this, if we go down into the little kind of middle zone there was like 20 players that picked Yami as their player points. She actually brought in 6 points today. Like I said, just got eked out by Miyuki and Kichi, her other red friends, if you will. We already talked about player points. That's just going to be how the bracket breaks down with Smiaz with 30, Bearcat, Eric, and C-Dubs with 20, Carito, Gameslayer, and Tim with 10.
Okay.
And then lastly, it looks like the OG Outsider brought in the most points for Outsiders, bringing in 6 points. Terror of the Endless Night, 4, and Lord of the Ancestors, 2. So those were the only Outsiders to win, or I don't know if the other Outsiders were brought, but those are the only Outsiders that won, which I guess would have meant that they are the only ones brought in the 12 games, right? 6 Outsiders, half of the games, and then 4, 2 for the other half of the game. So that's where we ended up with the fantasy. So I guess congratulations for a two-way tie to Bonet and Apples. We might have to come up with a new way to ensure that there's a tiebreaker for the future. We'll figure that out so that we don't have this the next time. But congratulations. I hope everyone had a blast picking and making the selections and trying to follow along with the stream today. And I hope it kept the community engaged, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a wonderful format to have the fantasy draft or the fantasy in the background. As always, very interesting how decisions are made and what people are going to pick, which card, which hero, and so on. So this is always really interesting. So thanks for providing the update on the fantasy, Clinton. I think we now have to round this up, as
Yeah, sounds
we
great.
did see all the games being played. I had a blast here. I mostly was on the background. I had the honor to commentate one of the games, at least. So it was really amazing how this community did provide a support for each other and how they could achieve this streaming event in the end again, so that we hopefully were able to provide you the best content possible for
Yeah, and I just want to
Skytear.
give a shout out to there was a large group of people behind the scenes helping with the fantasy, doing the roving reporting and everything like that.
Yes,
So without everyone and the crew and everyone that helped us do this, we wouldn't have been able to have a successful day as we did. I know that at first we had some little bumps to get over, but we got through it and we had a wonderful day, wonderful games of Skytear going on.
yeah. Some of them are mentioned here on the stream already on the stream live. So those are some of the names that were involved here. So just to have that in mind, only none. A lot of people, really a lot of people, 10 people in the background on the stream team generally, and then we got other help by players who just jumped in, or RG, for example, who also jumped into game to be a roving reporter, and Kirito as well. So this is how flexible this community is and how engaged. So this
And I
is
know I know this
incredible.
event probably wouldn't have happened probably without some help of Eric. I know he probably didn't want to be on this list here, but he did a lot of stuff in the background. Even though he was a player leading up to this event, he was trying to make sure everyone was lined up and ready to go, and that there was that community involvement. So thanks to Eric for helping set this up as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we see you soon again here at the official Skytear channel. And yeah, have fun and play Skytear.
Have a good night.
Bye bye.